Chapter 250, You Are So Dead. The Sky Pillar sect was aware of the Great Serpent's existence, but no one had fought against it before. Naturally, they had no idea what abilities it possessed until now. First, the Great Serpent had pretended to be weak and lured its enemies about 100 meters away from their great defensive ward. It was to prevent the cultivators from retreating behind their ward and avoiding its attacks. When the time was right, it launched a series of lightning strikes that destroyed its biggest threat in an instant. The surprise attack hadn't just thrown the spell cultivators into disarray, it also earned the Great Serpent a breather. Next, it opened its mouth and spat a puff of green fog at the spirit artifacts that were flying circles around it. Exclamations of surprise broke out from the cultivators immediately. It was because the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators attacking the Great Serpent discovered that their connection to their spirit artifacts had been severed. The reason a cultivator could manipulate a spirit artifact remotely was because they gained the ability to control spiritual power that was outside their body after they had reached the 7th order. Assuming that the spirit artifacts contained a sufficient amount of spiritual power, they could be manipulated like an extension of the cultivator's body. This was the truth behind a cultivator's telekinesis, at least at the Spirit Creek realm level. At higher cultivation realms, cultivators would gain a new power called the Divine Ego. For example, Divine Ocean realm cultivators could skip this whole process and directly control their spirit artifacts with their Divine Ego. The long story short was that telekinesis via the Divine Ego was more powerful and flexible than via spiritual power. At the Spirit Creek realm level, the key to manipulating a spiritual artifact remotely was to control the spiritual power within them. However, the green fog spat by the serpent was so corrosive that even the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward couldn't quite withstand it, much less a mere spirit artifact. The second they were caught by the fog, the spiritual power within the spirit artifacts were immediately corroded to almost nothing. Naturally, the connection between the cultivators and their spirit artifacts were severed. For a time, the sound of metal clattering against the ground filled the ears. That one puff had taken out at least 100 flying weapons in one go. A couple more puffs later, and no more flying weapons could be seen in the sky. It wasn't just because the Great Serpent had taken out most of them, but because those lucky enough to avoid being hit had been withdrawn by their cultivators. No one wanted to lose their weapons pointlessly. Everything was happening so fast that the cultivators were unable to react immediately. The spell cultivators were unable to cast a spell, and the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators had lost the ability to use their flying weapons. This meant that the Great Serpent had completely neutralized the Sky Pillar sect's ranged attacks in just a few moments. Zhou Qi felt like something had snapped inside his brain. A chill grew from the sole of his feet all the way up to his skull. The Great Serpent looked down on the puny cultivators with cruelty in its eyes. It curled its body slightly before swinging its massive tail at the wall of body-tempering cultivators. The body-tempering cultivators were ready for this. Vitality churning around their body and their defensive spirit artifacts shining like mini-suns, they waited patiently and fearlessly for the attack to hit them. It sounded like a mountain had been sundered when tail clashed against metal and flesh. An entire swathe of spirit artifacts dimmed in an instant, and the weaker ones shattered into a million pieces. A good number of body-tempering cultivators were also flying through the air, spitting blood and deflating like balloons. The only ones who managed to block the violent attack properly were a handful of 9th Order body-tempering cultivators, but the impact was so great that they too were pushed uncontrollably to the back. Their bodies did not stop shaking even after they had come to a stop. Humans were not meant to go up against a monster like the Great Serpent. If they weren't as numerous as they were, 9th Order or not, that tail flick would have killed them already. The Great Serpent still wasn't done, however. Next, it lifted its tail high and brought it down on a group of cultivators. The fast ones managed to escape to safety in time, but the slow ones were flattened like pancakes. It was a terrible way to go, to say the least. Since the Great Serpent began its counterattack, it had crushed the Sky Pillar sect's formation in a scant few attacks. Each time it brought down its tail, someone would depart the world in a most unsightly manner. Perhaps the bloodlust was starting to get to the creature, but it suddenly pounced forward and caught a leaping combat cultivator with its mouth. While the poor bastard was screaming in shock and terror, it bit him in half and spilled blood all over its mouth. To say that it was a visually impactful sight would be an understatement. Countless cultivators lost their nerve there and then. They could accept being electrocuted to a crisp or flattened like a pancake. But eaten alive? That was too much even for people who had fought in countless battlefields. Flee! Flee! Someone lost it completely and screamed. Who said that? Raged Zhou Qi while spinning toward the source of the voice. If the situation wasn't too chaotic already, he would have dragged the screamer out into the open and executed them. The last thing they needed was for someone to bring down their morale even more than it already was. Anyone who flees will be executed. Spell cultivators, cast your spells as soon as you've recovered. Combat cultivators and ghost cultivators, use your spirit talisman papers. Body tempering cultivators, follow me to keep the great serpent at bay. He was supposed to be commanding from the back, but the situation would not allow it anymore. His side was already tethering on the brink of total collapse. It would truly be over if he, the legate, still didn't do anything at all to save the day. The great serpent was undeniably powerful, but it was one versus several hundred cultivators. They still had a chance to turn this around. After seeing that Zhou Qi himself had entered the battlefield, the panicking cultivators slowly but surely regained their cool. The spell cultivators had finally broken free of the lightning strike's interruption and began channeling their spells once more. The combat cultivators and ghost cultivators started using their spirit talisman papers, and the group of body-tempering cultivators led by Zhou Qi wordlessly withstood the great serpent's fury at the forefront. Looking from a distance, a great number of ant-like cultivators were surrounding the giant serpent and locking it down to a particular area. Further back, more cultivators were launching an endless stream of colorful lights at it. It was an impressive spectacle if nothing else. It had to be said that Zhou Qi was truly a remarkable cultivator. It took wits and courage to correctly identify when he should step onto the battlefield and actually follow through with the plan, especially considering how hopeless the situation had been. It was even more impressive that he actually managed to retake control of the battle despite having to pay a significant price. He definitely deserved to be the legate of this outpost. Once the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators had used up their spirit talisman papers, they rushed forth to meet the great serpent in a melee. They attacked fearlessly while the body-tempering cultivators covered for them as best they could. Although a casual flick was all the great serpent needed to crush them to bits, not a single person had backed down from the fight. The great serpent's scales might be as tough as steel, but no defense could withstand the fearless offense of a bunch of furious cultivators. The Sky Pillar sect's casualties were increasing rapidly, but the great serpent was accruing a ton of injuries as well. By now, it was covered from head to toe in wounds, and much of its scales had fallen off to reveal tender, vulnerable flesh. At this rate, the Sky Pillar sect might actually be able to repel the great serpent, though killing it would be impossible since the great serpent would naturally retreat once the threat to its life became too great to ignore. It was no wonder the great serpent was thought to be one of the strongest spirit beasts on the Spirit Creek battlefield. It was impressive enough that it was fighting hundreds of cultivators, a good number of them being at 8th or 9th order, to a standstill, but it would have utterly crushed them with humiliating ease had it been at full strength. Not even Gray could have done better. The Sky Pillar sect's morale skyrocketed when they realized they were actually going to repel the great serpent. Alas, it was not meant to be. Right before they could press the attack, a massive ship suddenly appeared from the horizon. It was flying about 100 meters above the ground and moving toward them at a fair speed. Engraved to the bow of the ship was a picture all Sky Pillar sect cultivators were most familiar with, the symbol of the Silverlight Island. As if that wasn't bad enough, they could see Luo Fu standing on the deck of the ship. The forces of Silverlight Island had finally arrived. On the deck, Luo Fu channeled spiritual power into his eyes and observed the great battle that was happening outside the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. When he confirmed that the situation was exactly as how Ren had reported it, He started laughing uncontrollably. "Ha! The heavens are on our side today. You are so dead, Sky Pillar sect." Behind him, everyone else was rubbing their hands in anticipation as well. At the battlefront, Zhou Qi's face had turned a shade of purple. Their outpost was currently being attacked by the Great Serpent, and they had lost a good amount of people up to this point. As if to pour salt on their wound, their sworn enemy, Silverlight Island, had joined the party at the worst possible moment. The situation literally couldn't get any worse than this. He already thought that it was the Silverlight Island who attacked their or Vane last night, and he would have looked into the situation if the Great Serpent hadn't appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. He had no choice but to deal with the immediate trouble first. Now, he was almost certain that it was Silverlight Island who had attacked their or Vane last night. As he predicted, they had been lying in wait for the best opportunity to ambush their forces, and that opportunity was now. There was only one question left. Was the Silverlight Island behind the Great Serpent's attack? There was no way to know. If the answer was yes, then he could not even begin to describe how terrifying that was. If the answer was no, then today must be the unluckiest day of the Sky Pillar sect. Retreat to the outpost. Zhou Qi roared while dodging another fearsome attack from the Great Serpent. He was successful, but the shockwave was still strong enough to launch him to the ground and eject a stream of blood from his mouth. If the Great Serpent was their only enemy, the Sky Pillar sect could have emerged as the Pyrrhic victor. But the Great Serpent and the Silverlight Island? Only an idiot would insist on doing the absolutely impossible. An opening appeared on the Great Defensive Ward almost as soon as he gave the order. The spell cultivators hurriedly withdrew back to the outpost, followed by the ghost cultivators, the combat cultivators, and finally the body-tempering cultivators. By now, the Great Serpent had gone mad with rage from all the wounds it had suffered. There was no chance it was going to allow the Sky Pillar sect to withdraw peacefully. So, it summoned its lightning once more and blasted the spot in front of the opening again and again. The blood ran like a river in no time at all. The clash had lasted less than an incense stick, but the Sky Pillar sect had lost almost 100 people in total. It showed just how fearsome the creature was. That said, the Great Serpent seemed a lot weaker after it fired a series of lightning bolts. Clearly, it wasn't a power that it could use willy-nilly. The Grand Defensive Ward closed right before the Great Serpent could break through. Beyond furious, the serpent hammered the ward so hard that some of its wounds had split open once more. On the other side, the ship carrying Luo Fu and the cultivators of Silverlight Island brazenly flew past the Sky Pillar sect's outpost before landing on the opposite side of the Great Serpent. It was a despair-inducing sight for the Sky Pillar sect cultivators, to say the least. That despair was only grief when they exited the ship and assembled into an army of hundreds. The Great Serpent was still ramming the Grand Defensive Ward and spitting out green fog from time to time. It seemed that it would stop at nothing to obtain the Dragon Scale. The Great Serpent alone was beyond the Sky Pillar sect's ability to withstand, much less the forces of the Silverlight Island. Their Grand Defensive Ward was only going to crumble faster when Silverlight Island officially began their assault. "Are you the one who lured the Great Serpent to our outpost, Luo Fu?" Zhou Qi questioned hotly from behind the ward. Luo Fu would be covered in flames right now if his eyes could spit fire. Luo Fu chuckled good-naturedly. "If only. No, we just happened to be at the right place at the right time." Chapter 251, Sealing the Divine Opportunity Column. Behind the Grand Defensive Ward, Zhou Qi stared into Luo Fu's eyes in an attempt to confirm his nemesis was lying. However, he wasn't able to glean anything from it. "Are you going to escape?" "We're coming over then." A smiling Luo Fu raised his hand before dropping it in front of him. At the same time, he declared, "Begin." Lights of all shapes, colors and sizes erupted from behind him. They landed squarely on the Sky Pillar sect's Grand Defensive Ward and disrupted its composition. The Sky Pillar sect had encountered countless big and small crises since the foundation of their sect, but they had never encountered one as hopeless as this. The Great Serpent was attacking their front, and the Silverlight Island their back. They just could not see a way out of this no matter how they tried. "Let's withdraw, Brother Zhou," Yu Hongbao said next to his senior brother. Although the Grand Defensive Ward could hold a while longer, it was only a matter of time before it broke down completely. It would truly be too late if they waited until the ward was gone before they took action. The enemy would be able to destroy them like spearing fish in a barrel. "You say that, but where to?" Zhou Qi said listlessly. Yu Hongbao's lips wriggled, but he could not bring himself to say the words he knew were in his senior brother's mind right now. There was only one path of retreat for them, and that was to teleport back to their headquarters via the Divine Opportunity Column. But if they did this, it would be the equivalent of giving up decades of labor and prizes to their enemies. Even if the crime of losing an outpost wasn't death by execution, this still wasn't an unacceptable outcome. How could they continue living with such a taint on their honor? How could they continue calling themselves disciples of the Sky Pillar sect? There might still be a way out of this, Zhou Qi said suddenly. Yu Hongbao was well aware how smart his senior brother was. He immediately looked at him expectantly and asked, "What is your plan, Brother Zhou?" Instead of answering, the legate sent him a message through the battlefield imprint. Yu Hongbao mulled over the contents of the message and thought it was a viable plan. He immediately returned a nod of assent. Zhou Qi turned toward his nemesis and asked, "What do you think is going to happen if rumors that the Silverlight Island can control the Great Serpent were to spread, Luo Fu?" Luo Fu was watching the Great Serpent tackling the Grand Defensive Ward with great interest when Zhou Qi had asked him that sudden question. He instinctively felt a chill as he asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" Zhou Qi grinned. "Take some time to mull over my words. I'm sure you can work it out yourself." Although Luo Fu believed that his nemesis was just trying to sow doubt in him, he could not help but consider his words regardless. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. Silverlight Island had nothing to do with it whatsoever. However, the only ones who knew about this were Lu Yi himself, the Hao brother and sister, Qi Shi, and himself. Sky Pillar sect had no idea about the truth. Considering the circumstances, it was only natural that they would pin the Great Serpent's unnatural behavior on the Silverlight Island. The Great Serpent was a most formidable creature. Not even a Grand Defensive Ward could withstand its attacks indefinitely. If the other sects were to hear about this incident, Luo Fu's expression suddenly stiffened, and cold sweat began forming on his brow. Before today, every sect on this land shared more or less the same strength. Although conflicts broke out between hostile sects every day, no one was capable of doing true damage to the other party. But what if the Silverlight Island were to make an ally out of the Great Serpent? Who could stay still after hearing such a terrifying rumor? That fear would surely unite the factions of Thousand Demon Ridge against Silverlight Island. The bastards trying to bring us down with them. You would dare slander us, you treacherous bastard? The Great Serpent has absolutely nothing to do with Silverlight Island. If anything, everyone knows it is a spirit beast that dwells in your territory. Luo Fu yelled angrily. He wished that his sect could actually command a powerful spirit beast like the Great Serpent, but even if that was the case, it would actually be bad news for them. What if a cultivator were to come by a great weapon that could cut through anything, but they weren't skilled or influential enough to keep it from their enemies? It would only fuel their enemies' hostility and bring upon their death. It was the same thing here. Since the Silverlight Island wasn't overwhelmingly stronger than its neighbors, the rumor that they could control the Great Serpent would only heighten their enemies' aggression and unite all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions against them. It didn't even need to be a full-on invasion. Say, 4,000 or 5,000 Demon Ridge factions were to join hands and harass them from time to time, they would probably follow in Sky Pillar sect's footsteps in just a few months' time. It's just a rumor. Who knows if it's true or not? If I remember correctly, an elder who's a snake mutant is currently under your headquarters employ, am I right? His implication was as obvious as it was slanderous, but Luo Fu dared not to respond to his question. It was true that one of the elders in the headquarters was a snake mutant, a sea snake mutant to be exact. They had been neighbors for centuries, so they knew each other like the back of their hands. The point was, Silverlight Island would be in deep shit if Zhou Qi were to spread such a rumor. It might not be believable, but even the tiniest bit of suspicion could potentially put them in a terrible spot. Luo Fu was starting to understand Zhou Qi's intention. He narrowed his eyes a little as he asked, "I think I can guess what you're going to say next. You're going to ask us to withdraw our forces to prove our innocence, aren't you?" "You said it, not me." "Keep dreaming, you treacherous dog." Luo Fu let out a cold humph. "Just wait until your grand defensive ward is broken. If I fail to beat the crap out of you later, it's only because you've already voided everything in your bowels." Zhou Qi's threat was very real, but only a complete idiot would allow such a perfect opportunity to slip through their grasp. They weren't leaving until they had gotten what they wanted no matter what. Future problems were for future Luo Fu to handle, not him. Plus, it wasn't like Silverlight Island was alone and without allies. If Thousand Demon Ridge dared to gang up on Silverlight Island, then the Grand Sky Coalition would dare to protect them. Zhou Qi must be dreaming to think that he could scare them into retreating with just his alarmist talk. Yu Hongbao had been standing next to Zhou Qi while the latter was negotiating with Luo Fu. He could not help but let out a sigh when he saw that his senior brother's attempt to negotiate had ended his failure. Frankly, he wouldn't have retreated if he was in Luo Fu's position. The opportunity was just too good to let pass. "Seal the divine opportunity column," Zhou Qi ordered suddenly. "What?" Yu Hongbao asked before realization struck him. He exclaimed with alarm, "Brother Zhou! You! Do it!" Zhou Qi uttered through gritted teeth. Yu Hongbao's expression turned solemn and tragic. "Yes, sir." It wasn't long before the deed was done. By sealing the divine opportunity column, the Sky Pillar sect had basically cut off their final path of retreat. They would no longer be able to teleport back to Jianghu. The reason Zhou Qi ordered this was to prevent his people from making a run for it. Their situation was already hopeless to begin with. If anyone were to lose their nerve and make an attempt, it would almost certainly result in a total collapse. If that happened, there would truly be no saving their outpost. Yu Hongbao thought that Zhou Qi was going to rally the men into one final hurrah and battle the enemy to the death. That was why he was wearing a tragic and mournful expression. Zhou Qi noticed this as well and consoled him, "We still have a chance, brother Yu." Yu Hongbao thought he was just humoring him and shook his head. "Do I look like a coward, brother Zhou? The sect's the one who nurtured me and made me who I am today. Now is the time I repay everything they've done for me. If there is one thing I am afraid of, it would be the possibility that I might fail to bring at least a few Silverlight Island scum with me to the grave." Since Zhou Qi had already made up his mind, he as the Prolgate could only trust in him and perform his role to the utmost. He had already made up his mind to hurt Silverlight Island as much as possible before he inevitably went down. Zhou Qi clarified, "I'm not humoring you. Didn't you hear what Luo Fu said earlier? They're definitely not the ones who are controlling the Great Serpent." His negotiation attempt with Luo Fu had ended in total failure, but that was fine, because that wasn't his real objective. He was well aware that Luo Fu could not be persuaded to retreat with just words. The real reason he spoke with the man was to find out if the Great Serpent really was connected to Silverlight Island, and Luo Fu had unwittingly given him the answer. They were completely unrelated to one another. It really had been a coincidence that they had shown up at the same time and at the same place. Zhou Qi had felt like shit when he confirmed this. They were probably the first sect in the history of Jianghu to experience such terrible luck. Not only that, it had been decades, no, a full century since their outpost and the Great Serpent had lived in harmony with each other. He just could not understand why the damned creature had suddenly decided to break the unspoken peace between them. Zhou Qi beckoned Yu Hongbao to his side and whispered his plan into his ear. Yu Hongbao was skeptical at first, but his expression quickly turned into awe and confidence when he listened to the end. He quickly sent out a number of messages after that. It wasn't long before every Sky Pillar sect cultivator had learned of the Legate and Prolgate's plan and the fact that the outpost's divine opportunity column was sealed. Retreat was no longer possible, and Zhou Qi's plan was their sole ray of hope of making out of this alive. Everyone was worried, but surprisingly, things didn't feel as bleak as they were before. By now, the great defensive ward had become so transparent that it was almost non-existent. It could shatter at any moment now. Meanwhile, hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators led by the legate, Zhou Qi and the prolgate, Yu Hongbao had gathered in front of the Sanctum of Providence. However, they were facing toward the Silverlight Island's cultivators instead of the Great Serpent. Luo Fu had been observing the battlefield from the start. In that moment he realized what Zhou Qi was planning and cursed his lack of foresight. Shit. Zhou Qi was planning to lead the Great Serpent to them. He wasn't going to give up the outpost without making them pay a huge price for it. He immediately messaged Howren to check if Lu Yi could control the Great Serpent. Unfortunately, he was too late. Lower the ward. Zhou Qi let out a tragic yet determined roar. The collapsing screens of light abruptly winked out of existence. Now that the grand defensive ward was gone, nothing was stopping the Great Serpent from entering the outpost anymore. It immediately slithered toward the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect like an unstoppable mountain. Kill! Zhou Qi roared again as he and Yu Hongbao rushed toward the cultivators of Silverlight Island. It was a grand sight. The Great Serpent was charging toward the Sky Pillar sect, the Sky Pillar sect was charging toward Silverlight Island, and Silverlight Island was just staring at the incoming enemies in stupefied shock. Luo Fu's heart sank all the way to the bottom. Things had gone exactly as he thought, but his realization had come far too late. Stop them! Luo Fu roared. On the other side, the Hao brother and sister felt their hearts leaping to their throats as they cried out, "Brother He, you cannot let the Great Serpent reach our forces." Lu Yi did not say anything. He was already standing on top of the hill and sending message after message to He. He had not anticipated the Sky Pillar sect to be so unyielding in face of great opposition. He was so certain that they would teleport back to Jianghu because their situation was one where even he could not wriggle out from, but contrary to his expectations, they had chosen the course of action that would do the most damage to their enemies. In the Sky Pillar sect's outpost, two opposing lines of cultivators drew closer while screaming on top of their lungs. Spells and flying weapons were already flying through the air and striking the enemy with great force. The cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect weren't attacking, however. They simply defended passively until they were about 130 meters away from one another. Zhou Qi shouted suddenly, "Scatter!" Their formation instantly split into two smaller groups, each led by him and Yu Hongbao. They circled Silverlight Island's forces to reach their flank. The split was so sudden that the Silverlight Island's cultivators were unable to halt their attacks before they struck the Great Serpent that was right behind the Sky Pillar sect's forces. The Great Serpent was fairly injured to begin with, so the rain of spells and flying weapons easily stripped some scales or worsened an existing wound. The Great Serpent's green eyes immediately turned toward them. Fuuuk! Luo Fu lost his composure and swore on top of his lungs. Chapter 252 Why? Zhou Qi's plan was very simple. The Sky Pillar sect was standing on the line between life and death right now. Since he wasn't willing to slink back to Jianghu with his tail between his legs, his only remaining option was to bait the Great Serpent into attacking Silverlight Island. There was a prerequisite to this plan, however. The Great Serpent must not be under the Silverlight Island's control, or executing the plan would only be an exercise in futility. After baiting Luo Fu into revealing that that wasn't the case, he immediately ordered Yu Hongbao to seal off the Divine Opportunity column, dropped the Grand Defensive Ward of their own accord, and led the charge against Silverlight Island. When they were about 130 meters away from the enemy's battle line, he ordered them to split up into two smaller groups before resuming their charge. As a result, a good amount of Silverlight Island's spells and flying weapons had struck the Great Serpent dead on. The creature immediately hissed and stared at the panicking Silverlight Island cultivators with its massive green pupils. As if on cue, the energy surrounding its body grew terribly violent. Luo Fu was standing at the forefront of his troops, and right now he felt as if his blood was made of ice. Just a minute ago, he was at the top of his life. Now, he was plummeting toward rock bottom. It was such a thrilling experience he could have a heart attack right now. The great serpent opened its mouth and spat out a puff of green fog, causing a ton of flying weapons to fall from the sky immediately. "It's over!" Luo Fu groaned on the inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi looked behind him just in time to see the great serpent spitting out its fog. Joy filled his heart because he knew that his plan had succeeded. All he needed to do now was to lead his people to the back of Silverlight Island's formation, cut off their path of retreat, and force them to deal with the great serpent. The outpost had been on the brink of occupation, but not only did he turn the tides with a clever ploy, he even managed to catch the enemy's forces off guard. He could already imagine what would happen when news of his success was reported back to the sect. The elders would shower him with praise and elevate his status. The sect would reward him with all kinds of cultivation resources, and if he played the political game well enough, he might even have a shot at marrying the sect master's only daughter. He would reach the peak of his cultivation life. Alas, his dream was just that, a dream. It was because the great serpent had not attacked the Silverlight Island cultivators despite being less than 60 meters away from them. Instead, it changed directions and continued chasing after the Sky Pillar sect cultivators. Zhou Qi's face turned green in an instant. But why? Why is it hounding us even though we've never provoked it? Luo Fu had been half a second away from screaming, "Stop it now," when he realized that the great serpent had changed directions. As if on cue, he received a message from his battlefield imprint and realized it came from Hao Ren. He finally realized the truth after he checked the message. The reason the great serpent had attacked the outpost, the reason it had ignored their accidental provocation, and the reason it was chasing after the Sky Pillar sect right now, it was all because of Lu Yi. The legate pulled out a wine gourd from his storage bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. These ups and downs were a little too much for his poor heart to endure. After the wine had warmed his belly somewhat, Luo Fu shouted, "Focus on defense. Do not attack unless you absolutely have to." The hundreds of Silverlight Island cultivators immediately withdrew their formation into a tight circle. The body-tempering cultivators stood on the outermost ring, followed by the combat cultivators, the ghost cultivators, and finally the spell cultivators. At first, they were all terrified for their lives. It was hard not to when there was a giant serpent wreaking havoc right next to you after all. A few minutes later, though, they discovered that the situation was not what it seemed. Some distance away from them, the scattered groups of Sky Pillar sect cultivators had met up once more. Led by Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao, they were currently running for their lives while being chased by the great serpent. What was funny was that the Sky Pillar sect was running circles around Silverlight Island in an attempt to bait the great serpent into attacking them, but the creature just kept chasing them like they had murdered its whole family. From time to time, it would spit out a green fog or strike them with a lightning bolt, dishing out much death and destruction. What is happening? They were stupefied as a matter of course. Under any other circumstances, they would have been annoyed to be treated like air. They were a force of several hundred cultivators after all. This situation, though? Attention was the last thing they wanted. The Sky Pillar sect would have given them some love if they could, but the great serpent was hounding them too closely for that to be possible, and the great serpent was too busy smiting the bothersome pests standing between it and its freedom. A moment of observation later, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They weren't safe yet, not even close, but at least they could afford to enjoy the unprecedented spectacle. "I can't believe you called me a treacherous dog, Luo Fu. If you're not the one controlling the great serpent, then who is?" Zhou Qi yelled angrily. By now, the legate realized that he had been duped. The great serpent absolutely was controlled by their neighbor, or there was no way the great serpent would attack them and them only. Even his attempt to cause some collateral damage by running circles around Silverlight Island had ended in failure. "Fuck you!" Luo Fu yelled back just as fiercely. His heart was still thumping from the fright the great serpent had given him earlier. "You are fucking dead, Silverlight Island." Try repeating that after you have survived today, dog. Both sides traded vitriol with one another for a time. Finally, Zhou Qi yelled angrily, "Return to Jiuzhou." His final plan had ended in failure. If they dilly-dallied any longer, they were going to lose not just their outpost, but most of their cultivators as well. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao abruptly changed directions and made a beeline toward the Sanctum of Providence. Luo Fu was tempted to intercept them, but in the end he decided against the impulse. There was a good chance they might accidentally injure the Great Serpent and draw its attention. The reward was great, but ultimately not greater than the risk. At the very least, the Sky Pillar sect would have suffered much less casualties if he wasn't able to control the Great Serpent. He still didn't know how a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like Lu Yi was capable of controlling a monster like the Great Serpent, but he wasn't stupid enough to ask the young man about it. It would be a bad idea to spread the news and earn the hostility of their enemies. Now they had occupied the outpost, it was time to plunder the goods. Luo Fu looked at the still trembling Sanctum of Providence and said seriously, "Brother Yi, we can give up 80% of everything we got out of this expedition to you. What do you think?" As the legate of an outpost, Luo Fu had a duty to his sect. Although he was very interested in befriending Lu Yi, he could not possibly surrender everything in the outpost to him. He had pulled several hundred of his brethren into this battle after all. It would be remiss of him not to reward their hard work. Yes, Lu Yez had done most of the hard work in this occupation, but it wasn't like Silverlight Island's presence was completely useless. If it wasn't for them, Sky Pillar's sect probably could have repelled the Great Serpent. To Lu Yi, his original goal was just to deal a bit of damage to the Sky Pillar sect. Silverlight Island's opportune arrival had been most welcomed. One could even say that they were the straw that broke the Sky Pillar sect's back. To be perfectly honest, they deserved at least 30 to 40% of the loot. The reason Luo Fu offered to claim just 20% of the loot was because he wanted to befriend Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head immediately. "I'm fine with half-half." Luo Fu immediately turned embarrassed. "Half-half? That's too much. Too much." "It's okay, Brother Luo. I'm the one who has a favor to ask of you after all. You'd actually be putting me in a bad spot if you reject this." Lu Yi was planning to form an alliance with Silverlight Island because they were the closest inner circle sect to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. If everything worked out, then his sect members would be able to cultivate here in the future. By offering Silverlight Island a generous reward, he was really securing their favor and protection for his sect mates. As someone who only managed to come this far thanks to them, he knew just how important and valuable they were. Chapter 253, Sharing the Booty. A few months ago, when Lu Ye's identity was exposed and Thousand Demon Ridge had tried to hunt him down, it was the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition who had escorted and protected him. Without the aid of these cultivators, some whose name and origins still eluded him to this day, he would have died on the road a long time ago. That was why he was willing to offer Silverlight Island more than that was fair, even though they weren't affiliated with one another until recently. It was simply because they both belonged to Grand Sky Coalition. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had been locked in conflict since forever. They would have been consumed by the other faction long ago if they were any less united than they were. Luo Fu did not know what Lu Yi would like to ask from him, but he could make a guess or two. He wasn't the type of person to dwell on a decision for too long, so it only took him a moment of thought before breaking out into a refreshing laugh. "Very well, Brother Yi. I would like nothing more than to be your friend." He then exchanged imprints with Lu Yi on the spot. Lu Yi sent out another message. Soon, the Great Serpent slithered out of the Sanctum of Providence and toward the distant horizon under everyone's watchful gaze. It was because Yi had lured it away with the dragon scale. The reason it had hounded the Sky Pillar sect cultivators and even invaded their Sanctum of Providence wasn't because it had a blood feud with them, but because it was chasing around the dragon scale like a dog after a bone. The Great Serpent cared little for cultivators, and it wasn't interested in bullying the weak either. If it was, it wouldn't have stayed in its lake for years and showed its face only once in a blue moon. If the dragon scale wasn't as attractive as it was, it would never have caused such a huge commotion. You first, Brother Yi, Luo Fu gestured respectfully. Lu Yi did not decline the offer this time. After stepping into the Sanctum of Providence, he took a moment to admire the devastated building. It was a surprise that the building hadn't toppled outright, as the Great Serpent had left a good number of giant pits on the floor. He could even see some broken scales here and there. He walked up to the Divine Opportunity column and put his hand on it. Then he used his authority as the legate of the Crimson Blood sect to plunder its blessings. He could clearly sense a great number of something flowing into his battlefield imprint. While the process was going on, the Divine Opportunity column made screechy, grinding noises that suggested that it might break down at any moment. Lu Yi knew it was just his imagination, though. The Divine Opportunity column was a product of the heavens, so it could never be broken or destroyed. This was just the natural reaction of the column's blessings being taken away from it. No one knew about the internal workings of the Divine Opportunity column, but it was directly tied to the richness of the world's spiritual qi in the surrounding area. Every time a blessing was added or removed from the Divine Opportunity column, its internal structure would change accordingly. Right now, the Sky Pillar sect outpost's world spiritual qi was thinning at a visible rate. A short while later, Lu Yi exited the Sanctum of Providence and gave Luo Fu a nod. The legate immediately went in to plunder the rest of the blessings. By the time he came out, the world spiritual qi of the outpost had become almost the same as the wilderness. Lu Yi would have liked to know exactly how much reward he had gotten out of this excursion, but that would have to wait until he had returned to the Crimson Blood sect. It was because plundered blessings could not be converted directly into contribution points. He would have to store them in the Crimson Blood sect's Divine Opportunity column first before he could convert them. It was a shame that much of the blessings were lost during the plundering process, or their booty would only be greater. Silverlight Island's cultivators still weren't done looting the outpost. For example, the outpost possessed a good number of spirit farms, and some of the herbs and plants they grew were quite valuable. Moreover, the Sky Pillar sect's outpost was way bigger than the Crimson Blood sect's, though it wasn't one of the natural benefits of being an inner circle sect. The Sky Pillar sect had to buy the expansion via contribution points. The range of a Divine Opportunity column was equal to the size of an outpost. At the beginning, every sect started out with the same amount of space and infrastructure. Over time, they could spend contribution points to increase the range of the Divine Opportunity column and the size of the outpost at the same time. It should not need to be said that more space was always better. Theoretically, it was possible to expand an outpost infinitely if they had an infinite amount of contribution points. They could literally border their neighbors if they wanted to. Of course, not even the richest sects had that many contribution points to spend. The size of most outposts was usually determined by the sect's needs. 2 hours later, the cultivators of Silverlight Island had assembled together once more. They then boarded the ship Spirit Artifact under Luo Fu's order. Luo Fu invited Lu Yi to be a guest in their outpost, which was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. So, he joined Luo Fu on the ship and took off towards Silverlight Island's outpost. It did not take a genius to know that this massive ship-like flying spirit artifact was extremely valuable. Silverlight Island had probably spent a considerable amount of contribution points to purchase it from the Vault of Providence. Still, it was no match to the flying dragon boat he had ridden in the past. The flying dragon boat was an actual weapon capable of uprooting fortresses and sieging cities. This ship was at best a flying spirit artifact with some defensive qualities. After assigning a cabin to Lu Yi, Luo Fu went away and busied himself with work. Silverlight Island hadn't walked away from this excursion completely unscathed, though their losses were minimal as a matter of course. He was busy because he had to tally all the booty they had seized from the outpost. Half of it belonged to Lu Yi after all. While Silverlight Island's cultivators were flying home in high spirits, various messages had been transmitted to all major factions through all sorts of channels. It was the work of the deceased Zhou Qi, of course. He had passed the message that Silverlight Island could control the Great Serpent before his demise. His objective was very simple. If he could not save his outpost, he would at least prevent his allies from suffering the same fate. Plus, the message could prompt all 1,000 Demon Ridge factions that were close to Silverlight Island to join hands and take them out. The ability to control the Great Serpent, or worse, any serpent, was just too scary. A core circle sect might not be too worried by the threat. They had plenty of champions who were cultivating heaven-grade cultivation techniques after all, but an inner circle sect? A serpent was basically an unbeatable threat. Who could sleep tight knowing that a goddamn serpent might knock on their great defensive ward one day? Of course, the news could have the opposite effect. All 1,000 Demon Ridge factions close to Silverlight Island might swear off hostilities against the sect once and for all. There was no way Zhou Qi could anticipate how things would go, but a man on his deathbed had little to lose. All he knew was that he would definitely regret it if he took the intel to his grave. As a result, countless factions had sent their cultivators to investigate Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Most hailed from 1,000 Demon Ridge, and some from Grand Sky Coalition. Heavens only knew how a message that should have remained in 1,000 Demon Ridge managed to leak to Grand Sky Coalition so quickly. When the Ninth Order cultivators arrived at the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost, everyone was chilled by what they saw. There wasn't a part of the outpost that was left intact. Countless buildings had been knocked to the ground, and there were even traces of fires here and there. Silverlight Island had set the outpost on fire right before they evacuated. They had shown no pity toward their sworn enemy whatsoever. Every plant in the spirit farms was uprooted regardless of their maturity. The public square in front of the Sanctum of Providence was covered in blood and bodies. Some of the pools of blood were so big they hadn't even dried yet. To say that the Sky Pillar Sect outpost was a mess would be an understatement. When some Sky Pillar Sect cultivators had learned of their enemy's departure and came back to check the scene, their reaction was tragic to say the least. Some people had dropped to their knees and screamed themselves hoarse. Some could not stop weeping until many hours later. It was that bad. A fight between the Ninth Order cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition and 1,000 Demon Ridge had even broken out afterward. It was inevitable considering that more and more people were gathering within the outpost. It was unknown who had won in the end. Half a day later, Lu Yi disembarked the ship and stood on the soil of the Silverlight Island's outpost. Amber was lying lazily on his shoulder. Luo Fu had personally led Lu Yi to the two-story building that he would be spending the night at and told him that a welcoming feast would be held that night. He would have liked to accompany the young man some more, but he needed to report the occupation of the Sky Pillar Sect outpost and Lu Ye's role in it as soon as possible. He told Lu Yi to speak with the Hao brother and sister if he needed anything. After Luo Fu had left, Lu Yi sent the two ghost cultivators away to catch some well-deserved rest and promised he would message them if he needed anything. Then he and Yi went up to the second floor. On the way back, Yi told Lu Yi that she had put the dragon scale in the storage bag after luring it about 5 kilometers away from the Sanctum of Providence. The Great Serpent had looked so stupefied that she was going to remember its expression for years to come. It had rampaged on the spot where the dragon scale had disappeared for a while before finally taking its leave. She could have been seeing things, but she thought that its eyes looked a little lonely when it left. Judging from the direction of its departure, it was probably going back to its old haunt, the lake. Yi couldn't be sure because Lu Yi had messaged her to return to him by then. In the room, Yi meditated to recover her strength while Amber chowed down some spirit pills. Yi had been carrying the dragon scale underground for hours, so of course she needed to meditate to regain her strength. Lu Yi was inspecting his spiritual points and deciding if he should ascend to the 8th Order. Previously, he was hesitating because the contribution points he got for killing a 9th Order cultivator were much higher as a 7th Order cultivator than otherwise. However, while he absolutely possessed the power to kill enemies who were 2 minor levels above him, he discovered that the effort wasn't quite worth the reward. In the end, he decided that he was better off ascending to the 8th Order. Also, the contribution points he got for occupying an outpost were way higher than what he got for killing an enemy cultivator. In fact, most of his contribution points had been obtained that way. Only a small fraction had come from killing an enemy cultivator. Ascending to the 8th order was the best choice here. If nothing else, greater cultivation level equaled greater safety. Brother Yi. A cry came from outside. Lu Yi looked out of the window and saw a young man in blue clothes looking up at him from the ground. As if sensing his gaze, the young man looked up and smiled at him. I hope I'm not bothering you. May we speak? Give me a moment. Lu Yi moved back into his room and went downstairs. After he opened the door, he saw that the young man was accompanied by the Hao brother and sister. They were both carrying a large amount of storage bags. Lu Yi figured out what was going on immediately. Silverlight Island had come to give him his share of the booty. He liked how efficient they were. I am the prolgate of Silverlight Island, Qi Shi. I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Brother Yi. You are too kind, Brother Qi. Please, come in. The building he was assigned was probably built for guest reception. The 2nd floor was the resting place, and the 1st floor the lounge area. After Qi Shi and the Hao brother and sister had entered the building, the prolgate said, as per your agreement with Brother Luo, this is half of everything we got from Sky Pillar Sect. Where should we place them? At first glance, they were carrying at least 100 or 200 storage bags in their arms. Please take them upstairs. The Hao brother and sister followed Yi upstairs and set down the storage bags at the place she pointed. Then, they bade their goodbye and left Qi Shi to speak with Lu Yi. Qi Shi would have left too, but Lu Yi wanted to learn more about outpost management. Since Qi Shi was a prolgate, he was sure he could learn from his knowledge and experience. Beside him, Yi brewed tea while listening to their conversation. Sometimes, Lu Yi would shoot her a look of astonishment. He didn't know that Yi was versed in the art of tea brewing until now. Chapter 254, Celebratory Feast. Since we achieved total victory this time, the sect is sure to reward us handsomely. Brother Luo intends to hold a celebratory feast that will serve as a welcoming feast for you as well, Qi Shi said. Before he left, he asked me to ask you if you are okay with showing your face. After all, you are the reason this battle has gone as well as it did. Lu Yi figured out his meaning immediately. Most Silverlight Island cultivators were unaware of Lu Ye's role in the outpost's occupation. They thought that Sky Pillar Sect was just unlucky enough to catch the Great Serpent's ire. However, those who knew the truth knew that Lu Yi was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. He was also the reason why the creature had only attacked the Sky Pillar Sect's forces during the final stage of the battle. One could almost say that Lu Yi had single-handedly taken down the outpost. Out of everyone present, he was the one who deserved to attend the celebratory feast the most. However, revealing his role in the occupation would also expose the fact that Lu Yi was the one who, to a certain extent, controlled the Great Serpent. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was already an infamous name in the Thousand Demon Ridge. Revealing the truth would surely inconvenience him. Luo Fu and Qi Shi did not want to take his credit. In fact, they had already reported the whole truth to the headquarters. On the other hand, they had to respect Lu Ye's own wishes. It showed that they had given much thought to the matter. Lu Yi did not think that Luo Fu was capable of such high-level thinking. He didn't have the right personality for it, so the consideration had probably come from Qi Shi. This was the reason he had paid him a visit. The combined efforts of the Silverlight Island and the fortuitous attack of the Great Serpent is the reason Sky Pillar Sect has fallen. My role in this matter really isn't as profound as it seems. Qi Shi nodded knowingly. Your wish is my command. The prolgate left after chatting with Lu Yi a while longer. He closed the door and ran upstairs excitedly. She had wanted to tally their rewards since they were brought in. Even with Lu Ye's speed, it was going to take him at least 2 to 3 days to fully unlock the 200 storage bags he had received from Silverlight Island. Some of the storage bags weren't locked though. They were filled with all sorts of strange plants and spirit artifacts. He had no doubt that the plants had been plundered from the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. As for the spirit artifacts, They became ownerless after their original owners were dead, so it was up to the finders to do whatever they wanted with them. Lu Yi only needed once glance to know that Luo Fu had split the booty exactly as he said he would. "We're rich," Yi chirped excitedly. She had never seen so many storage bags in one place. Lu Yi grabbed one of them and began opening their restriction locks. Every time he opened one, he would tally its contents and store them in separate storage bags according to their categories. Some of the storage bags contained unimaginable riches, and some had more dust than there were items. Overall, they added up to a sizable amount of wealth. As the sun fell, the clamor outside their building grew louder and louder. It sounded like a ton of cultivators had gathered in one place. When Yi poked her head out of the window, she saw that a lot of Silverlight cultivators were gathering at the Sanctum of Providence and setting down tables and chairs. The place had also been decorated with so many lights that it looked as bright as day. A while later, the fragrant scent of food came through the window. It was the Silverlight Island cultivators preparing their celebratory feast. They had been enemies with the Sky Pillar sect for over a century, but never had they won such a crushing victory until now. Their excitement was more than understandable. The smell of food jolted Amber awake from its slumber. It stared at Lu Yi with a hungry look on its face. It was at this moment the Hao brother and sister came over with a group of people. They set up a table on the first floor and filled it with all kinds of delicious food. They even brought in a huge chunk of freshly hunted meat for Amber. A moment later, Luo Fu's elated voice boomed all the way from the Sanctum of Providence. The man was giving a speech, and the gist of it was that everyone had done well today, that they had lived up the sect's expectations, that they should work hard to replicate this victory, and so on and so forth. After several rounds of applause and cheers, the celebratory feast officially began. A while later, Luo Fu and Qi Shi showed up at Lu Ye's place. "I'm so sorry, Brother Yi." Luo Fu had apologized the second he met Lu Yi. The young man was the biggest contributor of the occupation, and yet he couldn't even participate in their celebratory feast openly. He felt quite ashamed, to put it mildly. Of course, he felt a tad better after listening to Qi Shi's analysis and learning of Lu Ye's decision. He also realized that he hadn't thought things as deeply as he should. Although it seemed like they weren't giving Lu Yi the credit he deserved, it was the best option available to them. "It's okay." Lu Yi invited them to the house smilingly. A few minutes later, the drinking began. He was watching Lu Yi worriedly because the young man had not had a drop of alcohol until now. Courtesy to Li Baxin, alcohol was strictly forbidden within the sect by Xianyuan. Even the sect master had to indulge in his vice in secret when he could not hold it any longer. Naturally, he had no idea if Lu Yi could hold his alcohol. The good news was that Lu Yi looked perfectly fine after a few rounds. He was a 7th order cultivator after all. It would be embarrassing if he went under the table so quickly. While they were eating, Luo Fu mentioned that he would like to form an alliance with the Crimson Blood sect of his own accord. Naturally, Lu Yi was more than happy to accept it. It was the main reason he had come to their outpost. Since they were both legates, they had formed the contract on the spot. Now, Crimson Blood sect disciples could visit Silverlight Island's outpost to train and even pay some contribution points to teleport back to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost directly. "Brother Lu, I heard a rumor saying that the 2,000 Demon Ridge forces bordering your outpost have already been broken. Is it true?" The incident was extremely well known in the outer circle, but the Silverlight Island was both an inner circle sect and a little too far away from the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. Therefore, Luo Fu and the others had heard of the news but did not put much stock in it. In fact, inner circle sects normally paid little attention to outer circle business, just like how core circle sects paid little attention to inner circle business. It wasn't because they looked down on the others, but because they had their own circle, allies, and enemies to worry about. Few people had the time and energy to constantly look beyond their circle. It is true. Is it because of the insectoid attack? Michim, a sect called the Redoubt of Wrath, failed to handle their insectoid attack properly and caused an outbreak. It was so bad that it even affected their ally, Clan Feng. So, we took the opportunity to ambush and slay many of our enemies. I see. Luo Fu nodded. Does that mean that the Crimson Blood sect is a very safe space right now? It sounds like you have a request to make, Brother Luo. Lu Yi shot him a look. Luo Fu sighed. It's like this. A daughter of our esteemed elder has been cultivating in our outpost for a while. She is now a third-order cultivator. As you're aware, cultivating in the inner circle ensures a speedy progress, but that also means she is sorely lacking in worldly experience. A cultivator who hasn't seen blood is not a cultivator after all. Now, I'm not saying that my junior sister is unwilling to venture into the outer circle. In fact, she's been harassing me day and night to let her go, so much so that the mere sight of her is enough to give me a headache these days. You might ask me why I didn't just send her away. That's because my elder is a doting parent. He is terrified for his daughter's safety and would strangle me if I sent her away and something bad were to happen to her. But now, an opportunity has presented itself. Do you think it's okay if I send my junior sister to the Crimson Blood sect? It should be pretty safe right now, right? Yes. I don't think anyone would dare to attack our outpost for the foreseeable future. In fact, only a suicidal person would try to attack the outpost. Gray, a spirit beast on the same level as the Great Serpent, is guarding it. The Great Serpent had nearly breached the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward single-handedly, and Gray was in no way inferior to it. That's wonderful. I will speak with my elder and see if he's amenable. Luo Fu and Qi sure stayed a while longer before taking their leave. They were the legate and the prolgate after all. Since they had drunk the wine, sated their appetite, and settled both casual and serious business, it was time to return to the celebratory feast. It would be remiss of them to spend all their time with Lu Yi and neglect their own junior brothers and sisters. Lu Yi looked thoughtful as he saw Luo Fu and Qi sheer off. A while later, he shook his head with a wry smile on his face. What's amusing you? Yi asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. If it's nothing, then surely you can tell me about it? Yi pleaded in a cute voice while shaking his hand back and forth. I'd already formed an alliance with Luo Fu, so he didn't need to notify me about sending his junior sister to our outpost. Instead, he asked me how our outpost is doing and even explained her circumstances to me. He's trying to tell me that his junior sister is an exalted member of Silverlight Island, and that the Crimson Blood sect should pay extra care. Is that so? But why can't he just come out with it? What if you're too blockheaded to understand his meaning? Lu Yi grabbed her cheeks and squeezed. You're the blockheaded one. Also, sometimes the circuitous route produces better results. She's really starting to feel like a real person. Yi slapped his hand away and pouted. Overall, Luo Fu's request was not a difficult one to accept. If they treated the junior sister and anyone else they sent to the outpost well, then Silverlight Island would be honor-bound to reciprocate their kindness. This was how the world worked. Meanwhile, Luo Fu and Qishir were walking side by side when Qishir said, Brother Luo, I feel that Brother Lu is extremely versed in using the strength of another to achieve his objectives. What do you mean? When he was in the outer circle, he had exploited the insectoid attack to cripple both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng. Today, he used the Great Serpent to cripple the Sky Pillar sect. Surprise flashed across Luo Fu's features. It was clear he hadn't made the connection until Qishir had mentioned it. You mean to say that Lu Yi has toppled 3,000 Demon Ridge factions to date? There's more. Brother Lu claims that they were able to ambush the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng because the former had failed to handle their insectoid attack properly, which leads to an outbreak that affects both sections. In reality, we both know that it's quite easy for an outer circle sect to handle an insectoid attack. Assuming the sect in question wasn't completely in shambles, the worst that could happen is unnecessary casualties. There's just no way they could fail so hard that an outbreak occurs. Are you saying? I suspect that our brother Lu is the true mastermind behind the Redoubt of Wrath's so-called failure to contain their insectoid attack. Of course, I wouldn't know how he did it exactly, just like those not in the know would never guess that he was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar sect. Luo Fu mulled over his aide's words and realized he was probably right. Although insectoid attacks were a natural disaster, any sect could deal with it unless they were beyond unlucky, or if someone was actively sabotaging their efforts. What the monster! Luo Fu clicked his tongue while looking clearly impressed. Looks like Thousand Demon Ridge is going to suffer a lot more pain from now on. Qi sure agreed. Yeah. Thank goodness he is one of us. Luo Fu guffawed. This is a cause for celebration. We shall drink until we drop, Brother Qi. I'm being serious here, Brother Luo, Qi sure said with a helpless sigh as Luo Fu dragged him toward the square. Soon, they were surrounded by cultivators holding wine jars. Chapter 255, Spirit Creek Realm 8th Order. 3 days had passed since the Sky Pillar sect's outpost was conquered. Luo Fu was receiving a few cultivators in the guest hall of the Silverlight Island outpost. They were all 9th Order cultivators. Every man or woman was either a legate or a prolgate whose outpost was located close to the Silverlight Island. He knew why they were here since Qi sure had warned him about this. As expected, they were all here to ask about the Great Serpent and to express their desire in conquering another enemy outpost. They offered to give up 60% of the loot if Silverlight Island would agree to lend their support. Zhou Qi's dying message was an effective one. Not only were all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions wary of them, even the Grand Sky Coalition factions believed that they were actually capable of controlling the Great Serpent. That was why they had come to discuss business with Luo Fu today. Unfortunately, Luo Fu could not fulfill their wishes. If he was actually capable of controlling the Great Serpent, then this meeting would end in 10 minutes at most. He would happily cooperate with these Grand Sky Coalition factions to take out all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge outposts and drown in the spoils of war. The problem was that they were not the controller of the Great Serpent, but they could not reveal the truth either because they would be breaking their promise with Lu Yi. In the end, he had to swear a heavenly oath declaring that it was pure luck that the Silverlight Island was able to conquer the Sky Pillar sect's outpost, and that they had nothing to do with the Great Serpent whatsoever. Knowing that Luo Fu was telling the truth, the legates and prolgates had no choice but to withdraw in disappointment. After he had seen off his peers, Luo Fu shot the training chambers a glance and asked, "Did Brother Yi express his wishes to train in our outpost, Brother Qi?" "Unfortunately, no." Qi sure shook his head. "That is truly unfortunate. It could only be good news if Lu Yi was willing to stay in Silverlight Island. Forget the Great Serpent, his personal strength alone was worthy of their attention." Since Lu Yi had not mentioned anything like this, it most likely meant that he was going to leave in the near future. It could not be helped. It wasn't like they could force him to stay with them. "Remind me to ask him if he's willing to lend us his aid again. If he truly can control the Great Serpent, then our next target would be the Cloud Smoke sect. I've been wanting to crush those preachy weirdos for a long time." The Cloud Smoke sect was another Thousand Demon Ridge faction that neighbored the Silverlight Island. Although their feud wasn't quite as bad as the one they shared with the Sky Pillar sect, it wasn't a pleasant relationship by any means. If they could take out both the Sky Pillar sect and the Cloud Smoke sect, then there wouldn't be anyone left within a few thousand kilometers who could challenge them. They would be able to do whatever they wanted in these lands. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was making a breakthrough inside a training chamber. He was channeling his spiritual power and breaking down the barriers surrounding his spiritual points little by little. There was a soft pop, and the barrier blocking his 144th spiritual point was breached. Streams of spiritual power immediately flowed into it. A cultivator was considered an 8th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master when they had unlocked 144 spiritual points. Lu Yi proceeded to fill up the spiritual point with spiritual power until it had formed a microcosmic orbit. He officially entered the 8th Order when a gust of energy spread out of his body. It had taken him between 50 to 60 days to ascend to the 8th Order, which was pretty slow if he were to be honest with himself. It was because he had to spend half a day studying the way of glyphs with Lady Yuan every day when he was still at the Crimson Blood sect. It was fine though. If he moved up the cultivation realms too quickly, he would not have the time to solidify his skills. Over time, he would become a cultivator whose strength did not match his cultivation realm. It was why Li Baxian had advised him to solidify his skills in between his cultivation. Plus, his progress was slow only if he compared to himself. To most cultivators, ascending from 7th order to 8th order was pretty quick, all things considered. Moreover, he had accumulated plenty of battle experience, including his time in the Rift of Illusions. The Rift of Illusions was a hyper-realistic battlefield where everything he experienced, including the sensation of death, felt as real as it could be. The combat experience and skill he had accumulated by dying repeatedly wasn't something that could be replicated in a normal setting. They were essences he had engraved into his soul via repeated injuries and death. This was why Lu Yi was so much stronger than his peers, even though he was ascending the cultivation realms fairly quickly. Lu Yi still didn't stop after successfully entering the 8th order. He consumed a spirit pill and started cultivating because he wanted to know how many spirit pills it would take to unlock a single spiritual point at his current level. A quarter of a day passed, and he concluded that he needed around 35 spirit pills to unlock a single spiritual point. It was a terrifying number to say the least. Back when he was a 3rd or 4th order cultivator, it had only taken him a dozen or so spirit pills to unlock a spiritual point. He had thought his consumption rate was crazy back then, but it was nothing compared to his current consumption rate. The higher one's cultivation realm, the more spiritual power it took to unlock a spiritual point. If he wished to ascend to the 9th order, he would have to unlock another 36 spiritual points. Assuming that he cultivated using spirit pills only, it would cost him over 1,200 spirit pills. Of course, consuming spirit pills wasn't his only method of cultivation. His actual consumption rate would probably be half of that, if not lower. Suddenly, Li jolted and let out a muffled groan beside him. Her complexion also looked paler than normal. It was because she had just awoken from the Rift of Illusions. Yi had contribution points since the sect master had bestowed Yi a battlefield imprint and made her a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. She could also earn contribution points by slaying enemies. However, most of her contribution points were made up of the monthly wages Wuxia had given her a while ago. She only had less than 1,000 contribution points, including the ones she earned via killing enemies. It wasn't much. Since she didn't have much use for her contribution points right now, Lu Yi decided to put her through the Rift of Illusions. They had a long, tumultuous journey ahead of them, and the Rift of Illusions would prepare her adequately for those trials. Was it fun? Not in the slightest. Yi grumbled loudly. Clearly, she had been taught a painful lesson by the insectoids of the Rift of Illusions. It's fine. Just take it one step at a time. Yi responded unhappily before assuming a meditative position and began recovering her strength. Lu Yi grabbed a spirit artifact from his storage bag. It was the flying spirit artifact belonging to the 9th order cultivator Yuan, and he was planning to refine it for himself. The 7th order was considered a dividing line for Spirit Creek realm cultivators. It was because it was the level where a cultivator could start using controlling spirit artifacts via telekinesis to attack their enemies. Technically, the 8th order was also a dividing line of its own. It was the minor realm where a cultivator was powerful enough to fly on a spirit artifact. However, most 8th order cultivators refrained from doing so not only because it cost too much spiritual power, but also because they generally could not fly fast and/or high enough to be useful in battle. If anything, it was fairly easy to target such a cultivator in the open. Defeat was almost a certainty if they were to be struck down from the sky. This was less of a problem only after a cultivator had reached the 9th order. That was why most cultivators who dared to fly in the open were 9th order cultivators. Technically, Lu Yi could already fly without a flying spirit artifact. However, wings only had a lifespan of 6 hours. Lu Yi had used it as sparingly as he could since he obtained the tattoo-type glyph, but it was only a matter of time before it ran out completely. That was why he needed to master an actual flight ability as soon as possible. The good news was that he was now qualified to attempt flying on a spirit artifact. A day later, Lu Yi exited his training chamber with Yi right behind him. Luo Fu visited him immediately after he heard the news. It wasn't long before they took their seats in the guest hall. Brother Yi, I'm not the type to beat around the bush, so I'm just going to give it to you straight, okay? They had known each other long enough to skip the pleasantries. A few days ago, I was visited by several Grand Sky Coalition legates and prolgates. The long story short is that they wanted our help to attack 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost or two. Lu Yi nodded. It was perfectly normal to ask for a nearby ally's help to attack an enemy. For example, he had contacted the Athenaeum of Finality when he was attacking Clan Feng. As you're aware, it's incredibly difficult to breach an outpost's grand defensive ward. In fact, two sects can work together and still not destroy the ward unless they possess a specific trump card. In this case, they would like to borrow the strength of the Great Serpent. It was clear what Luo Fu was trying to say. That is why I'd like to know if you can still control the Great Serpent. If you can, then I would like us to pull off another big one. You misunderstand, Brother Luo. I am incapable of controlling the Great Serpent. At best, I can lure it in a certain direction. I have no control over its actions whatsoever. That's enough. If you can lure it to an outpost, there's a good chance they would break without much resistance considering what had happened to the Sky Pillar sect. With luck, they might even back off without needing us to fire a single spell. It's a high-reward, low-risk attempt, don't you think? Luo Fu said while rubbing his palms in excitement. Lu Yi gave it some thought before nodding. There's no harm in giving it a try, I suppose. Delight immediately bloomed across Luo Fu's face. We are in agreement then. Yes, but please don't contact our allies yet. It would be highly disappointing for everyone if it turned out that I couldn't lure the Great Serpent after all. I'll contact you once I'm certain about our chances. That would be for the best. Luo Fu walked Lu Yi out of the guest hall. A short while later, the young man was already riding across the wilderness on Amber's back. The legate would have sent the Hao brother and sister with him, but Lu Yi had turned down his offer. Lu Yi was willing to give it a try, but frankly he did not think well of his chances. That was why he had given Luo Fu no promises. The Great Serpent was powerful enough to be quite intelligent. That was why he wasn't sure that it would fall for the same trick twice. After moving about 5 kilometers away from the Silverlight Island's outpost, Lu Yi climbed off Amber's back and produced an item from his storage bag. He filled it with spiritual power and tossed it into the air. The item immediately transformed into a small boat about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. There were beautiful engravings all over its surface. It was none other than Yuan Guang's flying spirit artifact. There were several recesses on the bow and the stern of the boat. They were meant to fit spirit stones. A cultivator's spiritual power did not necessarily have to be the only source of power of a flying spirit artifact. Some could be installed with spirit stones to decrease the strain on the cultivator's reserves. Obviously, the better the quality of the flying spirit artifact, the lesser the strain on the cultivator. Yuan Guang's boat, for example, was a high-quality flying spirit artifact. The boat was only big enough to fit 2 or 3 people at best, but since Lu Yi was alone, it wasn't a problem whatsoever. Lu Yi was extremely careful when he planted his first step on the flying boat. He could still remember the disastrous experience when he attempted to fly with wings for the first time as clear as yesterday. It wasn't until he was standing steadily on the boat that he beckoned Amber to get on. The tiger immediately transformed into its cat form and leaped onto his shoulder. As for Yi, she had slipped inside Amber's body a while ago. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power after everyone was ready. At first, it looked like things would go smoothly even though the boat was shaking quite badly as it took flight. However, it soon fell from the sky at an odd angle. Chapter 256, Moving Forward. An incense stick later, a boat-shaped spirit artifact flew in the sky 130 meters above ground level. Thanks to his experience with wings and the fact that his control over his spiritual power was nothing like what it used to be, it took Liu Yi only a short time to grasp the key to flying on a spirit artifact. He was moving faster than Amber was running at full speed, but that was perfectly natural. Flying was always going to be faster than running. That said, riding Amber wouldn't cost him any spiritual power, while flying steadily ate away at his reserves. Still, the cost was much smaller than he had imagined because his spiritual power was sufficiently pure. He made a rough calculation and concluded that he could fly between 7 to 9 full hours without pause. For a newly ascended 8th Order cultivator, that was an impressive amount of airborne time. In the future, his flight speed and time would only improve drastically. There was also a basic defensive ward on the boat. It could barely block an attack, but it did well to repel the strong wind blowing his way. Liu Yi was currently sitting at the center of the boat, and Yi in front of him. She was leaning against his chest and laughing like a bell as they soared toward the horizon. Now that he could fly on a spirit artifact, both his repertoire of travel and escape had increased by 1. He no longer had to rely just on wings to fly anymore. A quarter of a day later, the sky had turned completely dark. Liu Yi landed beside the lake where the Great Serpent had resided. They could even see traces of the bonfire they had made a few days ago. Liu Yi had no idea if the Great Serpent had returned to the lake, but he had observed it moving in this direction, so it probably had. He had Amber assume its cat form and he's standing by for anything. It was only then he took out the dragon scale. For a while, he simply stared at the lake for any movement. Nothing happened. Next, Liu Yi held the scale in front of Amber so it could inhale a wisp of blood qi. As if on cue, he warned, "Here it comes." Liu Yi also saw the ripples on the lake. The disturbance quickly grew until a meaty horn surfaced from the water and slowly moved toward the shore. Liu Yi channeled his spiritual power in secret. The second the serpent did anything strange, he was going to activate wings and book it. There was a splash as a gigantic serpent's head emerged from the lake. Then, a pair of green eyes fell on the dragon scale in Liu Yi's hand. The great serpent didn't look nearly as impressive as it had the first time he met it though. Judging from the missing scales all over its body, it was still recovering from its recent ordeal. Their eyes met about 100 meters away from each other. Liu Yi gave the scale a wave, and the great serpent's pupils seemed to track it. Unlike the first time though, the creature did not rush him even though it still clearly desired the dragon scale. Instead, it watched him with extremely wary eyes. Liu Yi knew he was probably going to disappoint Luo Fu the moment he saw this. The great serpent had displayed an exceptional level of intelligence from the beginning. Last time, he had lured it to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost and tricked them to fight against one another. Obviously, things had ended poorly for the Sky Pillar sect, but it wasn't like the great serpent had slithered away unscathed. The injuries it had sustained during the fight had enraged it to the point where its reason had completely fled, a mindless beast that could only think of taking the dragon scale and nothing else. It wasn't until it was slithering back to its haunt after the dragon scale's presence had disappeared that it realized that it had been used. It was well aware that the humans of this world were in a state of constant conflict. In fact, it was the main reason it rarely left the lake. For one, it didn't have much purpose left in its life after reaching the absolute limit of its growth. 2, it had no desire to get involved in human conflicts. It was fine staying out of their way as long as they stayed out of its. One might even say that it was a pacifistic serpent these days. That was until the shameless, despicable human had lured it with its heart's desire and made a complete fool out of it. The more it thought about it, the angrier it felt. But what could it do? That object's presence had vanished completely, and that despicable human was nowhere to be seen either. Today, both the object and the human had appeared once more. It still desired the dragon scale as a matter of course, but its head was much cooler than it had been that day. It knew that the only way it could obtain the dragon scale was to slay the despicable human. That was why it had stayed motionless for a couple of seconds before firing a lightning bolt the size of an arm from its horn all of a sudden. However, Liu Yi was prepared for this and took to the sky immediately. There was a loud boom as a blackened pit appeared on the spot Liu Yi was standing a moment ago. In the sky, Liu Yi flew away from the great serpent while feeling cold sweat breaking out of his back. He knew it was unlikely that he would be able to take advantage of the great serpent a second time, but he hadn't expected the creature to loathe him this much. If he hadn't been prepared for an attack, that lightning bolt would have killed him already. After he had moved far away enough from the lake, Liu Yi gave Yi the dragon scale. He was hoping that she would have better luck than him. He carried the dragon scale into the underground and tried all kinds of things to bait out the great serpent, but an hour later she returned to him and shook her head. The creature had learned its lesson and refused to take even a step from its haunt. Left with no choice, Liu Yi raised his hand and sent a message to Luo Fu. It stated, "I'm sorry. The great serpent will not move." Luo Fu quickly responded to the message. The man was disappointed as a matter of course, but he already knew that failure was a possibility. After all, Liu Yi had already told him that he was only baiting the great serpent and not controlling it. That Liu Yi was willing to give it a try regardless was enough for him. After he had received Luo Fu's reply, Liu Yi called out Ti and said, "Let's go." Since he could not bait out the great serpent, Liu Yi decided not to return to the Silverlight Island's outpost. It was time to move on. After finding a suitable resting spot, he recuperated while waiting for dawn to arrive. There were two main reasons Liu Yi had entered the inner circle. One, he wanted to pave a path for his sect mates by forming legged alliances with sects that he deemed to be suitable. This way, they would have more options in the future. Two, he wanted to take revenge for what happened to him during the Battle of Golden Tip. The Sky Pillar sect had been wrecked, so it was time to move on to his next target, the House of Wintry Blossoms. The House of Wintry Blossoms was the second Thousand Demon Ridge faction to challenge him to a fight. His opponent was a female spell cultivator whose wind and fire attacks had given a bit of trouble until he got close enough to decapitate her. Unfortunately, their outpost was quite a ways away from his current location. It would take him at least half a month of travel time even if he rode Amber the entire way. The travel time could be shortened if he flew on the boat spirit artifact, but it would consume too much spiritual power. He was in no hurry though, so he decided to ride Amber to the outpost. On Amber's back, spiritual power was surging out of Liu Ye's left and right hand. His left hand was producing yin and yang elements non-stop until they gradually formed an incredibly complex picture. It was a glyph he had learned from a book. It wasn't the only glyph he had learned from the books as a matter of course, and it was quite a useful glyph too. However, since he wasn't familiar enough with the glyph to conjure it at a moment's notice, he had no choice but to practice with it again and again. He was unable to use it in combat either. So far, Liu Yi only used glyphs he had obtained from the Tree of Glyphs in combat. It was because he could create them whenever he wanted. Despite Lady Yun's unreserved teachings, Liu Yi was only a novice in the way of glyphs. Since he could not consult Lady Yun right now, the only way he could improve further was to study on his own. Thankfully, he had received many glyph-related books from Lady Yun before he had bade her goodbye. His skill should improve drastically after he mastered them completely. On his right hand was another glyph, Sharp Edge, but he was trying to disassemble it. In other words, he was creating a glyph with one hand and disassembling another with the other. It was a doable but incredibly difficult task. Right now, he wasn't even close to being adept at multitasking with his glyphs. Still, this method of practice would improve his mastery and further hone his control over his spiritual power. Now that he was an 8th order cultivator, he could control another one or even 2 flying weapons if he wanted to. He didn't do so though. Adding another flying weapon or 2 to his repertoire wouldn't increase his combat capabilities by a significant amount, not to mention that the best way to improve the lethality of his flying weapons was still to create a glyph on them. It wasn't an easy task, and Liu Yi had no idea how to even begin. That was why he was studying the way of glyphs right now. Eventually, he would reach the level where he could construct glyphs on his flying weapons at a moment's thought. If he was traveling alone, he would never have dared to split his focus like this. But since he was traveling with Yi, he trusted her enough to watch his back. And so Liu Yi practiced creating and disassembling glyphs at the same time during the day, and studied the books Lady Yun gave him during the night. If he felt like getting into a fight, then he would enter the Rift of Illusions for some fun. The insectoid stages were gone after he entered the 8th Order. All his battles began with an 8th Order cultivator now. He wasn't sure why, but he certainly wasn't going to complain about it. 8th Order cultivators were no match for him as a matter of course. Even 9th Order cultivators couldn't last long against his saber. The Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivators, they were a different story entirely. Every battle was hard-fought because a cultivator's power improved explosively after they switched to a Heaven-grade cultivation technique. Before this, Liu Yi was able to overcome 2 minor realms and slay the 9th Order Yuan Guang without too much difficulty. 8th Order and Heaven-grade 7th Order were technically 2 minor realms apart as well, but not only were the fights much harder, he sometimes died due to a mistake or moment of carelessness as well. Thanks to these experiences, he knew exactly how strong he was right now. If he were to go up against a 7th Order Heaven-grade opponent, it was a 50-50 chance who would live to see another day. It depended on who happened to be more informed that day. In the Rift of Illusion, the cultivation faction of his opponents was completely random. Therefore, assuming he was willing to spend the contribution points, Liu Yi could amass a ton of practical combat experience against all types of cultivators in no time at all. And once he had digested these experiences, they would become powerful skills that he could use to slay his enemies in real life. His journey to the House of Wintry Blossoms was not a peaceful one. Since Liu Yi had been traveling in a straight line, it was inevitable that he would trespass the territories of some 1,000 Demon Ridge factions. Naturally, a fight broke out every time he ran into one or more enemy cultivators. The large majority of the cultivators in the inner circle were between 6th to 9th Order. Rarely would one encounter a cultivator who had changed to a Heaven-grade cultivation technique. Those people mostly roamed the core circle. As a result, not a single 1,000 Demon Ridge party had managed to get the upper hand on Liu Yi, not even when they outnumbered him 5-1. Plus, it wasn't like he was fighting alone. He was extremely elusive, and she had become very proficient at using the 9 Realms scroll. If necessary, she could drag one or more of Liu Ye's enemies into the ward scroll and battle them there. Their fate was as good as sealed after that. Chapter 257, Rift of Fortune. The Spirit Creek battlefield boasted an abundance of world spiritual chi, which was why its environment was extremely beautiful. Liu Yi, and Amber were able to take in all the sceneries on their path while they continued to travel to the House of Wintry Blossoms. In fact, there was probably no one on Liu Ye's cultivation realm who had seen and heard more of the Spirit Creek battlefield than him. He had left Green Cloud Mountain and begun his journey to the Crimson Blood Sect as a 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. He had traveled the roads for at least 5 months before he became a 5th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Now, he was on a long journey once more. Although cultivators often left their nests to experience the world once in a while, the vast majority of their time was still consumed by cultivation. Naturally, Liu Yi was more knowledgeable and experienced than his peers. Today, a travel-worn Liu Yi and Yi had arrived at a bazaar. Unlike the ones in the outer circle, this bazaar was clearly busier and more prosperous. After all, its main customers were no longer budding cultivators between the 3rd or 4th Order. Everyone who roamed the bazaar, or the entire inner circle for the matter, was at least a 6th Order cultivator. The name of this bazaar was very simple. It was called the Divine Trade Bazaar because it had been formed around the Divine Trade Association. There were many more of its kind across the inner circle and core circle. While cultivators usually spent contribution points to purchase rare materials from the Vault of Providence, the same could not be said for daily necessities and generic cultivation resources. After all, it wasn't easy to earn contribution points. The need for trade naturally gave birth to many bazaars. Liu Yi had visited several bazaars in the outer circle, but this would be the first bazaar he visited in the inner circle. As he explored the place and took in the sights, he discovered that it was very different from the bazaars he knew. For starters, the layout of the buildings was tidier, and the streets were cleaner. There was a good mix of independent cultivators and sect cultivators as well. Yes, independent cultivators existed in the inner circle and core circle as well. Maybe it was because they were used to a loner's life, or maybe it was because they carried certain pursuits that would not fit well with a sect cultivator's lifestyle. Regardless of the reason, these independent cultivators had chosen not to join a sect. Moreover, sects generally did not welcome independent cultivators who had reached the 7th order or higher. There were several reasons. They could not ascertain if their background was clean. It would be dangerous if the prospect turned out to be an enemy spy. 2. It was difficult to secure their loyalty. At their level, they might not be able to adapt to a lifestyle where they must answer to a sect's beck and call. In the outer circle, most 3rd and 4th order independent cultivators still had a good chance to join a sect. But the higher their cultivation, the harder it was for them to join a sect. The existence of independent cultivators wasn't unique to Spirit Creek Realm either. There were Cloud River Realm, True Lake Realm, and even Divine Ocean Realm independent cultivators. The vast majority of independent cultivators would choose to become the associate of a sect's outpost to enjoy their rich world's spiritual chi. However, there was a small minority that chose to be completely independent because a chi-rich environment was the only benefit of becoming an associate. Not only that, they would have to answer to the sect's summons if the latter had need of their services. Since they weren't willing to subordinate themselves to a sect in any way, they had to find another way to earn their cultivation resources. Hence, the Divine Trade Bazaar. Barring a very small minority, the vast majority of independent cultivators were highly dependent on the divine trade bazaars to make a living. An independent cultivator's life was full of poverty and hardships, but it could not be denied that they also enjoyed the greatest degree of freedom. The main reason Liu Yi had come to this divine trade bazaar was to catch a good night's rest. He also wanted to update his 10-point map. It had been nearly a year since he had spent an obscene amount of money to purchase this map. He was sure that some of the details were no longer accurate. Besides that, this was a good opportunity to process all the useless loot in his storage bag, such as his share of the booty he had received from Silverlight Island. Although he had sold most of it to the Vault of Providence, there was still some that was taking up space in his storage bag. That was why he wanted to exchange it for cultivation resources. As he entered the Divine Trade Association, he noted that the layout was exactly the same as the one he visited in the past. A manager led Liu Yi to a private room and listened attentively to his requests. Then he took the items he gave him and left to process the request. Liu Yi poured a cup of spirit tea for himself while he waited. It immediately brought back some memories. Back then, he made sure to drink until his stomach was full every time he entered the Divine Trade Association because the spirit tea contained a bit of spiritual power that he could use to improve his cultivation. He was seriously poor back then, so poor that he tallied his spirit pills every few days for fear of running out. Thankfully, that wasn't the case anymore. If he lacked cultivation resources, he could simply rob them from an enemy cultivator. He was even able to accumulate a sizable amount of precious contribution points. About an incense stick later, the manager returned with an updated 10-point map and a bag of spirit stones and spirit pills. Liu Yi checked the contents before confirming that the goods were delivered and the bill settled. With that done, Liu Yi requested for a room to stay in the Divine Trade Association. It was processed accordingly as a matter of course. A short while later, Liu Yi sat cross-legged in the best room of the 3rd floor and inspected his 10-point map closely. However, it looked practically identical to his old map as far as he could tell. It probably meant that not much had changed in the past year. Anyway, the map informed him that he was only half a day away from the House of Wintry Blossoms' territory. Thanks to his earlier experience, he decided to head straight for there or Vane. He had opted for a more conservative approach with the Sky Pillar sect at the beginning because he was only a 7th order cultivator and a newcomer of the inner circle back then. Now that he was an 8th order cultivator, he believed he could afford to be a little more aggressive. Worst case scenario, he would just escape from his pursuers. Yep, he could not see anything wrong with the plan. After he put away the 10-point map, Liu Yi took out a thick book and began flipping through the pages. At the same time, he assembled and disassembled a glyph on his hand. His movements were a lot better thanks to his daily practices, a clear indicator that he was slowly but surely deepening his understanding of the way of glyphs. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, after waking up to a wonderful night's sleep, he took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then he walked down the stairs feeling like he could challenge the world itself. To his surprise, the hall was almost empty. In fact, he couldn't see anyone besides the employees of the Divine Trade Association. At first, he thought the place was empty because it was early in the morning. Then, he stepped out and found that the streets were almost empty. It was as if most of the cultivators had left the bazaar overnight. Liu Yi frowned. What the heck was going on here? Yi suggested, "Do you want me to ask around?" After he gave her a nod, she turned around and called out to the female receptionist standing in front of the entrance of the Divine Trade Association, "Good morning, sister. Do you know what's going on here?" The receptionist answered, "I heard that something called the Rift of Fortune has appeared." "And what is that?" The female cultivator shook her head. "That's all I know." She probably wasn't lying because she was just a fourth-order cultivator. She wouldn't even be in the inner circle if she wasn't affiliated with the Divine Trade Association. Meanwhile, Liu Yi had already gone back into the trade association and sought out a manager. "Does the association have information on the Rift of Fortune?" The manager immediately broke into a wide smile. "But of course, sir. Which level of information would you like to purchase? Give me the best one you got." Truly, things were different from what they used to be. Back then, buying a single 10-point map had felt like gouging out his heart. But let's just say that money wasn't a problem anymore. "Very well. Please wait a moment, sir." A while later, the manager returned with a jade slip and said, "Thank you for your purchase. That would be 900 spirit stones." He did ask for the best information they had, though whether it was worth the money remained to be seen. Liu Yi wordlessly paid the fee before stepping aside to inspect the contents of the jade slip. Half a cup of tea later, he set down the jade slip and felt Yi's curious gaze on him. He passed her the jade slip so she could inspect it as well. According to the information in the jade slip, the Rift of Fortune was an independent space not unlike the Chess Sea, but smaller. Moreover, there were many types of Rift of Fortune. Sometimes, it looked like something straight out of a painting. Sometimes, it looked like the depths of hell itself. And sometimes, its environment was constantly changing and unfathomable. One thing was certain though, and that was each and every rift contained valuable treasures any cultivator would like to get their hands on. It could be precious natural resources, secret arts, secret books, and even heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Currently, cultivation techniques were in a state of polarization in Jianghu. All cultivation techniques beneath heaven grade were cheap enough that even independent cultivators could afford them without difficulty. It was why Liu Yi was able to purchase the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic for the cheap price of a few spirit stones from the mystic sect. Even an earth-grade cultivation technique was worth only dozens of spirit stones at most. On the other hand, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were absolutely priceless. There was only one way to obtain one, and that was to buy it from the Vault of Providence using contribution points. It took a minimum of 1,000 contribution points to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Moreover, the cultivation technique was keyed to the buyer. Anyone who tried to teach it to someone else would be punished by the heavens. 1,000 contribution points wasn't a huge sum for Liu Yi because he could slay most enemies with ease, not to mention that he was a legate. If necessary, he could just pay himself a monthly wage of contribution points. The same could not be said for the other cultivators, however. Some people could accumulate contribution points throughout their cultivation lives and still not make enough to purchase a single heaven-grade cultivation technique. It was why countless people were stuck in the Ninth Order. It wasn't like they could skip the cultivation technique either. A heaven-grade cultivation technique was the key to ascending to Cloud River Realm. To put it simply, one could not become a Cloud River Realm cultivator without a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This was why cultivators of opposing factions were more than willing to murder the hell out of each other. One might even say that their kill count directly affected their future. This was why the Rift of Fortune was highly attractive to all cultivators. They effectively saved themselves over 1,000 contribution points if they were lucky enough to pick up a heaven-grade cultivation technique from the Rift. The information provided by the Divine Trade Association was extremely comprehensive. It was because they purchased every bit and piece they could from cultivators who had survived the Rift of Fortune before compiling them all into one neat little jade slip. There was a reason the information was as expensive as it was. According to the jade slip, the Rift of Fortune could appear on any corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield at any moment. While it wasn't an uncommon occurrence, it definitely took a good bit of luck to stumble across one. Of course, every time a Rift of Fortune appeared, all nearby cultivators would enter it to search for their fortune. This was why the bazaar was so empty right now. Unfortunately, the Rift of Fortune only lasted around a day before vanishing. It wasn't always discovered immediately upon appearing either. Add to the fact that there was usually a delay before the news were spread, and it meant that the number of cultivators who actually got to enter the rift were few and far between. There was even one time where the Rift of Fortune was discovered when it was close to disappearing. The cultivators had arrived just in time to see it vanish before their eyes. It was a painful experience to say the least. After he had fully digested the information, Lu Yi asked the receptionist at the entrance a couple more questions, before exiting the Divine Trade Association. Taking out his boat spirit artifact, he flew into the sky. Chapter 258, The House of Wintry Blossoms. 40 kilometers to the east of the Divine Trade Bazaar, there was a U-shaped valley that was covered in gray fog, so much so that it was impossible to tell how it looked originally. The valley was fairly small, all things considered, a few kilometers in radius at most. Groups of cultivators could be seen standing on the hills. It was clear they were drawn here by the news of the Rift of Fortune. This valley did not fall under any sect's territory, so it was considered a neutral ground. In fact, there were plenty of neutral grounds in the Spirit Creek battlefield. The world was vast, and the sects weren't so numerous that their territories bordered each other seamlessly after all. The valley was located at the center of 4 sections. 2 of them belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, and the other 2 to Thousand Demon Ridge. Ranging between the 5th to 6th tier, they were all pretty powerful sects in their own right. 2 of the 4 factions had already made it to the valley. One was the House of Wintry Blossoms, and the other Hidden Light Sanctuary. The independent cultivators were gathered in groups of 3s, 4s, and 5s. Both the 2 sects had brought at least 100 cultivators with them. It showed just how much they valued the Rift of Fortune. The reason they were able to arrive faster than the other 2 sects was because the valley was closer to their outposts, and they had received word in a timely fashion. The other 2 sects were not so lucky. It would take them a while to get here even if they caught wind of the news early. Currently, both the House of Wintry Blossoms and the Hidden Light Sanctuary were attempting to recruit the aid of the independent cultivators. Unfortunately, neither of them were having much success. The independent cultivators of the inner circle were more independent than their outer circle counterparts. They were also less likely to be fooled by a sect's empty promises. There was a reason they made it this far after all. Moreover, safety in numbers wasn't always a good thing when exploring a rift like this. For starters, joining a sect meant that they were obligated to participate in large-scale battles against the opposing faction, something that was guaranteed to happen more than once in a small space like the Rift of Fortune. They would also be putting their fate in their acting superior's hands. If the superior was incompetent or plotting to use them as sacrificial pawns, well, long story short, it wasn't necessarily less safe to stay with their fellow independent cultivators. Plus, those who wanted to join a sect would have done so a long time ago. They would not have waited until now to join one. That was why the independent cultivators at the valley were more willing to team up with their peers. By the time Lu Yi showed up on his flying spirit artifact, Several hundred cultivators had already gathered at the valley. Things looked pretty messy from what he could see. The first thing he noticed was that two 100-man groups were standing on opposing sides of the valley. They were clearly hostile toward one another. One group had far more female cultivators than male cultivators, and they were all fairly beautiful in their own right. They also wore provocative clothes that showed off their legs, their waists and more. Flying behind them was a huge banner with petals on it. In fact, the fabric itself smelled faintly of flowers. Liu Yi immediately identified it as the banner of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Technically speaking, he had never seen their banner before. However, he had seen their symbol on his 10-point map. The symbol of every sect was displayed behind their name. For example, the Crimson Blood Sect's symbol was a golden flame with a red background. Liu Yi did not recognize the other group, but a quick check of his map told him that they belonged to the Hidden Light Sanctuary. This meant that two of the four nearby factions had already arrived at the valley. The two factions who hadn't shown up yet were the Lofty Plume Court of Grand Sky Coalition and Sunlit Mountain of Thousand Demon Ridge respectively. They were probably still on the road since their outposts were farther away from the valley. Liu Yi landed on the side belonging to Hidden Light Sanctuary. Then he looked into the valley curiously. The reason he paid 900 spirit stones for the best info on the Rift of Fortune and rushed over as quickly as he could was because the word rift had tickled his mind. It so happened that he had a mystic fruit that transported his mind to a rift of illusions so he could battle against all kinds of enemies and strengthen his skills. What if this Rift of Fortune was somehow connected to it? He could be completely wrong as a matter of course, but there was certainly no harm in checking it out. So far, he was inclined to believe that his suspicions were right. It was because the rolling gray fog in the valley looked exactly the same as the one in the Rift of Illusions. Are they really connected to one another? That said, it was a bit presumptuous to make that deduction now. He would have to enter the space to be sure. While he was thinking, a young cultivator walked up to him and saluted him respectfully. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Jiyan of the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Would you be interested in exploring the Rift of Fortune with us?" Liu Yi glanced at his party and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Thank you for the offer, but no thanks." While he was safer traveling with the Hidden Light Sanctuary's party, he would lose a certain extent of freedom. He did not believe that the trade-off was worth it. Jiyan did not waste his breath. He simply nodded at Liu Yi before moving on to the next person. After Jiyan was gone, a short cultivator with short mustaches standing next to him said in a friendly tone, "You are wise to turn them down, buddy. I won't deny that Hidden Light Sanctuary's reputation is pretty good, but I doubt you'll be able to gain much from the Rift if you were to join them. We independent cultivators simply aren't born compatible with sect cultivators, don't you agree?" The guy must have had unpleasant experiences with sect cultivators. It was clear he wasn't fond of them. He then changed his tune and continued, "Would you like to travel with us? Whatever the rift might be, acting as a group can't be worse than acting alone. Plus, you look like a combat cultivator. It so happens that I'm a spell cultivator, and this big fellow next to me is a body-tempering cultivator. If you join us, then all we need is a ghost cultivator to complete the team. What do you say?" He patted the shoulder of the guy next to him. The only reason he managed to do so was because his companion was sitting on the ground. Liu Yi glanced at the guy's companion. He hadn't noticed at first, but the man was impressively broad and tall. It was clear he was a body-tempering cultivator judging from his overwhelming vitality alone, and he gave off the impression of a mountain even though he was just sitting on the ground. His shock grew when he looked closer, however. It was because the body-tempering cultivator's spiritual power was perfectly pure. It had been a while since he began his adventure of the Spirit Creek battlefield, and he had encountered cultivators of all shapes and sizes during this time. However, none of their aura was perfectly pure because of the spirit pills they consumed. Without exaggeration, this was the first time ever he encountered someone whose aura was almost as pure as his, not to mention that he was a body-tempering cultivator. The body-tempering cultivator was currently eating what looked like a bloody piece of meat. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the man met Liu Ye's gaze and shot him a naive smile. "What is your answer, buddy?" the short cultivator asked again. Liu Yi replied indifferently, "Thank you for the offer, but no thanks." The short cultivator huffed. "I was planning to provide you some guidance, but since you do not appreciate it, then whatever." Technically speaking, it wasn't a boast. Both him and his companion were ninth-order cultivators after all. The guy then walked toward another lone independent cultivator. Clearly, he wasn't going to stop until he had recruited a team of sorts. Suddenly, the body-tempering cultivator handed over the meat in his hand. "Have a bite." Liu Yi was going to reject the offer when Amber leaped off his shoulder and landed on the body-tempering cultivator's legs. It then consumed the meat ravenous. The naive-looking body-tempering cultivator smiled at the sight of this. He raised his ridiculously massive hand and stroked Amber's smooth fur. Interesting, Liu Yi thought to himself while watching this. The number of people who could approach Amber since he brought it back to the Crimson Blood sect could be counted on one hand. Not even Yi's closest friend, Ruan Lingyu, was an exception. One time, Ruan Lingyu wanted to ride Amber but was rejected no matter what she tried. The tiger simply refused to get up from its sunbathing spot until Yi had given it a direct order. It carried Lingyu around the summit of fortitude once, but never again after that. As for feeding, Amber had never eaten anything that didn't come from Liu Yi or not even his senior sister, Xianyuan, was able to convince it otherwise, much less a complete stranger. Naturally, he was quite surprised with Amber's current behavior. It wasn't like he could ask Yi what was going on either, since the girl was currently hiding inside Amber's body. Amber was capable of seeing through the heart. The fact that it was being so affectionate with the body-tempering cultivator seemed to indicate that he possessed certain qualities that were attractive to Amber. Could it be that simple-minded people were naturally pure in heart? Time passed quickly. More and more cultivators heard the news of the Rift of Fortune and showed up, though none had shown up in a large group. Meanwhile, the fog in the valley grew thicker and thicker. On the other side of the valley, a tall and slim female cultivator wearing a short shirt that revealed her waist was listening attentively to a male cultivator's report. She was the prolgate of the House of Wintry Blossoms, Chu Qing. The Rift of Fortune was a place of untold opportunities and riches. Naturally, the leader of the exploration party had to be a legate or prolgate at the very least. Sunlit Mountain is almost here. They should make it before the rift opens, the guy reported while moving closer to Chu Qing. Her flowery scent was causing sparks to explode inside his head. Chu Qing nodded. "But what about Lofty Plume Court? I haven't heard anything about them yet." "Well, don't just stand here and do nothing. Go investigate them now." "Right away," the guy responded before retreating to the back. The House of Wintry Blossoms was a very special faction in the sense that women enjoyed better status and treatment in this sect. In fact, the sect used to have no male cultivators at all. The founder of the sect was a divine ocean realm cultivator. It was said that she was tricked and betrayed by her lover in the past because she came to believe that all men in the world were disgusting, repulsive, and death-deserving creatures. That was why she wanted to found a sect with female cultivators only. Unfortunately, dreams did not usually mesh well with reality. The restrictions severely restricted their growth, not to mention that they were a body-tempering cultivation faction. Most women would prefer to be slim, beautiful, and perfect, not massive hunks of meat whose very responsibility was to get hurt and ugly in battle. That was why the sect changed their policies as soon as their founder had passed away. They began accepting male disciples into their ranks, although 70 to 80% of their members were still female. Moreover, most of their male cultivators were body-tempering cultivators. Long story short, it was their job to brave all the dangers and endure all the hurt. Despite this, the House of Wintry Blossoms remained incredibly popular within Thousand Demon Ridge. After all, who doesn't like a sweet, gentle beauty, and the House of Wintry Blossoms was overflowing with them. Chapter 259, The Lost City of Xianyuan. Chu Qing looked over to the other side of the valley where Hidden Light Sanctuary was. Their legate, Gu Kenyang, was watching her with a cold look, and vice versa. Hidden Light Sanctuary and the House of Wintry Blossoms were neighbors, so of course they hated each other's guts. Moreover, they were competing for the fortunes within the Rift of Fortune this time. They were absolutely going to destroy one another when they went inside and the opportunity presented itself. The reason no one was making a move was because the Rift of Fortune still wasn't open. There was no need to start a quarrel just yet. Chu Qing glanced left and right in search of any cultivator that might deserve her attention. It wasn't long before she saw a large man wearing a tattered hemp shirt that bared half of his chest. Her pupils contracted. If she wasn't mistaken, the independent cultivator was none other than the famous Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia was quite famous among the independent cultivators, so much so that all nearby sects were made aware of his name. In fact, Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court had tried to recruit him before. Normally, the sects would not recruit a 9th Order independent cultivator due to various concerns. However, they were all willing to make an exception for Zhu Jia, not just because he was simple-minded, but because he was unlike any other body-tempering cultivator they had ever known. For starters, it was said that Zhu Jia had never taken a life since he began cultivating. It was unthinkable that there existed a cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield who had never taken a life, but Zhu Jia was apparently the exception to the rule. There were several reasons why Zhu Jia had survived until now despite killing no one. The first reason was his spell cultivator companion. Assuming that the rumors were true, the duo had teamed up since they were 2nd or 3rd Order, and the spell cultivator was the one who did all of the killing. The second reason was that Zhu Jia was extraordinarily tough. Practically no one at his cultivation level could break through his defense, and even those who were 1 or even 2 minor realms above him had a hard time injuring him. Somehow, the duo were able to make it from the 2nd or 3rd Order all the way to the 9th Order. The reason Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court failed to recruit Zhu Jia was because of the spell cultivator. The guy seemed to think of Zhu Jia as his money tree and refused to give him up to anyone else. The fact that Zhu Jia was here meant that he would be entering the Rift of Fortune, and Chu Qing did not want to know what would happen if they were to clash against one another. The good news was that Zhu Jia wasn't standing with the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary, which meant that he was probably still working with his spell cultivator companion. They should be fine as long as they did not provoke him on purpose. Chu Qing began looking for the spell cultivator to confirm her suspicions. The spell cultivator was extremely recognizable because of his short stature and short mustaches. That man's a bad egg no matter how you look at it. Her eyes were just skipping past Lu Yi when she abruptly retrained her gaze on him. She then poured spiritual power into her eyes and examined him closely. She slowly narrowed her eyes when she confirmed she wasn't seeing things. Why is that man here? This or, he's 8th Order already? She was shocked because he was a 5th Order cultivator just a few months ago. This meant that he had climbed 3 minor realms in just the span of a few months. She carefully withdrew her gaze and stared at her feet. She slowly clenched her fists as murderous intent began to flow out of her body. On the other side, Lu Yi felt like someone was watching him and shot the House of Wintry Blossoms a glance. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure because there were too many people. It could just be his imagination. It was around this time Amber finished eating the meat it was given and leaped back to Lu Ye's shoulder. Seemingly reluctant to let Amber go, the body-tempering cultivator asked in a low, muffled voice, "What is its name?" "Amber." The body-tempering cultivator nodded. "Zhu Jia." It was probably his name. It was at this moment a massive ship appeared from the horizon and flew toward the valley at high speed. The cultivators of the House of Wintry Blossoms perked up when they saw it because it belonged to none other than their allied sect, Sunlit Mountain. A while later, the massive flying spirit artifact landed on a flat ground on the other side of the valley. Then, a group of 100 cultivators led by a handsome young man stepped off the ship and met up with the House of Wintry Blossoms right away. For a time, The atmosphere grew warm and cheery as both sides engaged each other in a pleasant conversation. It was obvious that the two sects shared a close relationship. On the other hand, the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary wore grim expressions on their faces. Yuan, the same guy who had attempted recruit Liu earlier, walked up to a man with bronze skin and asked in a low voice, "How much longer until Lofty Plume Court arrives, senior brother?" The man with bronze skin was the leader of this Hidden Light Sanctuary group. He was also the legate of their outpost, Gu Kanyang. "I don't think they'll arrive in time," Gu Kanyang replied. "Last I checked, they're still 4 to 6 hours away from our location, and it looks like the Rift of Fortune could open at any moment." Ji Yan looked deeply worried. "What do we do then? We'll be fighting 1 against 2 if we head in right now. Should we withdraw?" Gu Kanyang shook his head. "What do you think will happen if we retreat without even putting up a fight? Our sect will become a laughingstock for months to come. Don't worry, the situation might not necessarily be disadvantageous to us. With luck, the Rift of Fortune this time could be one where superior numbers do not provide an advantage." It was at this moment the fog in the valley began moving rapidly. "It's about to open!" someone shouted. The entire valley fell silent as if a silencing spell had been cast over everyone's mouth. They were all staring at the fog in front of them. The fog continued to churn and converge in multiple locations. Soon, many vortices of varying sizes appeared across the valley. It didn't take long before the churning fog abruptly turned still once more. However, the vortices were still present and leaking some sort of unspeakable aura. "Senior brother," Ji Yan called out. Gu Kanyang raised his hand and sliced the air in front of him. "Forward!" Since he had decided to enter the Rift of Fortune, he wasn't going to quit at the last possible moment. As if to prove his resolve to his sect mates, he walked toward the closest vortex and jumped straight into it, vanishing immediately. Behind him, the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary followed closely. On the other side of the valley, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were doing the same thing. They were all entering the mysterious vortices that led them to God knows where. Same thing with the independent cultivators. The spell cultivator had returned to Zhu Jia's side. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to recruit a single person. In his head, he grumbled how the times had changed, and people were far more heartless than they used to be, so much so that he couldn't even recruit a single helper. When he saw that Zhu Jia was still eating his food like nothing was going on, he became so frustrated that he kicked the body-tempering cultivator once before barking, "Get up! It's time to go!" "Okay." Zhu Jia shoved all the meat in his hands into his mouth, filling up his cheeks like a balloon. Then he followed the short cultivator into a vortex. Liu had leaped into the vortex next to theirs. He was hoping that he could peer through the vortex somehow, but unfortunately there was no such luck. As he passed through the vortex and entered a foggy world, he suddenly felt an invisible energy wrapping around his entire body and holding him in the air. There were noises all around him. When he looked around, he saw that all the cultivators who entered the vortices ahead of him were frozen in mid-air as well. He looked behind himself. There were many holes in the grayish sky, and cultivators kept pouring in through them. He tried to channel his spiritual power but found that he was unable to muster even the slightest bit of energy. "Fuck! It's the motherfucking lost city of Xianyuan!" someone shouted. The shout was like a bomb in a pond. Countless people began shouting obscenities on top of their lungs. Liu looked beneath his feet. He saw a massive city with incredibly impressive structures sprawling across a vast land. However, it was also in tatters as if it had just been ravaged by war. Even its humongous walls, some as tall as several hundred meters, were collapsed in several sections. Not only that, he spotted massive claw marks on some parts of the walls. There were also massive patches of dark blood that gave off a pitch-black smoke and a terrible sense of misfortune. It was almost as if the walls had been scaled by some sort of massive creatures. Liu narrowed his eyes with a serious expression on his face. According to the information he bought from the Divine Trade Association, the Rift of Fortune was connected to many different pocket dimensions. Each one contained the ruins of an ancient faction, and no one knew when they were founded or how they were destroyed. In fact, a good number of these pocket dimensions were safe and filled with all kinds of treasures. They were probably the valuables left behind by the vanquished factions, and a good number of them had entered the pockets of the cultivators throughout the years. Some people had discovered an ancient herb garden in the Rift of Fortune, and every herb it contained was valuable beyond imagination. Some people had found a spirit treasure and become powerful overnight. And some people had even received the inheritance of a peak champion. This was why the Rift of Fortune was so attractive to the cultivators. Every time it appeared, they would swarm to it like bees to honeys. However, some ruins were more dangerous than the others, and the lost city of Xianyuan was among the most dangerous a cultivator could enter. It was because some of the dangers in this city were practically irresistible as a mere Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Death was almost a certainty if one came across these dangers. Not only that, the lost city of Xianyuan was overflowing with apparitions. These apparitions seemed to be Xianyuan city cultivators who died in the past and, for whatever reason, were turned into apparitions and trapped here. Most of these apparitions were mindless creatures who could only act as their instincts dictated, although there were some unique apparitions who still had their minds. Therefore, enemy cultivators weren't the only dangers in this place. The city itself was one giant death trap. Liu Yi recalled everything he knew about the lost city of Xianyuan while looking at a massive palace at the center of the city. He vowed to himself to never set foot in that place because it was the residence of the city lord. In other words, the apparition of the city lord himself was inside that building. Meanwhile, the shouts and curses of his fellow cultivators had gotten louder. They would never have entered this Rift of Fortune if they knew it was connected to the lost city of Xianyuan. Everyone loved valuables, but what was the point if they wouldn't live to use them? Liu Yi didn't lower himself to their level, but he was a bit disappointed with this outcome. There was a pocket dimension containing a vast number of valuable ancient scriptures called the Great Brahmin Library. Although the scriptures themselves could not be carried out of the rift for whatever reason, it was overflowing with all kinds of inheritances including that of glyph weavers. Of all the pocket dimensions, the Great Brahmin Library was the most desired because of its low-risk, high-reward nature. Chapter 260, Liu Sanbao. It would be nice if swearing loudly could improve their situation somehow, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. It was impossible to leave after entering a Rift of Fortune. They could only wait until the time limit was up and they were thrown out by the lost city of Xianyuan itself. It was at this moment Liu Yi felt a powerful attraction force from the front. The next moment he began falling toward the city at high speed. People were crying out in surprise all around him. About 600 or 700 cultivators had entered the Rift of Fortune this time. The sight of all of them falling toward the ground was impressive to say the least. At this height, not even a body-tempering cultivator like Wuxia could possibly survive the impact. It wasn't a matter of tenacity, but of physics. A fall like this just wasn't survivable. Everyone was trying to channel their spiritual power to save themselves to no avail. Cultivators who knew nothing about the Rift of Fortune started cursing even louder. Some were even screaming and crying that they didn't want to die yet. Liu Yi didn't panic because the information he bought from the Divine Trade Association had mentioned this exact situation. He simply focused on channeling his spiritual power again and again. As they were falling, some people started straying away from the main group as if they had been caught in a different air current. They felt horrible as the change of direction had nothing to do with their intentions whatsoever. The short cultivator and Wuxia had appeared not far away from Liu Yi, but they eventually moved out of sight as they were falling toward the city. It was impossible to say where they were right now. The screams grew increasingly frantic as the ground grew closer and closer. It wasn't until they were around 30 meters from the ground when their descent abruptly slowed. When the distance had shortened to 10 meters, the shackles around their spiritual power finally vanished like they were never there. All cultivators who knew what was going to happen immediately channeled their spiritual power and saved themselves from crashing. Those who didn't landed unceremoniously, to put it mildly. They were close enough to the ground that the impact wasn't enough to kill even the weakest of them, but it certainly wasn't a good look to land on your face, ass, or any other embarrassing position. Liu Yi performed a front roll immediately after his feet made contact with the ground. It was an evasive maneuver just in case someone had landed close by and decided to take a cheap shot at him. Once he had risen to his feet, he immediately grabbed the hilt of the inviolable and checked his surroundings. Luckily for him, the street, a market street judging from the dilapidated shops lining on both sides of the street, he landed on looked to be devoid of people. Everyone's formation had been completely disorganized. Originally, the three sects held a major advantage over their competitors since they were in a large group. Now, it was going to take them a while to reunite with their fellow cultivators. This was good news for the independent cultivators because it meant that they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by massive groups of enemy cultivators for the time being. Suddenly, Liu Yi heard a shout. "Who dares to enter Xianyuan without permission? Take them down!" Immediately after that, he heard the sounds of fighting and felt shock waves of spiritual power. He was still trying to determine what to do when he saw two cultivators rushing out of a corner and running straight toward him. They looked like they were being chased by some sort of harbingers of doom. Unlucky bastards! Liu Yi swore under his breath while checking his left and right. As soon as he found a building with a lantern at the entrance, he immediately applied windwalk to his legs and rushed toward it like lightning. He pushed open the door, dashed inside, and slammed it behind him in one smooth motion. After breathing a sigh of relief, he peered through the gap between the door to look outside. The two cultivators had barely run a couple of steps when a shining rope lashed toward them from behind. Judging from its appearance, it was less of a spirit artifact and more like a shackling spell. In fact, it looked pretty similar to the rumored spirit shackling rope. The spirit shackling rope was targeted at the combat cultivator of the duo, but the man wasn't going to go down easily. He lashed out with his blade and was able to destroy the spell in mid-run. He humphed disdainfully and said, "Piece of cake." Not a moment too soon, 5 more spirit shackling ropes appeared from the back and wrapped around him like they had a mind of their own. The poor guy was immobilized instantly. The combat cultivator yelped in surprise as he dropped to the ground. He struggled hard to break out of his binds, but the spirit shackling ropes simply grew tighter and tighter until finally he could barely breathe. "It's not fair. Fight me one-on-one if you dare," the cultivator yelled. His captors merely ran past him without a sound and continued chasing after the other cultivator. Just 10 breaths later, Liu Yi heard a cry of surprise from the distance. Then, the captors returned with the cultivator in tow. They dropped the bound man next to his companion. For a time, the two cultivators simply stared at each other with tears in their eyes. The captors were all wearing the same type of armor. The leader's helmet had a long feather at the top. Their name was the Xianyuan City Watch, and they were the protectors of the city. Although the city was destroyed, and they were all transformed into apparitions a long time ago, not a day had passed where these spectral sentries weren't carrying out their duties faithfully. The Xianyuan City Watch was the biggest threat in the city bar none because every member was at least 8th Order or higher. Some squad leaders were Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivators as well. As if that wasn't bad enough, the sentries were the lowest rung on the ladder. The officers, commanders and higher were even more powerful. As for the city lord, no one knew how powerful he was. No one had ever set foot in his residence and lived to tell the tale. The Xianyuan City Watch was a major threat to all cultivators. They always operated in squads of 5 or 6, and each squad was led by a squad leader. They were a formidable force that most cultivators would avoid like the plague. Liu Yi only needed to look at the 2 captured cultivators before him to know the information was true. They were a pair of 8th Order and 9th Order cultivators, and they weren't weaklings whose skill did not fit their cultivation realm either. However, the sentry squad had still captured them with ease. "Take them to the dungeon," the sentry leader with a feather at the top of his head declared. Liu Yi silently offered his condolences to the 2 cultivators. They were all here to search for their fortune, but it took a kind of bad luck to be caught by the Xianyuan City Watch at the very beginning, much less imprisoned behind bars. Although it didn't look like their lives were in danger, the sentry leader would have just executed them if that was the plan. Heavens only know what kind of fate awaited them in the dungeon. It was said that those who were thrown into the dungeon were tortured horribly. The tough ones might be able to survive until they were ejected from the city, but otherwise death was the most likely outcome. The sentry leader wasn't done though. He strode to the shop where Liu Yi was hiding next and pressed an eye against the gap between the door, staring him directly in the eye. He then declared in a malicious tone, "This is what happens to all those who dare to break the law in Xianyuan. Do not forget this." It was only then he finally left with his squad and his prisoners. Liu Yi kept watching until the spectral sentries were completely out of sight. Even then, he never let go of the inviolable. At the same time, he thanked his past self for spending 900 spirit stones to purchase the best information available in the Divine Trade Association because he would have had no idea how to deal with this situation otherwise. He would have clashed against the squad already if he was stingy, and heavens only know what might have happened then. According to the info in the Jade Slip, all buildings with a lantern at the entrance seemed to be protected by some kind of strange power. Barring exceptional circumstances, the Xianyuan City Watch would not enter these buildings. That was why Liu Yi had made a beeline for this shop. A ton of cultivators should be roaming the streets of Xianyuan and engaging the Xianyuan City Watch in a deadly cat-and-mouse chase right now. After some thought, he decided that it would be safer to hide in this shop and wait until the situation stabilized than to explore blindly. I wonder how many people were caught by the sentries already. Liu Yi turned around and stared wordlessly at a corner of the room. 3 meters away, a fat middle-aged man wearing a landlord's outfit was rubbing his palms and smiling kindly at Liu Yi. What terrible luck! Most of the buildings with a lantern at the entrance did not have an owner, but sometimes they housed an apparition or two. Moreover, these long-dead apparitions would often make all kinds of strange requests to the cultivators who paid them a visit. If they were able to fulfill the apparition's request, then they would be able to leave the place unscathed. Otherwise, they would have to pay a terrible price, their lives included. Long story short, the lost city of Xianyuan was a bizarre place. It seems that fate has brought us together, my young friend. Would you like to gamble with me? This guy had to be a gambler when he was still alive. Liu Ye's gaze lingered at the apparition's neck for a second. He was wondering if he could kill the guy in one hit. Unfortunately, his aura was that of a heaven-grade 7th order cultivator, so chances were he was going to fail horribly. So, he suppressed his killing intent and went with the apparition's wishes for now. It wasn't the time to cause a huge commotion anyway. Sure. The apparition's expression grew even friendlier as he beckoned Liu Yi to follow him. Follow me. Liu Yi kept a hand on his saber as he followed the apparition into another room. When he saw the gambling table at the center, he immediately figured that his theory was right. The apparition was a gambler in the past. The apparition sat down at the head of the table and gestured. Sit. Liu Yi did as he said and sat down on the opposite chair. My name is Liu Sanbao. What is yours, my young friend? Liu Yi. Liu Sanbao chuckled when he heard this. Fate truly has brought us together. Even our names match one another's. That said, you do not look like a skilled gambler, so let's play a simpler game, shall we? How about dice? Your house, your rules, Liu Yi replied unconcerned. We are in agreement then. The apparition rolled up his sleeves as if he was going to give it his best shot. He flipped his palm and pulled out a dice cup seemingly out of thin air. A melodious sound rang when he threw 3 dice into the cup. Liu Yi shot the cup a glance but said nothing. Liu Sanbao covered up the cup and shook it a little. Then he slammed it on the table and declared, place your bet on the left if you think the dice total is big, or right if you think it's small. You may begin now. He looked very excited. It was clear it had been a long, long time since he got to gamble with anyone. What can I bet? Anything. Literally, anything. Even a strand of hair is acceptable. So, Liu Yi grabbed a spirit stone from his bag and tossed it to the right side of the table. The bet is decided, and the outcome is. Liu Sanbao yelled in excitement before removing the cup. He guffawed as he continued, 4, 5 and 6, a big total. You've lost, my young friend. Liu Sanbao immediately grabbed the spirit stone and tossed it into his sleeves. He then scooped up the dice with the cup, covered it up and shook it once more. He said again, bet left if you think it's big, and right if it's small. Liu Yi wordlessly tossed another spirit stone to the right. Chapter 261, Another Ghost Spirit. One incense stick later, Liu Yi had lost 30 rounds in a row. It would be a shocker if he won really. Liu Sanbao's dice cup was a spirit artifact. He could make the dice stand on their pointed ends if he wanted to, much less manipulate their numbers. By now, the commotion outside the shop had subsided somewhat. Believing that the initial chaos had passed, Liu Yi rose to his feet and said, "Your skills are impressive. I concede defeat." He then walked straight toward the exit. Liu Sanbao simply smiled and did not try to stop him. Liu Yi quickly found out why. When he arrived at the door, he peered through the gap to see if there was anyone on the streets. After confirming that it was as empty as it seemed, he grabbed the door handle and tried to pull. It wouldn't budge, however. It was as if some sort of invisible energy was holding it shut. Spiritual power surged into his pupils as insight took form. He immediately noticed that the entire building was surrounded by an airtight ward. The only way to break out of this place was to breach it. He knew it wouldn't be this simple. He examined his surroundings to check if he could breach the ward. After studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yuan for so long, he wasn't completely clueless about breaching wards. The good news was that the ward was pretty simple. He should be able to break out given enough time. The bad news was that he couldn't be disturbed during the process, and Liu Sanbao was hardly going to stand there and do nothing while he unraveled the ward. He slowly walked back into the room and stood in front of the gambling table. While thumbing the hilt of his saber, he stared at the smiling apparition and said slowly, "Open the ward. I am leaving." Liu Sanbao shook his head. "I cannot do that, my friend. Our game isn't over yet." "When will it be over?" "That depends on how many stakes you have. The game will end naturally when you've lost everything you have." He started chuckling sinisterly. After all, there is nothing a true gambler wouldn't stake to get his thrill, not even his life. "I understand." Liu Yi nodded. "Let's skip the trivialities and bet our lives then. Who do you think will live, you or me?" The second Liu Yi finished his sentence, he leaped over the table and unsheathed his saber. He empowered it with sharp edge and swung it straight at Liu Sanbao's face. Liu Sanbao's smile remained unchanging. It was as if he knew Liu Yi would do this from the start. Not even bothering to dodge out of the way, he gave his dice cup a light slap and fired a dice straight toward Liu Ye's face. There was a loud clang as Inviolable clashed against the dice. It looked like the dice wouldn't even slow the saber, but in reality the impact was so great that Liu Yi had to bend backward a little and lose a bit of momentum. That wasn't all. 2 more dice were flying toward his left and right side at high speed. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded within the building. At the same time, he flashed out of Amber's body and fired a spell straight at Liu Sanbao's face. Liu Sanbao's smile suddenly froze on his face. In fact, his entire outline wobbled a little when Amber's roar hit him. The 2 dice flying toward Liu Yi suddenly lost a lot of power as well. Liu Yi was able to send them flying with ease. The next second, Yi's spell sent Liu Sanbao flying through the air and crashing against the floor. It was only now Liu Sanbao's eyes regained their clarity. When he looked up, he met Amber's eyes and felt as if they could pull his soul into it, literally. For the first time in God knows how many years, he was paralyzed with fear and worry. What on earth are? Amber did not wait for him to recover. Having returned to its original form, the tiger opened its mouth and inhaled in Liu Sanbao's direction like it normally did with the blood qi in the dragon scale. Something incredible happened. Liu Sanbao's entire body began distorting as if his form could collapse at any moment. At the same time, a bulge appeared on the apparition's chest as if it was trying to break free. Liu Yi wasn't expecting this to happen at all. His plan was very simple, and that was to kill Liu Sanbao and escape the shop. He had no idea that Amber was capable of suppressing the apparition. He did not think that the suppression only worked on Liu Sanbao either. It should work on all apparitions. Amber once transformed Yi into a ghost spirit, so it made sense that it was uniquely talented in this regard. He had no idea it could suppress apparitions though, and he wouldn't have found out if he hadn't entered the lost city of Xianyuan. No! Liu Sanbao screamed in panic as he attempted to pull away from Amber's mouth with all his might. Although the gap between their cultivation realms were massive, the apparition felt like he had encountered his natural enemy. Not only was he incapable of unleashing his normal strength at all, he was trembling with fear from the bottom of his soul. Liu did not hesitate to score a hit on Liu Sanbao, causing his resistance to weaken considerably. Another hit later, and his entire body folded like paper as he was pulled bit by bit toward Amber's bloody maw. I was wrong. Save me, please. Liu Sanbao begged while holding out a hand toward Liu Yi. It was far too late though. There was a gust of air, and the apparition vanished in the blink of an eye. Amber let out a loud burp, and its aura flashed brightly for a moment. After the battle was over, Liu Yi and Yi exchanged a surprised look with each other. Obviously, none of them had expected this outcome. This should have been a hard fight, but Amber's suppression against apparitions was so ridiculous that even a heaven-grade 7th order cultivator was unable to defy it. How does Amber feel? Did it change in any way? Liu Yi asked. It was a fair question. This was the first time Amber had displayed this ability since they had never encountered another ghost until now. Yi fell quiet for a couple of seconds before shaking her head. No, I don't. Wait. Liu Ye's heart skipped a beat as Yi abruptly lunged into Amber's body. When she came out, she surprised him by dragging a familiar-looking apparition with her. It was none other than Liu Sanbao. I guess Amber didn't eat him after all. Anyone would have thought that Amber had eaten the apparition after that earlier scene. It looked like that wasn't the case though. If he wasn't mistaken, Liu Sanbao had been converted into its ghost spirit. He was nothing like Yi though. His face was blank, and his earlier cunning was nowhere to be seen. He clearly did not have a mind of his own. Moreover, Liu Sanbao's strength had dropped from heaven grade 7th order to 9th order. There was no telling if this drop in power was natural or not. It could be because Liu Yi had slashed him multiple times while he was vulnerable, or it could be something else. Can he be controlled? Liu Yi asked again. Amber cocked its head thoughtfully. Then, an aura flashed out of its body. Liu Sanbao began stuttering unnaturally like a puppet on strings, but it wasn't long before he seemingly returned to his usual self once more. He picked up the dice cup he had dropped on the ground, ran to the gambling table and yelled, "Place your bet on the left if you think the dice total is big, or right if you think it's small." He slapped Amber's head immediately. That's not something you should learn. Amber immediately whined in protest. It was because it hadn't made Liu Sanbao act like this. All it did was give Liu Sanbao a simple order, and the apparition just acted of his own accord. The gambler was truly a hopeless gambler. He was unable to rid himself of his ingrained behavior even after he had been transformed into a ghost spirit. How many ghost spirits can you control at a time? Liu Yi asked. Amber responded with a cry, and he translated, "Not sure. It would have to consume more apparitions to know for sure." A bold plan began taking form in Liu Ye's head. Let's seek out the Xianyuan City Watch. Amber made Liu Sanbao open the ward trapping them within the building. Then they took off toward the distance. Meanwhile, the chaos in the city had subsided considerably. It had been total chaos when hundreds of cultivators had descended from the sky. At least dozens of people were unlucky enough to be caught by the sentries and imprisoned in the dungeon right from the get-go. In fact, the sentries were still scouring the streets for them. Combat was inevitable if they were discovered. Everyone started contacting their friends and allies and traveled in groups. It was their only shot at survival if they stumbled upon the Xianyuan City Watch. In this heaven's forsaken place, exploring alone was the worst possible thing you could do. The sentries weren't just powerful, they were also capable of annoying spells such as the spirit shackling rope. If someone was snared by a spirit shackling rope, 3 or more were sure to follow. When that happened, not even the strongest Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could break out of their binds. In fact, the Xianyuan City Watch was so oppressive that the cultivators actually stopped their infighting for the moment. If they ran into a cultivator from the opposing faction, they would simply bow their heads and go their respective ways. It was because there was simply no benefit to fighting each other right now. Worst case scenario, they might all be captured by the Xianyuan City Watch. The fighting could happen after they had met up with their friends and allies. Speaking of which, the lost city of Xianyuan did not have any valuable herbs or plants that could be harvested. What it did have was buildings that potentially contained valuable treasures. Of course, they could only get them if they could avoid the Xianyuan City Watch. Right now, a battle was happening at a corner of the city. A group of cultivators had accidentally stumbled upon a squad of sentries and were now fighting for their lives. Unfortunately for them, they were losing horribly. 2 of their group of 4 had already been captured, and the remaining 2 did not look like they would last much longer. It was at this moment the squad leader suddenly looked in a certain direction. He saw a young man standing in the open and looking at him brazenly. "You dare!" The squad leader erupted and rushed straight toward the intruder. The young man immediately turned tail and ran. It wasn't long before both the pursuer and the pursued were out of sight. A few seconds later, a tiger's roar erupted from the corner both men had disappeared to. And then, that was it. In an alley, Liu Yi watched the blank-faced squad leader with a satisfied look on his face. The apparition was almost as strong as Liu Sanbao, and he was devoured by Amber not long after Liu Yi had baited him to this location and hit him a couple of times with his saber. He was now a 9th-order ghost spirit under Amber's control, just like Liu Sanbao. A while later, Liu Yi and the squad leader returned to the battlefield. Since Liu Yi was walking in front of the apparition, it looked like he had been captured as well. The rest of the sentries were standing by for orders. The 4 cultivators they were battling had already been bound like worms. At first, one of the captives shot Liu Yi a look and felt pity for his fellow cultivator. However, he quickly realized that Liu Yi wasn't bound in any way. His eyes immediately widened in shock and confusion. Liu Yi had been watching the sentries closely as he approached them. When he noticed that they were frozen in their spots like statues, he immediately realized that they were just mindless apparitions. The squad leader was smart enough to judge a situation and take independent actions, but the ordinary sentries clearly did not possess such intelligence. The fact that they hadn't even glanced at Liu Yi pretty much proved his assessment. Chapter 262, Growing the Squad. Liu Yi felt much more confident after he saw this. Next, he turned toward the bound cultivators and raised his hand silently. The battlefield imprint immediately shone and revealed his affiliation. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. One of the cultivators forced a smile and said, "We're from Grand Sky Coalition too, buddy. Please help us." The response he got was a flying weapon to his brain. Everyone else died the same way. One of the cultivators had shouted angrily before he died, "You will die for this." Liu Yi couldn't say he was wrong. No one could predict the future after all, but one thing was for certain, the guy wasn't going to live to see it. If these cultivators belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, they would have shown him their battlefield imprints when he showed off his. Since they had refrained from doing so, they could only belong to Thousand Demon Ridge. Naturally, he wasn't going to let them live, much less release them from their bindings. The 4 sentries had not moved a muscle when he killed the cultivators. It was like they couldn't see what had happened at all. With that done, Liu Yi called Amber over and gestured at one of the sentries. The tiger immediately began inhaling the apparition into its stomach. As it turned out, The sentries weren't so far gone that they lacked even self-preservation instincts. He struggled a little, but his resistance was futile as a matter of course. Soon, the entire squad was remade into Amber's ghost spirits. After Amber had resummoned the sentries, Liu Yi discovered that their cultivation levels were more or less the same as before. This meant that Liu Sanbao and the sentry leader were weaker, probably because he had attacked them, or because the tiger could not create a ghost spirit that was too powerful. Amber itself wasn't particularly strong after all. He would have to verify this at a later time, though he could not see what he could do about this even if it was the first reason. If he did not attack the apparitions, then Amber would struggle to devour them whole. The ideal outcome wasn't achievable either way. Anyway, he now had 6 ghost spirits in total, including Liu Sanbao. Suffice to say, no one had ever done such a thing in the history of the lost city of Xianyuan. Historically speaking, few people had ever profited from this pocket dimension, not just because they had to contend against enemy cultivators and the Xianyuan City Watch, but also because the city itself did not contain many valuables. The best reward one could get in the city was access to a place called the Soul Cleansing Reservoir. There, a cultivator could use the water of the reservoir to refine their divine soul, an invisible, intangible thing that a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator had no use for. The benefits only showed themselves when the cultivator had reached the divine ocean realm and gained their divine ego. It was because the root of the divine ego was the divine soul. Suffice to say, any divine ocean realm cultivator would happily buy the water off their hands if they could procure it. Once, a cultivator was lucky enough to receive a few droplets of water and gift it to their elders. For his loyalty and generosity, he was rewarded with an incredible amount of treasures. However, it was also said that the Soul Cleansing Reservoir was located at the heart of the Xianyuan City Watch, the place where most of the city's military force was concentrated. It was simply impossible for a bunch of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to break into that place. Despite Amber's newfound abilities, the thought of breaking into the Soul Cleansing Reservoir never once passed through Liu Ye's mind. It was an unrealistic dream at best and a fatal distraction at worst. Right now, all he wanted to do was to convert as many apparitions into ghost spirits as possible. This way, he wouldn't be helpless no matter what kind of danger he faced. If he could make an entire army of ghost spirits, then he could even go up against the entire house of Wintry Blossom's party. Now that he had 6 ghost spirits, and that was before factoring in his own strength, he no longer had to tread every step like he was on thin ice. He began exploring the streets openly and even searched the buildings in hopes of finding some valuables. Unfortunately, he was quickly met with disappointment. While there were a ton of buildings in the city, he could not find anything that was even remotely useful. Soon, he gave up trying to search the buildings altogether. The information was right after all. The lost city of Xianyuan was a terrible place to look for fortune. He even wondered why it was connected to the Rift of Fortune at all. It just felt like one giant scam. An instant later, he finally ran into a squad of 6 sentries. The sentry leader immediately pointed at Liu Yi and ordered his soldiers, "Take them down." To the sentry leader's surprise, not only did Liu Yi not try to flee, but started running straight toward him. He quickly found out why. A number of ghost spirits immediately flew out of Amber's body and engaged his soldiers in battle. Now, it was just Liu Yi versus the sentry leader. The squad leader looked flabbergasted for a second. Then, he erupted with towering rage. "You dare!" By now, Liu Yi had run past the sentries and arrived in front of the sentry leader. Amber was also lying on top of his shoulder in its cat form. The moment he was close enough, the tiger roared at the sentry leader and blew away both his power and his mind. By the time he came to, a spirit shackling rope was already wrapping around him. The spell had been thrown by none other than the sentry leader Amber had converted earlier. Caught off guard in more ways than one, the sentry leader couldn't even attack before he was bound like a spider's prey. Amber then took a deep breath right in front of his face. Beside Amber, Liu Yi kept a firm grip on the inviolable, ready to act at a moment's notice. His caution was unnecessary though. The sentry leader couldn't put up much resistance in his bound state, and it wasn't long before Amber had devoured him completely. Meanwhile, the sentries were still locked in battle with one another. That was the order their leader had given them. After Amber had released the second converted sentry leader, he shouted, "Stop!" Both squads stopped fighting immediately. Things were simple after that. Amber walked up to the sentries and devoured them one by one. With this, Liu Ye's army of ghost spirits had grown to 12 in total. There were 9 ordinary sentries, 2 sentry leaders, and 1 Liu Sanbao. Even better, Amber still hadn't reached its limit, so Liu Yi continued to roam the streets for more sentries. The lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but the same could be said for the Xianyuan City Watch. The fact that they were patrolling everywhere also made it easy to find them. Sometimes, Liu Yi would run into groups of cultivators. He did nothing to those belonging to Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course, but the same could not be said for Thousand Demon Ridge. To his enemies, he looked like an isolated Grand Sky Coalition cultivator who was trying to meet up with his allies. Of course, they were going to seize the opportunity to kill him. However, they quickly discovered that they weren't facing just 1, but 2 sentry squads. Once the spirit shackling ropes were thrown out, the poor bastards were usually bound before they could even get close to Liu Yi. After that, well, let's just say it was some of the easiest kills of his life. In fact, Liu Ye's opinion of the lost city of Xianyuan was changing bit by bit. While this pocket dimension was dirt poor in terms of loot and extremely unfriendly to most cultivators, it was the definition of paradise for Liu Yi. Amber's ability to convert apparitions to ghost spirits was just way too useful in this place. 4 hours later, Amber finally reached its limit. Not including it now had 31 ghost spirits under its control. It was nowhere the city-conquering army Liu Yi had dreamed at the beginning, but it was still a formidable force. At the very least, he could not imagine that there were many threats left in the city that could threaten him. Moreover, Liu Yi was able to confirm through repeated experiments that Amber could not produce a ghost spirit that was stronger than 9th order. It was because of its low cultivation level. Moreover, the more ghost spirits it released at once, the faster Amber's energy ran out. The tiger had visibly shriveled in just a short time when they had fought a big battle against their enemies. Its energy was the source of the ghost spirit's power, after all. They also consumed its energy when recovering from their injuries. He was the same as them in the past. Back then, she had to return to Amber's body whenever she got hurt or used up too much strength. Of course, she had broken free from this crutch some time ago. She could now cultivate on her own and partake in the joy of growing stronger. In fact, her joy was double that of other cultivators because Amber could consume spirit pills to cultivate as well. Thanks to this, Amber and Yi were able to grow at an accelerated rate. Both of them benefited when one of them grew stronger. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the other ghost spirits. They did not possess a mind of their own and could only act according to Amber's orders. Amber had to give up its own energy to recover their strength or injuries as well. This was why it wasn't a bad thing that Amber's ability had a limit. Otherwise, the tiger would drain itself into a husk trying to sustain its ghost spirits. Liu Yi was no longer actively searching for the Xianyuan City Watch. He did his best to avoid them just like the other cultivators because he could no longer benefit from fighting them. It would only waste his time and his energy. He kept his gaze low as he strode through a street. For a while now, he had felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. He reckoned that it was a ghost cultivator. They were the only cultivators he knew who possessed such abilities. He did not panic even though he was certain that someone was watching him, most likely hostiles who meant him harm. He was, despite his appearance, not alone after all. His would-be attackers would surely learn a painful, and perhaps fatal, lesson if they dared to ambush him. With so many ghost spirits under his command, he didn't even need to fight his enemies in person anymore. He simply needed to wait until they were bound before decapitating them. Right now, what really troubled him was that he was unable to locate his enemies effectively. If this was the Spirit Creek battlefield, he could easily slip underground and scout out the area. However, there was an enchantment beneath the ground that prevented her, an apparition, from doing so. It wasn't just the underground either. There was an enhancement in the sky that limited one's flight level to just 33 meters. To fly any higher than that was impossible. It was why no one dared to fly in the lost city of Xianyuan. 33 meters was just too low. Suddenly, Liu Yi stopped in his tracks and gazed ahead. A group of people led by a tall woman wearing a small shirt that revealed her waist were walking toward him. Liu Yi's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He had thought it a coincidence when an enemy ghost cultivator began tailing him a while ago, but now he realized that that wasn't the case. These people had come specifically for him because of that woman. He had seen her once on the other side of the valley. Unless he was mistaken, she was a member of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Did she recognize me? Is she here to take revenge for her fallen comrade? It made sense. Thousands of people had seen his face during the Battle of Golden Tip. It was unsurprising that some of his enemies would recognize him. That wasn't all. Waves of spiritual power suddenly emanated from every direction, and the sound of rustling clothes entered his ears. Liu Yi looked up and found that all the rooftops around him were surrounded by cultivators. Not a single one of them looked friendly. Chapter 263, Chu Qing. Liu Yi had been completely surrounded before he realized it. He counted at least 20 of them. The House of Wintry Blossoms must have been looking for him since they came through the Rift of Fortune. Otherwise, there was no way they could have gathered this many people and formed an encirclement in such a short time. If he was any other cultivator, this situation would have been a complete dead end. The tall woman standing 30 or so meters away from him was staring at him with anger and a hint of satisfaction. It was because her vengeance was soon to be fulfilled. She was also flanked by 2 cultivators. The first one was an extremely fat woman. Her fatness could not be natural because even her thick clothes could not conceal the massive layers of fat within. But unlike a normal fat person, her skin was incredibly smooth and fair. It made her look like the chrysalis of a silkworm. The other cultivator was a petite woman who didn't seem to care much about her appearance. She had fairly short hair that was pulled into a short ponytail, and she was carrying a massive blade on her shoulders. Seriously, the blade was longer than she was tall by at least half her height. It painted quite the contrasting appearance. "Is that the one, Sister Chu?" the petite woman asked while looking Liu Yi up and down. She wasn't admiring his figure though. She was searching for the right spots to sink her blade into, just like how Liu Yi normally did to his enemies. The tall woman nodded, and the fat woman said with a smile, "He doesn't look too bad. It feels a shame to kill him here. Any chance you might reconsider your decision, Sister Chu?" The tall woman uttered coldly, "Why not? I wasn't planning to give him a quick death anyway." The fat woman giggled behind her palm. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Chu." When she looked at him again, her gaze was a little more lustful than before. "Do you know who I am, Liu Yi?" the tall woman barked at him. Liu Yi tossed a spirit pill into his mouth and chewed slowly. "Nope. Who are you?" She replied in a chilly voice. "Do you remember Chu Qing at the Golden Tip?" "You mean that immoral woman who tried to seduce me before I killed her dead?" "Sure." How could he forget? She was the second person to challenge him during the Battle of Golden Tip, not to mention he was on his way to visit the House of Wintry Blossoms before he got sidetracked by the Rift of Fortune. "My name is Chu Qing." Chu Qing. It could not be any more obvious that they were sisters. In fact, Chu Qing had brought Chu Qing to the Golden Tip that fateful day, meaning that the woman had witnessed her sister's death with her own eyes. If they hadn't sworn a heavenly oath, and the battle hadn't been witnessed by cultivators from both factions, she would have jumped in and torn him to shreds already. Before this, Chu Qing thought she would never have the chance to take revenge against Liu Yi. Imagine how surprised and livid she had felt when she saw him on the other side of the valley. She was careful not to stare at him so long that he would notice her though. Why alert him of her murderous intent then when she could get her revenge in the Rift of Fortune later? And that was exactly what she did. She gathered her people and searched for him as soon as she set foot in the lost city of Xianyuan. Luck was on her side, it seemed. It wasn't long before she found him and immediately moved to encircle him. "So, how do you want to die?" Chu Qing asked. She could not see how she could lose this. She had him surrounded tighter than a rat's ass, and they outnumbered him more than 20 to 1. He could sprout wings this instant, and he still wouldn't be able to get away from this. Liu Yi swallowed the spirit pill he was chewing and lowered his gaze. He then gripped the hilt of his saber and said, "That's my question, silly girl." Windwalk flashed on his legs in an instant, and he rushed toward Chu Qing so fast he was a blur. At the same time, 2 flying weapons shot toward the fat and the petite women beside her respectively. "You dare!" Chu Qing raged at his gall before ordering, "Capture him." She wasn't kidding when she promised the fat woman to keep him alive, at least for now. For the longest time, the horrible images of Chu Shui's death had haunted her dreams. There was no way she was going to kill him until she had tortured him to her heart's content. They outnumbered Liu Yi over 20 to 1, so Chu Qing was confident that they could handle him however they liked. Their flying weapons alone were beyond his ability to handle. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from all around them. It was because the cultivators of House of Wintry Blossoms found themselves struck by multiple spirit shackling ropes right as they were about to attack Liu Yi. Those who were too slow to react were immediately bound and dropped to the ground. Even those who managed to dodge out of the way quickly found themselves fighting against multiple enemies at once. "It's the Xianyuan City Watch," someone shouted in surprise. At least 20 sentries had ambushed them from behind, something they had never encountered until now. It completely nullified their numbers advantage to say the least. Their group had run into multiple sentry squads before this, but never more than 1 squad at a time. Moreover, the only one that possessed a modicum of intelligence within a squad was the sentry leader. Therefore, it took very little effort to take them out. If the sentry squads were their only opponents, then they still could have turned this around. After all, the sentry squads generally did not harm them unless they struggled too much or something. They also did not take a cultivator's life after immobilizing them with the spirit shackling rope. The problem was that there was a strange, fat apparition wearing a landlord's outfit among the sentries. He wielded a dice cup that fired 3 shiny dice, and he kept targeting the cultivators who were shackled by the spirit shackling ropes. 3 people had died to his attack in the blink of an eye. Somehow, their ambush had transformed into a counter-ambush by the Xianyuan City Watch. It was so unbelievable that the cultivators themselves doubted this was actually happening. This was the work of Amber, of course. When Liu Yi realized that he was being followed, he did not send Yi to scout the area like he normally would because the underground was sealed by an enhancement and it was too dangerous. Instead, he sent Amber to look for his stalker. Imagine his surprise when he came back and told him that only 1 ghost cultivator was stalking him, but dozens more cultivators were sneaking toward them from every direction. Knowing that these people were planning to ambush him, he did the only thing he could, have Yi and Amber counter-ambush them. The ghost spirits usually hid within Amber's body until it released them, so there was little chance they would be discovered before they were ready. The reason he spoke with Chu Qing at all was to buy time for Yi to set up everything. Otherwise, not even protection would keep him safe from so many enemies. The current situation was much more manageable. His would-be ambushers were busy tangoing with the Xianyuan City Watch and Liu Sanbao, so they could not lift a hand against him. This meant that his only opponents were Chu Qing and the 2 women beside her. They were all 9th order, sure, but so what? Clang. His 2 flying weapons were sent flying by the petite woman wielding the large blade. Holding her weapon with 2 hands, she weaved an impenetrable wall of steel that repelled everything within 10 meters from her person. Nothing and no one could get close to her unless they broke her dance, and she was surprisingly nimble despite the blade's powerful style. Although Chu Qing and the fat woman were surprised by the sudden turn of events, they did not lose their cool. Chu Qing launched a flying weapon that arced toward the right side of Liu Ye's head. Liu Yi attempted to slash the weapon out of the way, but it nimbly dodged the attack before continuing its path, metal sliding against metal. Liu Yi just barely managed to flick it away at the last possible moment. By now, Liu Yi was just 10 meters away from the three girls. He did not continue controlling his flying weapons after they were sent flying, even though he was capable of fighting at close range and controlling them at the same time. It was because splitting his focus in a life-or-death battle like this would only shorten his lifespan. Before he was in the 7th Order, he envied his opponents for making him dance like a marionette with their flying weapons. It wasn't until he was capable of the feat himself did he realize that the technique was more flawed than it seemed. It was good for mid-range combat and only that. Once the distance was closed, flying weapons were distractions at best and suicide tools at worst. But of course, this did not apply to scenarios where a companion was supporting the melee cultivator with flying weapons. In the end, any method that could kill the enemy was a viable one. It was up to the user to make it a good one. Liu Yi swung slowly yet fast at his enemy, but a blade sailed toward his face as soon as he made the move. He had no choice but to cancel his attack and block the blade. A series of metallic clangs erupted through the streets. Sparks flew everywhere as spirit artifacts clashed against spirit artifacts. Chu Qing and the fat woman were just about to assist their comrade when suddenly, they felt a flare of spiritual power behind them. They looked behind just in time to see a sentry squad appearing behind them and launching their spirit-shackling ropes. They were beyond shocked as a matter of course. Amber was currently in control of 31 ghost spirits, and it had split them into 6 squads, as they were before they were captured. 5 of the squads were currently engaging the other ambushers, while the last one was pit against Chu Qing and her 2 friends. Although Liu Yi was capable of fighting above his cultivation level, not even he could battle 3 9th Order cultivators at once and win. However, it was a different story if he had the support of a sentry squad. The sneak attack was so surprising that even Chu Qing and the fat woman were unable to react in time. At the last moment, the fat woman moved in front of Chu Qing with a speed that did not match her appearance and blocked all the spirit-shackling ropes. For a moment, it looked like the ropes would cut into the woman's flesh and turn this fight into a horror show. Then, she gritted her teeth, roared, and let loose a shockwave of vitality so thick that it was almost tangible. Behind her, Chu Qing dashed out while holding a pair of swords in each hand. Although she was a woman, she fearlessly charged toward a sentry and danced the dance of murder with her spirit artifacts. Chapter 264, Man Plans and the Heavens Laugh. Every member of the Xianyuan City Watch was a powerhouse in their own right, but their actions were rigid because they lacked intelligence. As a result, their skills did not match their cultivation level. Their advantage lay in the fact that they operated as a squad and knew the spirit shackling lock. When one spirit shackling lock was launched, more would follow. It was especially difficult for isolated cultivators to handle this. Chu Qing was the progate of the House of Wintry Blossoms, so of course she was a powerful cultivator in her own right. The moment she reached the sentries, she surrounded one of them in a storm of swords and cut him down in just 3 breaths. It wasn't a flawless kill, however. The other sentries were hitting her with their spirit artifacts while she was cutting down their ally. After she successfully cut down one of the sentries, Chu Qing immediately withdrew to the back before shouting, "Xianyuan." The fat woman bound by the spirit-shackling ropes immediately let out a mighty roar. At the beginning, she was bound by 4 spirit-shackling ropes in total. Now, there were only 3 since Chu Qing had killed one of the sentries. Incredibly, she grew another size and actually broke free of the spirit-shackling ropes just like that. "I'm coming!" The fat woman named Xianyuan yelled with obvious anger on her face. She then ran straight toward Chu Qing. For a moment, it looked like the 2 cultivators were in a collision course with each other. However, as if she had eyes at the back of her head, Chu Qing leaped into the air and landed lithely on Xianyuan's shoulder. The 4 spectral sentries attacking her had no such luck. They were bowled over by the fat woman and suffered great damage as a result. "I'll hold them back," Xianyuan declared. She wasn't afraid even though she was fighting 1 against 4 because she was a body-tempering cultivator. Her offensive repertoire might be lacking compared to cultivators of other cultivator factions, but the opposite was equally true. No one was harder to kill than a body-tempering cultivator. Be careful, Chu Qing warned before rushing back toward Liu. They had gathered here to kill Liu Yi and take revenge for Chu Shui, not to do battle against the Xianyuan City Watch. Even if their numbers weren't literally infinite within the city, killing the Xianyuan City Watch wouldn't help further their objective one bit. That was why they weren't going to waste time with the Xianyuan City Watch. They could retreat after killing Liu Yi. Chu Qing pushed off the ground with both feet and rushed toward Liu Yi at high speed. However, her pupils contracted when Liu Yi abruptly sent the petite woman flying toward her. She even spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Chu Qing hurriedly put away her swords and caught the petite woman with both hands. They rolled across the ground for a bit before catching themselves. Pwack! The petite woman spat out another mouthful of fresh blood while pushing herself to her feet. Ruo Yen! Chu Qing cried out in alarm. I'll live! Her companion answered with a light cough before heaving her massive blade over her shoulders once more. She stared cautiously to the front. There, Liu Yi was slowly walking toward them with his saber pointed toward the ground. Blood was dripping off the blade, and his eyes were narrowed into half-slits. His hair cast a shadow on his face and hid his expression from view. He was just an 8th-order cultivator, and yet he was giving off an inconceivable amount of pressure. Be careful, senior sister. Something's not right about that man, Ruo Yen warned as she recalled her brief clash against Liu Yi. Even now, she had no idea how he had defeated her so quickly. She wasn't so arrogant as to think she would be able to toy with Liu Yi as she pleased, but she did believe that she would have the upper hand fighting against a cultivator who was 1 minor realm below her. It wasn't until they actually clashed that she found out that Liu Yi possessed some bizarre abilities that were nigh impossible to defend against without prior knowledge. For starters, he seemed to possess the ability that instantly increased the weight of his attacks by a literal ton. The hit that had sent her flying had appeared so abruptly and without warning that she had almost failed to react to it. If her intuition wasn't as sharp as it was, she would be lying on the ground in 2 halves already. Chu Qing's expression turned grim as she stared at the incoming young man. The Battle of Golden Tip began replaying itself in her mind. That day, the 5th-order young man had accepted the challenge of 43 6th-order opponents, defeated them all, and killed at least 30 of them. The battlefield had run red with his enemy's blood that day. Since then, Chu Qing realized that there existed people whose strength defied all common sense in this world. Killing enemies higher than their cultivation realm was as easy as breathing to them. That was why she hadn't underestimated him one bit when she saw Liu Yi in the valley. The guy had been able to defeat 43 6th-order cultivators when he was just at 5th order. It was not inconceivable that he would be able to kill 9th-order cultivators with the same ease as an 8th-order cultivator. This was why she had gathered over 20 people to kill him, and for a time, she was sure that nothing could stop her from obtaining her vengeance. That was until the Xianyuan City Watch appeared at the worst moment and ruined her plan completely. It was bad enough that her people couldn't assist her, even Xianyuan was busy keeping 4 sentries off their backs. Retreat was not an option though. Ruo Yen was hurt, but her injuries weren't so severe that she had to cancel the mission altogether. No matter how you looked at it, the upper hand was still in their hands. Let's go, Chu Qing declared before leading the charge. The petite woman named Ruo Yen moved behind Chu Qing and concealed herself perfectly from Liu Ye's view. The 2 of them had begun their cultivation journey together, so their teamwork had been perfected a long time ago. More often than not, they didn't even need to speak to understand each other's intent. At the same time, Liu Yi radically shortened the distance between himself and the 2 women in 1 step. Fiery red spiritual power ran along the edge of the inviolable as he brought it straight down at Chu Qing. The swordswoman immediately raised one of her swords in response. Her plan was to block Liu Ye's with 1 sword while striking him down with the other, but she quickly realized that she was being naive when their spirit artifacts met. The force being transmitted to her hand was so massive that she nearly lost her grip. Chu Qing's eyes contracted into pins. Was it even possible for an 8th order cultivator to possess such strength? Even Xianyuan was only this strong. Realizing she had erred, she hurriedly withdrew her other sword and blocked the attack with both weapons. She would have cut herself if she had not done so. However, Liu Ye's second attack came much quicker than she had anticipated, forcing her to block it in a panic. The third attack had nearly run right through her chest. How is he so fast? There wasn't a day or night where she didn't dream of killing Liu Yi and taking revenge for her younger sister, but it was only after she actually engaged him in battle that she realized just how terrifying he was. It was bad enough that his attacks were powerful beyond imagination, they also came almost too fast for her to react. In fact, she almost certainly could not block his fourth attack. As expected, Chu Qing was unable to defend herself when Liu Yi swung his saber at her pale neck. Luckily for her, she wasn't alone. At the critical moment, a massive blade abruptly appeared beside her neck and struck the inviolable's blade. It was Wuxia finally making a move. Sparks flew everywhere as the attack that would have hit Chu Qing was blocked. Spiritual light erupted from the blade and nearly slammed the inviolable back into Liu Ye's face. Liu Yi turned his blade to redirect the force acting against him while turning his head at the same time. He survived, but the enemy's blade was close enough to shave off a few strands of hair. Sensing an excellent opportunity, Chu Qing reversed her grip on her left sword and thrust it toward Liu Ye's chest like a dagger. Suddenly, a great surge of spiritual power erupted from nearby. Without thinking, Chu Qing swung her sword in that direction and blocked the spell directed at her. She looked in the direction of the spell and found a cute girl standing not far behind Liu Yi. She was the one who forced her to cancel her attack. Neither Chu Qing nor Wuxia had noticed her until she fired the spell. The girl channeled her power and fired another spell at her. At the same time, Liu Yi swung his saber. Chu Qing and Wuxia were fighting together, but Liu Yi wasn't alone either. In fact, he had been searching for an opening since the start of the battle. Unfortunately, neither woman had revealed too big an opening even now, and she was forced to reveal herself when Liu Yi was in danger of taking a strong hit. Frankly, this battle was quite dangerous for the likes of Yi. Thankfully, a spell cultivator like her only needed to attack the enemy from a distance. Chu Qing and Wuxia's figures blurred as they attacked Liu Yi as one. Their teamwork was perfect even though their spirit artifacts were drastically different from each other. Their attacks filled every space within 3 meters of their person. In the past, they had fought 4 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators like this and even killed one of them. This time, though, their perfect teamwork failed to give them a sense of absolute control. It was because the rhythm of the battle was fully in Liu Ye's grasp. His blade speed was unthinkable, and the spell cultivator's support gave him just enough power to push them to the edge. Despite having gone all out, they just barely managed to keep his attacks at bay. They couldn't even retaliate against him. The 2 women kept being pushed back as the blood slowly drained away from their faces. At this range, any mistake could be their last. They weren't sure when it had begun, but the surrounding fog suddenly looked much thicker than before. At some point, it even started churning as if something was about to burst out from within. Both sides noticed this unusual phenomenon and realized that their time was short. Liu Yi started pushing harder and harder. When Chu Qing realized they were seconds away from faltering under Liu Ye's assault, she finally cried out, "Xianyuan! I'm here!" The fat woman responded. The next second, she ignored the sentry's attacks, ran up to Liu Yi like a behemoth, and brought down a fat palm on his head. Originally, Chu Qing was sure they didn't need Xianyuan's help to defeat Liu Yi. She had imagined herself and Wuxia taking down the bastard in the shortest time possible while the body-tempering cultivator kept the Xianyuan city watch at bay. The remaining sentries weren't a problem as long as they were able to complete their primary objective. Unfortunately, man plans and the heavens laugh. Chu Qing thought she had already given Liu Yi the highest amount of respect, but reality still gave her a slap to the face. Both her and Ruoyan were going to die here if she still did not call for help. Chapter 265. Why didn't the Xianyuan City Watch arrest you? Considering the amount of pressure Liu Yi was putting out right now, one death would quickly lead to the other if either one of them was killed. Chu Qing swapped places with Xianyuan as soon as she arrived. It was a body-tempering cultivator's natural responsibility to fight at the forefront and endure the most amount of damage for their allies. The fat palm flying toward Liu Ye's head wasn't particularly quick. Liu Yi was able to change his trajectory and slash her in the arm. However, the inviolable only left a bloody gash on her skin instead of lopping off her whole arm. He felt as if he had struck an extremely flexible piece of rubber instead of human flesh. The wriggling flesh and blood surrounding the blade had minimized the force behind his slash. Xianyuan brought down another palm at him. Liu Yi tried to send her flying with a kick to the stomach, but he felt as if his foot had sunk into a mud pool. Not only was his counterattack completely nullified, the wriggling fat abruptly clamped around his leg and held it in place. He was actually unable to pull it out on the first attempt. By now, Xianyuan's palm had made contact with protection. The glyph shattered into bits, and he saw stars as if he had just taken a hammer blow to the head. If the attack was this powerful even after it was partially nullified by protection, he was certain that a perfect hit would turn his head into paste. "I've come to show you some love, you flirt." Xianyuan's words were sweet, but the look in her eyes was anything but. As she stretched her arms wide as if she was about to give him a hug, vitality gushed out of her body and boosted her speed to an unbelievable level. This was bad. If she managed to catch him, it would be worse than being fully bound by the spirit-shackling ropes. He would completely be at his enemy's mercy. As if this wasn't bad enough, his leg was still stuck in her stomach. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Liu Ye's eyes remained clear despite the fact that he was a moment away from defeat. His concentration climbing to peak levels, he wreathed Inviolable in flames and aimed a stab at Xianyuan's chest. At the same time, Inviolable's aura flashed. If one sharp edge isn't enough, how about two? As the tip of his blade sank into Xianyuan's flesh, he could feel it wriggling and trying to nullify his attack like last time. However, it was way harder to nullify a stab than a slash, not to mention that it was empowered by two sharp edges. Xianyuan cried out in pain as the blood drained away from her face. Instead of hugging Liu Yi, she hit him in both shoulders and pushed him away from her. The attack was so powerful that Liu Yi was pushed almost 10 meters to the back, his feet dragging across the surface and leaving deep gorges on the ground. Xianyuan stared at her bleeding chest with lingering fear on her face. She felt as if she had one foot in the grave just now. A short distance away, Liu Yi caught himself and rolled his shoulder blades a little. They were a bit numb from Xianyuan's attack, but it wasn't going to affect performance. At the same time, he lamented the missed opportunity. If Xianyuan had hesitated even half a second just now, he could have activated Burster and given her a taste of internal flowering. He was throwing spell after spell at Xianyuan this whole time, but the fat woman didn't even bother defending herself against them. The mixture of vitality and spiritual power surrounding her body was more than enough to stop them all. Liu Yi stared at the fat woman with a serious expression. He had to admit that she was a formidable opponent. Even if this was a 1-versus-1 fight, he still needed a bit of time to kill her, and right now time was something neither of them possessed. By now, the surrounding fog had thickened to the point where it almost seemed solid. The unnatural churning was growing more and more intense as well. Behind Xianyuan, Chu Qing and Ruoyan had taken out all the sentries that were keeping her busy, leaving only the sentry leader. This was the reason they hadn't participated in the battle earlier. Someone had to keep the Xianyuan City Watch at bay, or it would be nigh impossible to continue the operation. Now that the pressure had alleviated somewhat, Chu Qing took a moment to survey the other side of the battlefield. She was stunned by what she saw. Half of her people had already perished in battle, and the other half wasn't doing well either. The Xianyuan City Watch was immobilizing them with the spirit-shackling ropes, and the odd apparition was killing them all with his dice. Their teamwork was pretty much perfect. Chu Qing could not help but feel saddened by this sight. She had assembled over 20 people to deal with Liu Yi, and yet the Xianyuan city watch had appeared out of nowhere, foiled what should have been a flawless assassination. Just why had it turned out like this? Despite her reluctance, Chu Qing had no choice but to accept that they had been beaten for now. Eyes bloodshot, she ordered, "Retreat." The House of Wintry Blossom's cultivators were unwilling to engage the Xianyuan city watch in the first place, so they did not hesitate to retreat when she gave the order. The sentries gave chase until both parties were out of sight. Meanwhile, Liu Yi rushed toward the trio the second Chu Qing gave the retreat order. He had been planning to take revenge against the House of Wintry Blossoms, so why would he let them escape, especially since they were kind enough to deliver themselves to his doorstep? Besides that, he recognized that these three women were his greatest enemies in this city, that fat woman named Xianyuan especially so because of her strange constitution. If he couldn't kill her now, her presence was going to make it that much more difficult for him to kill the others. Luckily for him, Chu Qing's latest order was a mistake. Now was the time to take out the biggest obstacle in his path. Liu Yi stabbed toward Xianyuan as soon as he got in range. Much more cautious after the earlier brush with death, so the fat woman attempted to bat his weapon away with her palm. However, she missed because Liu Yi had withdrawn his blade halfway before stabbing once more. Xianyuan's pupils turned into pins when an aura erupted from Liu Yi's saber once more. At the last moment, Yuan arrived and blocked the attack. At the same time, Chu Qing dashed out from the side and slashed at her sworn enemy. They had finally taken out the sentry squad that was keeping them occupied a while ago. Liu Yi was immediately pushed back after the trio had joined forces. Even with Yi's help, he wasn't quite able to defend himself perfectly. His protections kept flashing with every hit they took. "We leave now," Chu Qing ordered. Although they had finally gained the upper hand, it was clear that it was going to take some time before they could kill Liu Yi, and right now their first priority was to find a place and hide from the hidden threats of this city. It was clear from the churning fog around them that something big was about to happen in this location or even the entire lost city of Xianyuan. They all needed to leave this place as soon as possible. It was why she had ordered her people to retreat. Xianyuan turned around and took off running. Yuan escaped with Chu Qing after driving Liu Yi back. Liu Yi chased after the trio relentlessly, though he made sure to pick up his flying weapons before giving chase. For a time, people could be seen leaping up and down the rooftops. However, every time Chu Qing looked behind her back, her expression grew just a little more frightened. It was because a dozen sentries were following behind Liu Yi, and she was certain they were part of the squads who had ambushed them earlier. How could she tell? It was because the odd apparition was among them as well. "I thought they were lured away by my cultivators. Why did they come back? And why are they chasing us?" Chu Qing just could not figure out what was going on here. She was wondering if she should turn around and give Liu Yi the death match he so desired if he continued to give chase, but now she had no choice but to extinguish that impulse. Everyone lost when they clashed in the presence of the Xianyuan City Watch. The sentry leaders and Liu Sanbao were obviously faster than the normal sentries. It didn't take them long before they caught up with the three women and attacked them. Liu Sanbao threw his 3 dice, and the other sentry captains unleashed their spirit-shackling ropes at Chu Qing. "Watch out, Sister Chu!" Yuan cried out while blocking Liu Sanbao's attack with her massive blade. Xianyuan also moved behind Chu Qing to throw a punch at the spirit-shackling ropes. Her impressive vitality blew them away as if it was a physical thing. However, that short delay was all the sentries needed to catch up and throw even more spirit-shackling ropes at them. Xianyuan was forced to stay where she was and punch away all the spells. While this was happening, Liu Yi ran straight toward her. "Go!" Xianyuan roared while charging toward Liu Yi. She knew there was no longer any hope of escape for her. Chu Qing and Yuan's eyes trembled, but they forced down their desire to help Xianyuan and leap toward the distance. It wasn't because they were willing to abandon their companion to her death, but because they would all be captured if they remained. The one silver lining was that the Xianyuan City Watch did not usually kill their captives unless they struggled too much. Most of the time, they were simply thrown into the dungeon and left there. With Xiao Yun's tenacity, she should have no problem surviving until the end of the rift. As for Liu Yi, she highly doubted he would be able to escape the Xianyuan City Watch. Moreover, he would definitely fare worse than Xiao Yun if he was thrown into the dungeon. Liu Yi wasn't going to let Chu Qing and Ruo Yan escape if he could help it, but Xiao Yun grew her already massive body another size before running straight toward him. It was like he was facing down a hill of flesh. Not even protection would be able to hold out if he took a direct hit. He did not dodge out of the way, however. Instead, he empowered his saber with gravity well and brought it down for one mighty swing. The moment his blade connected with Xiao Yun, the woman let out a muffled groan and nearly dropped to her knees, while Liu Yi was blown about 30 meters away from his original spot. His saber grip was literally shaking after he steadied himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the Xianyuan City Watch surrounded them in an inescapable circle. Xiao Yun laughed despite her dire situation. Her saggy eyes were full of delight as she declared, "If I'm going down, you're going down with me." Liu Yi merely massaged his wrist while staring at her with an odd expression on his face. She still had no idea what was coming for her. Xiao Yun yelled, "Don't kill me. I won't resist." "Capture her," a sentry leader yelled. Spirit shackling ropes immediately hit her from every direction and wrapped her from neck to toe. Suddenly, Xiao Yun frowned in confusion. Something didn't feel right about this. For one, the sentries only immobilized her and did not touch a hair on her person. Second, Liu Yi was walking toward her with his saber in hand, and the sentries around them were acting as if they hadn't seen him at all. Liu Yi walked until he was right in front of Xiao Yun. Then, he raised the inviolable and aimed at the spot where her heart was. Liu Yi had fought plenty of fearless enemies in the past, but this was the first time he encountered someone who ran head first to her death. Shock and horror filled Xiao Yun's expression. "Why didn't the Xianyuan City Watch arrest you?" Chapter 266, Concealment Bracelet. Despite Xiao Yun's desperate struggles, she was unable to stop the double-sharp edge inviolable from piercing right through her heart. In her last moment before death, she suddenly realized something and looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. "They're with you." It was the only explanation as to why the Xianyuan City Watch had attacked her but not Liu Yi. Not only that, they were the reason their perfect ambush had fallen apart completely. Otherwise, Chu Qing would have gotten her revenge already. Xiao Yun was no idiot. It didn't take much effort for her to put two and two together. What horrified her was that a cultivator had somehow colluded with the Xianyuan City Watch. She could not imagine what would happen if Liu Yi was allowed to continue like this. She had to warn her comrades no matter what. She raised her hand and tried to send a message through her battlefield imprint, but inviolable flashed once in her heart before blooming into a ball of energy spikes. Burster instantly turned her insides into mush. Xiao Yun's entire body trembled a little. The light in her eyes faded rapidly after that. Amber appeared out of seemingly nowhere and leaped onto Liu Ye's shoulder. The reason it hadn't made an appearance throughout the battle was because it was controlling the ghost spirits from the shadows. Unfortunately, even simple orders required a certain degree of control. The surrounding sentries dissipated into spiritual light before returning to Amber's body. The only ghost spirit still standing in the open was Yi. Without the spirit shackling rope to keep her up, Xiao Yun's massive body hit the ground like a landslide. Liu Yi grabbed her storage bag before running toward the distance. Right now, both the streets and the rooftops were covered in thick fog. Some sort of strange aura was seeping out of the fog as well. Liu Yi barely took a couple of steps when a humanoid creature suddenly burst out of the fog and attacked him. In fact, Liu Yi was incredibly familiar with this scenario. Every time he fought inside the Rift of Illusions, his opponents, cultivators that seemed to be covered in fog, would rush out from the fog and attack him. Every time he killed one of them, a stronger foe would take their place. They wouldn't stop coming until he was dead. The humanoid creature attacking him right now was completely covered in fog, making it impossible to determine their appearance or even their gender. They looked exactly the same as the fog creatures inside the Rift of Illusions. This discovery strengthened his belief that his mystic fruit was connected to the lost city of Xianyuan. For now, he still didn't know what that connection was. Just in case, he turned around and swung at the humanoid creature. Since the enemy was only a 7th-order cultivator, he easily cleaved them in half and returned them into fog. However, another enemy rushed out of the churning fog to engage him, and their aura was a tad stronger than the one he just killed. This time, Liu did not hesitate to run like hell. He was now absolutely certain that these humanoid creatures were the same as the ones he fought in the Rift of Illusions. Their numbers were endless, and they would only grow stronger each time he defeated them, so there was no point remaining at this place for even a second longer. He tried rushing into the nearest building and closed the door, but the fog passed right through it as if it didn't exist. Liu cursed under his breath when he saw this. He already knew from the information he bought that only houses with lanterns on the entrances could function as a shelter, but it was still annoying considering his current circumstances. He cut down the humanoid creature blocking his way and ran back out to the streets. Every once in a while, he would run into a stretch where one or both sides of the street was covered in fog. And every time he passed by these stretches, humanoid creatures would emerge from the fog and chase after him. It wasn't long before he had a tail of dozens of fog creatures. He knew he couldn't keep running like this. At this rate, he would have an entire army of fog creatures breathing down his neck. If they caught up with him, he was going to die even with the help of his Xianyuan city watch. Liu yelled and reached out toward her. The girl immediately caught his meaning and passed him all the loot she had recovered from the battlefield. She then plunged head first into Amber's body. Next, Liu retrieved what looked like a wooden bracelet from his storage bag, a spirit artifact. He then injected it with spiritual power. As he rounded a corner, he abruptly stopped in his tracks and pulled the bracelet down his wrist. Something incredible happened. A circular ripple spread out from the bracelet and covered Liu's entire body. Then, his entire figure distorted for a second before disappearing completely. Not a moment too soon, his pursuers burst out of the corner and tried to continue the chase. However, Liu was nowhere to be seen. After running circles around the area like headless flies for a bit, they finally went away as if they had given up the chase. Liu did not move a muscle, however. In fact, he was doing everything he could to slow his breathing and suppress the circulation of his spiritual power to the max. It would be terrible if he was discovered at the last moment. Lady Yuan was the one who gave him the miraculous spirit artifact. When she learned that Liu was going to enter the inner circle, Lady Yuan had given him 2 objects. The first one was the 9-realm scroll, a spirit artifact made to trap or kill enemies. The second one was the concealment bracelet, a self-preservation spirit artifact. The 9-realm scroll was a spirit treasure, and Liu currently wasn't strong enough to utilize its full power. That was why Lady Yuan sealed off 90% of its power to make it usable. The concealment bracelet wasn't a spirit treasure. In fact, its grade was subject to debate. There was no denying it was a very special spirit artifact, however. For example, it could turn its user invisible. Lady Yuan had forged it using an incredibly rare spirit wood core as the body, a concealment glyph as the core, and a few more glyphs as the support. The result was a spirit artifact that was borderline priceless. If the 9-realm scroll was an offensive spirit treasure, then the concealment bracelet was a defensive spirit artifact. It was clear from this that Lady Yuan truly cared for his safety. She wasn't planning for her successor to die, now or ever. While it wasn't difficult to achieve total concealment, all high-level ghost cultivators could turn themselves invisible. The ability was almost unique to ghost cultivators, or more accurately, those who had communed with the Nether. Every other cultivation faction had a much harder time achieving the same effect. One method every cultivation faction had access to was a spirit talisman paper called the Concealment talisman paper, but it was both expensive and incredibly rare. Not even the Vault of Providence had any in stock right now. Of course, invisibility was hardly an unbeatable skill. All cultivators possessed enhanced perception, and the stronger they were, the greater their perception. While ghost cultivators were experts in concealment and assassinations, a cultivator with sufficiently powerful perception could still detect them. Still, Lady Yuan had basically granted him a ghost cultivator's special ability with the Concealment bracelet. Its only flaw was that he could not move after activating the spirit artifact. It was also why Liu Yi hadn't used it until now, and he still wouldn't have used it if he wasn't being chased by an endless horde of fog creatures. The lack of mobility meant that a single wide-range spell was all it took to expose him. Luckily, his pursuers were mindless creatures just like the normal sentries of the Xianyuan City Watch. After he was sure they were completely gone, Liu Yi finally moved and resumed his escape. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he was being chased by the humanoid creatures once more. The only silver lining was that the Xianyuan City Watch that should be patrolling the city were nowhere to be seen. It looked like they were avoiding the humanoid creatures as well. After he had run far enough, Liu Yi used the Concealment bracelet and turned invisible once more. He was able to ditch his pursuers just like the last time before continuing forward. This situation repeated a couple of times until finally he found a building with a lantern on its entrance. Liu Yi ran straight to the building and pushed open the door without hesitation. As he stepped in though, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him and attacked him. Liu Yi immediately lifted his saber and struck his attacker. However, he heard a clang that sounded like metal and saw literal sparks flying across his vision when the attack connected. He looked up just in time to see a giant of a man bringing down a paper fan-sized palm toward his head. The attack wasn't quick, but the air pressure alone told him how powerful it was. Liu Ye's eyes twitched. Today was turning out to be a ridiculously unlucky day. First, the rift of fortune he entered did not really fit its name. Second, the only two body-tempering cultivators he fought today were abnormally strong. Xianyuan was already an annoyance because her layers of fat were thick enough that his saber couldn't cut through them, but this guy was even worse. His sharp edge-empowered slash had only left a white mark across his chest. At least Xianyuan relied on her fat to reduce the force of the enemy's attack to the utmost degree. This guy was just a goddamn walking hunk of metal. It was completely unfair. Right as the palm was about to hit his protection, Amber suddenly let out a cute cry. The palm stopped just above Liu Ye's head, the wind strong enough to blow up his hair for a moment. The inviolable also stopped just inches away from the man's face. The massive man glanced back and forth between Amber and Liu Yi. Then he withdrew his palm and scratched his head. Suddenly, a spell erupted from Liu Ye's side. He was just about to dodge out of the way when the hulking man moved his hand in the path of the spell. The fireball was at least the size of a wash basin, but it dispersed into nothing the second it made contact with his palm. Liu Yi couldn't even sense him channeling his vitality or spiritual power. This meant that the body-tempering cultivator had dispelled with spell with just his flesh. Liu Yi had never met such a tough Spirit Creek cultivator in his life. Jia! An angry voice erupted. We know them, the hulking man responded simply. Liu Yi looked to the side and saw the short cultivator he met this morning. As their eyes met, the short cultivator twirled his mustache and exclaimed, "It's you? I thought you were a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator." Sorry. That was what he said, but he didn't look sorry in the slightest. In fact, Liu Yi had the feeling he would have killed him first and asked questions later if Jia hadn't stopped, his affiliation be damned. After all, killing cultivators from your own cultivation faction gave contribution points as well. Liu Yi could smell blood in the air. He was pretty sure someone had died in this building. He shot the short cultivator a glance but sheathed his saber without a word. The short cultivator walked up with a smile and said, "Fate must have brought us together, fellow cultivator. To think we would meet again in this accursed city." Lu Yi replied non-committally before glancing left and right. He then walked to a corner and adopted a meditative position. Zhu Jia walked closer to him while staring at Amber worriedly. His big eyes looked a bit like mini lanterns. His worry was very simple. The sentries who survived the earlier battle were absorbing Amber's energy to recover. Naturally, the tiger was looking a little shriveled right now. It was going to take a while before it could regain its strength. Chapter 267, Lu Yi must be dead. Lu Yi wasn't sure what Zhu Jia and Amber saw in each other, but the duo acted as if they were close friends or something. It was the same back at the valley despite that being their first meeting. His impression of the short spell cultivator with a mustache was questionable at best, but Zhu Jia? It was difficult to dislike such a simple and honest personality. Lu Yi gulped down a couple spirit pills before feeding some to Amber. He then changed his cultivation technique and activated Gluttonous Feast. A rumble immediately started within his stomach. This lost city of Xianyuan is such a dangerous place. The short cultivator walked up to the entrance and peered through the gap between the door. The Xianyuan city watches trouble enough, but this fog is just as bad. Heavens know how many people are going to die this time. He looked back at Lu Yi and asked smilingly, "You look like you were in a fight." Lu Yi definitely wasn't looking his best right now. He had used up a lot of spiritual power and took some light injuries during his battle against the House of Wintry Blossoms. It is a bit difficult to explore such a place being just 8th order and alone. Would you like to join my party, fellow cultivator? I promise you won't regret it. No thanks. The short cultivator chuckled. Don't be so hasty to turn me down. Take your time. You may yet change your mind. The man was smiling, but it sounded like he was threatening him. In fact, he was standing in front of the only exit in this building right now. It looked like he was checking the streets, but heavens knew what he really meant with his action. I knew this guy was bad news. Back at the valley, Lu Yi had declined the short cultivator's invitation to join his party because they were strangers. However, the man had failed to recruit a single helper even after the Rift of Fortune had opened. This could mean that his reputation was unsavory, or that he had done something in the past that earned his fellow cultivators wariness, or both. In any case, no one was willing to work with him, and probably for good reason. Moreover, when Lu Yi had entered the building and engaged Zhu Jia in battle, the body-tempering cultivator had stopped immediately after spotting Amber on his shoulder. The short cultivator, on the other hand, had thrown a big-ass fireball in his direction. The guy claimed it was a mistake, but was it really? A cultivator's eyesight was extremely powerful, not to mention the eyes of a 9th order spell cultivator. Even if he wasn't able to identify him at first glance, he should have seen his face during his brief exchange with Zhu Jia. However, the man still decided to launch a fireball at him. That act alone put his entire character in question. Is he planning to kill me and loot my corpse? Lu Yi thought to himself. Ha! I'll come back here after you've made up your mind, fellow cultivator. The short cultivator's smile suddenly became much friendlier as he moved away from the entrance. He then beckoned Zhu Jia to his side and said, "Stop playing with our friend's pet and come back already, Zhu Jia." "Oh," Zhu Jia replied in an unhappy voice but lifted his ridiculously huge finger from Amber's head. He then followed the short cultivator into one of the rooms of the building. The short cultivators turned into shock and doubt after he sat down on the floor. It was because he couldn't get a grasp of Lu Yi. Just now, he was seconds away from attacking the young man. This wouldn't be the first time he had killed someone from his own cultivation faction, and it wouldn't be the last. To an independent cultivator with no one to rely on like him, Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge might as well not exist. He himself was the only faction he could rely on. As someone who climbed up the ladder from the lowest rung, he had figured out the true face of cultivation world a long time ago. Simply put, it was the law of the jungle. The reason he suddenly decided against his decision was twofold. 1. He wasn't sure if Wuxia could go all out against the young man after his earlier restraint and inexplicable display of concern. 2. He noticed at the last moment that Liu Ye's waist was covered in storage bags. Generally speaking, most cultivators only carried a single storage bag on their person. Some people might carry 2 or 3 storage bags for categorization and convenience sake, but that was it. However, he spotted at least a dozen storage bags hanging off the young man's waist, and many of them were covered in blood. That was unnatural to say the least. This was the real reason the short cultivator had changed his mind at the last moment. As an independent cultivator who had suffered many hardships to get where he was, he knew better than anyone the folly of judging another cultivator's strength by their cultivation level. In this world, there existed people whose true power was not reflected by their cultivation level at all. There were also spirit artifacts that could conceal one's spiritual power and cultivation level. Since he couldn't be sure of Liu Ye's strength, he didn't dare to carry out his plan. He had never committed to something he wasn't completely sure about, and he wasn't about to start now. One thing for certain, that 8th Order youngster was a formidable cultivator. There was a small chance that the youngster had stumbled upon those storage bags by luck and not through his own strength, but that was even less believable than his original theory. If such luck existed, he would be the richest man on the battlefield already. He could not deny that he was sorely tempted by the young man's wealth, though. He thought for a moment before tapping his battlefield imprint and sending a message to Wuxia. The body-tempering cultivator didn't notice, though. He was too busy eating his food. It wasn't until the short cultivator elbowed Wuxia and pointed at the back of his hand that the latter realized that he had a message. He checked it briefly before shaking his head. The short cultivator stared at Wuxia. His question was, "Why do you like that guy's pet so much?" To which Wuxia had responded with the shake of his head. What did that even mean? If he wasn't sure that the guy was simple-minded before, he was now. "We can kidnap it if you want it, you know," he sent another message. This time, Wuxia replied verbally with a shake of his head, "No." The short cultivator was so angry his liver hurt. If Wuxia wasn't as useful as he was, he would have abandoned him a long time ago. Wuxia knew he had done something wrong when he noticed the short cultivator glaring daggers at him. He scratched his head with a troubled look on his face, but he quickly returned to his carefree self after eating another piece of meat. Outside the room, Liu Yi was still recovering his strength and unlocking the restraining locks of his storage bags. It was a hassle to carry a dozen storage bags on his waist, so he wanted to be done with them as soon as possible. He had noticed the short cultivator's hidden malice, but he didn't pay much attention to it. If the guy was dumb enough to attack him, he didn't mind sending him on a one-way trip to the afterlife. It took him less than 2 hours to unlock all of the storage bags. He destroyed one in the process, but only because he didn't want to waste too much time on the task. He threw the empty storage bags after transferring all the useful stuff into his own storage bag. All in all, he didn't find anything that was particularly noteworthy. Generally speaking, most cultivators wouldn't carry items that were too valuable in their storage bag. Since most cultivators had a place they called their home, they generally stored their valuables in said home. It could be an outpost, a safe place, and so on, and carried only recovery and combat items on their person. Liu Yi was an exception to this rule because he was traveling and because he was beloved by his elders. Amber recovered a little after digesting the spirit pills he gave it earlier. It still looked rather weakened, so Liu Yi allowed it to inhale some of the red essence from the dragon scale. At the same time, he messaged Yi and asked her how their ghost spirits were doing. She informed him that they had only 14 ghost spirits left, meaning over half of them had died in combat. This meant he would need to replenish them as soon as possible. The ghost spirits were the reason he was able to turn the tables against the House of Wintry Blossoms. Without them, his only option was to run like hell. No matter how good he was, there was no way he could fight that many cultivators single-handedly. The House of Wintry Blossoms had suffered massive casualties during the previous engagement, but there was no way they were going to give up so easily. He was certain they would seek him out again. Whether he had an army of ghost spirits or not would directly affect the outcome of that battle. The good news was that it wasn't difficult to replenish the ghost spirits. The one thing this city didn't lack was sentries. Once the fog had faded, he could head out and replenish his soldiers. In fact, he was going to attack the House of Wintry Blossoms the moment he was ready. He would kill Chu Qing before they could fully muster their forces. Now that he had a clear goal in mind, Liu Yi felt much more spirited. At the same time, 8 House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators were licking their wounds in another building. Chu Qing's eyes were filled with hatred, and Ruoyan could not stop sobbing at the side. It was because Xianyuan was dead. In fact, she was dead not long after they had retreated. They had run away thinking that the Xianyuan City Watch would throw Xianyuan and that damnable Liu Yi into the dungeon after catching them, but for whatever reason things hadn't gone the way they thought at all. Xianyuan was the strongest body-tempering cultivator in the House of Wintry Blossoms, and not just in terms of her cultivation level. Despite being at 9th order only, her constitution was comparable to that of a heaven-grade body-tempering cultivator. If her image wasn't too unpopular, she would have been made the legate of their outpost for sure. Xianyuan was an essential talent to the House of Wintry Blossoms because they were critically lacking in body-tempering cultivators, so much so that every loss was felt by everyone. It was thanks to Xianyuan that their outpost had been nigh unassailable. Every time they clashed against the forces of Grand Sky Coalition, she was there to carry most of the pressure. It would be an understatement to say that her passing would devastate the entire sect. "Stop crying!" Chu Qing barked suddenly. Ruoyan immediately ceased her sobbing. The life of a cultivator is one filled with death and struggle. Perhaps you and I will meet a similar fate in the future. Rather than crying, you should focus on improving your chances of survival. Ruoyan forcefully swallowed her sorrow and sniffed once. Chu Qing patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too sad. If Xianyuan died, then Liu Yi must be dead as well. If nothing else, we were able to complete our primary objective. When the fog has faded, we will retrieve Xiaoyu's body and put our dead brothers and sisters at peace with Liu Yi's head." Ruoyan nodded strongly. Chu Qing turned away after consoling Ruoyan. No one saw the tear sliding down her cheek. In another building, Jiyan of Hidden Light Sanctuary was massaging his forehead with a terrible frown on his face. His problem was very simple. Gu Kanyang had been captured by the Xianyuan City Watch, and he was languishing in the dungeon right now. Gu Kanyang was one of the unlucky bastards to have encountered the Xianyuan City Watch as soon as he landed in the city. Despite his valiant struggles, there was no way he could have escaped an entire squad on his own. He had been bound and dragged away almost immediately. A junior brother who happened to witness this scene claimed that he had looked like the end of the world was upon him. If Gu Kanyang was just an ordinary disciple, he would have put the guy out of his mind already. The problem was that he was their legate, and he wasn't a body-tempering cultivator. There was a huge chance he wasn't going to hold out until the end of the rift. As if that wasn't bad enough, their sect was more or less in shambles right now. While Ji Yan had done his best to keep his people united, it was clear that his prestige could not compare to Gu Kanyang's. Right now, the best he could do was to muster their forces and wait for the fog to fade. Then, they would try to rescue Gu Kanyang from the dungeon. He knew it was extremely unlikely they would succeed though. A ton of sentries had been posted at the dungeon as a matter of course. Many people had tried to raid the dungeon in the past, but no one had ever managed to get inside. Worse still, this was hardly Hidden Light Sanctuary's only problem. They had to watch out for Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. If either sect were to learn of their intentions, then they would interfere with their plan for sure. There was no chance Hidden Light Sanctuary could defend against both sects alone. Ji Yan's headache seemed to worsen when the thoughts replayed in his mind yet again. "Brother Gu, oh Brother Gu. Just why are you so unlucky?" Chapter 268, I Know How to Kill. Back in the building Liu Yi was hiding in, the short cultivator would sometimes run to the entrance and peer through the gap between the door. He was probably checking if the fog had faded away. Liu Yi paid him no attention and continued to recover his strength. According to the jade slip he bought from the Divine Trade Association, it was uncertain how long the fog would last. Sometimes, it could be as little as 2 hours. Sometimes, it could last around 1 or even 2 days. Half a day passed like this. The short cultivator was peering through the door again when he shouted, "Zhujia." The broad body tempering cultivator stepped out from the room. He was bare-chested and wearing a tattered hemp garment. The short cultivator clasped his hands at Liu Yi and said, "We shall be taking our leave, fellow cultivator. See you another time." Despite the temptation, he ultimately decided against attacking Liu Yi. The tall and short duo left the building after that. It wasn't long before they vanished into the distance. Liu Yi waited until they were completely gone before he rose to his feet. After checking from the door for himself and confirming that the fog was gone, he too exited the building. First things first, he was going to replenish Amber's ghost spirits. While doing so, he would search for the forces of the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. In fact, he had another objective in mind. Ideally, he wanted to replace all of his ghost spirits with sentry leaders or special apparitions like Liu Sanbao. The normal sentries were just too dumb and inflexible, so their actual strength was lower than their cultivation level might suggest. The sentry leaders did not possess that problem, and special apparitions like Liu Sanbao even less so. While it was true that neither the sentry leaders nor Liu Sanbao possessed a mind of their own after they were converted into ghost spirits, they were capable of executing Amber's orders perfectly. They were far more useful than your ordinary sentries. Of course, apparitions like Liu Sanbao were pretty rare. Realistically, his army of ghost spirits would consist mostly of sentry leaders. Both the Xianyuan City Watch and the cultivators had emerged from their hidey holes after the fog had faded completely. Every once in a while, Liu Ye's senses would pick up a nearby fight or two. It wasn't long before he encountered his first squad of sentries. Before their sentry leader could even say, "You dare," he had already sent his own ghost spirits to capture them. A moment later, the entire squad had been captured and converted into Amber's ghost spirits. Although his objective was to replace all of his ghost spirits with sentry leaders or special apparitions like Liu Sanbao, he saw no reason to let go of the ordinary sentries just yet. It was more important to fill up the ranks first and leave replacing for quality later. Every time he encountered a building with a lantern at the entrance, he would explore it in hopes of running into another special existence like Liu Sanbao. Unfortunately, his search hadn't borne fruit so far. This suggested that special apparitions like Liu Sanbao were pretty rare in the city. 2 hours later, after Amber had fully replenished its ghost spirits, Liu Yi instructed it to release one into the open. It was because he wanted to perform a test. When he rounded a corner and saw a sentry squad, the ghost spirit trailing after Liu Yi immediately summoned its spirit shackling rope and bound Liu Yi. They then continued forward as if nothing was going on. The distance between the two groups kept shortening until finally, they brushed past each other. The sentry squad hadn't even spared him a glance. "It does work." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows. The reason Liu Yi carried out this little test was because he wanted to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the Xianyuan City Watch after completing his objectives. After all, killing them only wasted his energy and earned him nothing. Now that he knew that he could trick the Xianyuan City Watch by pretending to be bound, the amount of unnecessary battles he had to fight just went down drastically. Of course, he wasn't done hunting the Xianyuan City Watch just yet. He wasn't going to stop until he had replaced everyone with a sentry leader or special apparition. Suddenly, a couple of cultivators walked out of a nearby alley and saw Liu Yi. Their leader was a guy who looked to be in their early 20s. He shot Liu Yi a glance and said, "Please show us your battlefield imprint, fellow cultivator." Liu Yi returned the glance and activated his battlefield imprint as requested. A blue light immediately shone from the back of his palm. "Kill him," the cultivator ordered with a wave of his hand. The group immediately assumed combat stances. However, the sentry behind Liu Yi abruptly retracted the spirit shackling rope. Then, countless apparitions flew out of Amber's body. The tiger was currently lying on Lu Ye's shoulder right now, and through their spirit-shackling ropes. The group was tied up like a pig before they even realized what was happening. Lu Ye took a moment to crack his neck before walking up to the male cultivator. He then pulled the inviolable slowly out of its sheath. The guy was stunned to say the least. He asked while staring at Lu Ye in disbelief, "How could you control the sentries?" They had come out of the alley because they saw that Lu Ye had been captured by the Xianyuan City Watch. If he was an ally, then they would try to save him. If not, they would kill him and reduce their number of enemies by 1. However, they never imagined that there existed a cultivator who could control the Xianyuan City Watch. "Do you know where Chu Qing of the House of Wintry Blossoms is?" "No." "Then you're useless." The inviolable fell, and blood splattered all over the ground. He repeated the question to the second person, and he answered, "Yes, I know where she is." "Really? Swear it by the heavens then." "I don't know." A minute later, Lu Ye rose from the corpses and hung their storage bags on his waist. He was pretty sure that this group wasn't from the House of Wintry Blossoms because there wasn't a single woman among them. Either they were Thousand Demon Ridge independent cultivators, or they were members of Sunlit Mountain. Naturally, they had no idea where Chu Qing was. Still, this minor incident had turned out to be more useful than he initially thought. Not only was he able to fool the Xianyuan City Watch, he could trick enemy cultivators into committing suicide as well. He was tempted to repeat this trick ad infinitum, but in the end he decided against it. Being bound by the spirit-shackling rope meant he would not be able to respond to sudden dangers immediately. He continued forward. When he encountered a sentry squad, he would capture their leader and replace an ordinary sentry in his ranks. When he ran into a group of cultivators, he would battle them and kill them all. For obvious reasons, the cultivators were no match for him. What they thought was an easy kill was really a powerhouse with over 30 ghost spirits backing him up. It was like a horror show where their moment of joy turned into a nightmare at the snap of a finger. The amount of storage bags he got steadily increased during this time. Of course, he occasionally ran into cultivators from Grand Sky Coalition as well. According to them, the cultivators of Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms were in the middle of massing their forces. They were clearly plotting to take down all the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who entered this palace in one fell swoop. After all, Thousand Demon Ridge outnumbered Grand Sky Coalition by at least 100 people this time. It was because Lofty Plume Court wasn't able to arrive in time. As a result, Hidden Light Sanctuary was in a dire position right now. Even the independent cultivators on Grand Sky Coalition's side were forced to join forces with Hidden Light Sanctuary for survival. It could be foreseen that the two factions would clash in the very near future. The outcome of this clash would directly decide the fates of all cultivators in the lost city of Xianyuan as well. If Thousand Demon Ridge emerged victorious in this clash, they would surely press their advantage and slaughter all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. There were supposed to be 2 Grand Sky Coalition factions versus 2,000 Demon Ridge factions in this pocket dimension. Unfortunately, the Grand Sky Coalition faction named Lofty Plume Court were unable to arrive before the Rift of Fortune was closed. Naturally, every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator Lu Ye ran into had tried to persuade him to join them. He turned them all down though. He could not deny that it would be safer if he met up with his allies, but it would also be too late for everyone if they waited until Thousand Demon Ridge was ready. Plus, he only looked like he was alone. He really had an army of 31 ghost spirits in his command. He should be able to handle any threat as long as he didn't run into too many enemies at once. Traveling alone also afforded him the freedom to take any course of action he wanted and the opportunity to weaken Thousand Demon Ridge. In fact, he had already killed many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators while he was searching for the House of Wintry Blossoms, not to mention that he hadn't replaced all of his ordinary sentries with sentry leaders yet. Sometime later, Louis came to a stop at a 3-story building. It had caught his interest because it had not one, but an entire row of lanterns hanging at the front. There was also a horizontal board on top of the entrance, although it was tattered to the point where all but the first word was unrecognizable: house. Lu Yi pushed open the doors. The stench of decay immediately washed over him. It was impossible to tell how the room was originally arranged. It looked as if a hurricane had passed through the place. There was also an old staircase leading toward the second floor. Lu Yi looked around the first floor for a bit and found nothing. When he entered the second floor, though, his eyes immediately lit up with delight. Finally, he had found his second special apparition. Not including the apparition in front of him, Liu Yi had only encountered one special apparition throughout his search, and that was Liu Sanbao. His combat performance was beyond exemplary, and he was at least several times stronger than a sentry leader. The apparition in front of him was a fragile-looking woman with a gorgeous countenance. She wore a dress that suggested that this building could have been part of the red light district and carried a pipa. Lu Yi did not think she was weak just because she looked fragile, however. It was because he saw 3 corpses not far away from the woman. He didn't know who these unlucky bastards were, but their expressions suggested that they had been tortured horribly before their deaths. There was encrusted blood on every hole on their faces, which were frozen in pain. Noticing Liu Ye's arrival, the woman shot him a shy look that would have stolen the soul of a lesser man. Her vermilion lips parted slightly as she spoke in a voice as gentle as water. "Do you know how to recite poetry, sir?" All special apparitions in the lost city of Xianyuan carried some sort of obsession or hobby from before they died. Liu Sanbao was a gambler, so the first thing he did after Lu Yi entered his house was to invite him to gamble. The gamble would not stop until one party had lost everything, including their lives. Most of the time, Liu Sanbao was the undisputed winner. Unlike Liu Sanbao, this apparition's obsession was a bit more esoteric. This was the first time anyone had asked him if he knew poetry. "No." "Do you know how to compose a rhyming couplet then?" "Nope." "What do you know then, sir?" "I know how to kill." Lu Yi raised his inviolable. The woman's spiritual light was even thicker than Liu Sanbao's, so she was probably a heaven grade 8th or even 9th order apparition. As expected of the lost city of Xianyuan, this place was full of monsters. The female apparition shot the inviolable a glance but smiled at Lu Yi. She did not get angry despite his impudence. Her smile quickly vanished from her face, however. It was because spectral sentries began flying out of Amber's body until the room was filled with them. "Waaaaaaah!" The female apparition wailed. She looked terribly sad as tears streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't because she was terrified for her life, however. An invisible wave of energy swept across the entire second floor, causing the spiritual light of every sentry to start flashing erratically. Even Liu Yi felt a little faint. Liu Ye's expression immediately turned serious. It was a sonic attack, an attack that was transmitted via sound. He had heard about it, but this was the first time he actually experienced it in battle. He tried to raise his saber but discovered that he couldn't quite control his arm. Chapter 269, Waaaaaaah. The sentries closest to the female apparition fared worse than him. Even Liu Sanbao wore a pained look on his face. Roar! Thankfully, Amber was here to seal the deal. From Liu Ye's shoulder, it let out a mighty roar that not only suppressed the female apparition's cry, but also stunned her for a brief instant. When she came to, she realized that the tiger was not an ordinary one and watched it warily. Amber pounced toward the female apparition and inhaled at her. Knowing she was in danger, she played a note on her pipa and sent it flying from her. It even flipped a couple of times in midair. He immediately emerged from Amber's body and fired a spell at the female apparition. At the same time, Lu Yi rushed forward and brought down his saber. The female apparition was able to block the spell but not Liu Ye's attack. The aura surrounding her body flashed once. Not a moment too soon, the surrounding sentries tossed their spirit-shackling ropes, and Liu Sanbao his 3 dice at the female apparition. The female apparition placed her long, slender fingers on a couple of strings and plucked them hard, freezing most of the spirit shackling ropes in midair and shattering the rest. Waaaaaaah, she began crying again. Roar. Amber immediately countered with its roar, and it was even louder than last time. A visible shockwave washed over the female apparition and stifled her cry. Her expression looked pained as well. Lu Yi immediately brought down his saber a second time. Wah! Roar! Thwack! Wah! Roar! Thwack! The female apparition was crying for real after that. Giant droplets of tears slid down her cheeks as she hugged her Peepa close and stared at Lu Yi like a bullied child. Unfortunately for her, her customer this time was a tough one. Not only could he not recite poems or compose rhyming couplets, he was also a shouter and an abuser. A while later, Amber swallowed the depressed female apparition and converted her into a ghost spirit. Naturally, Lu Yi was extremely pleased with this outcome. He asked Amber to release the female apparition to check on her condition. Just like Liu Sanbao, her cultivation level had fallen to the 9th order. Her expression was blank, and her eyes had lost their soul-stealing quality. She was hugging her Peepa, but her movement and posture were much stiffer than before. He could see a hint of her former fragility though. Unfortunately, this was one of the major flaws of Amber's ability. Any apparition it converted into ghost spirits would turn into mindless drones. Lu Yi examined the Peepa in the female apparition's hands for a moment and noted that it was similar to Liu Sanbao's dice cup. At the beginning, he had thought that the dice cup was a spirit artifact. However, he soon realized that it was really a manifestation of his power. It was neither real nor false like the apparition himself. With that done, he gave his small army of ghost spirits a look over. Excluding he had 31 ghost spirits and only 14 of them were ordinary sentries. The rest were 2 special apparitions and 15 sentry leaders. This was so much better than the force he had when he had neutralized Chu Qing's ambush. If he had such a force back then, not a single one of them would have been able to make it out alive. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to ask the female apparition her name. It wasn't a problem though. He mentally labeled her as Peepa Girl before resuming his exploration. 2 hours later, Lu Yi stood in front of a compound with tall walls and stared at the lantern hanging at the entrance. He then pushed open the door and walked in. A compound like this was pretty rare in the city. Its owner was probably an important person before they passed away. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from nearby. Lu Ye's gaze was immediately drawn to a shade of red at a corner of the compound. A slender woman was sitting on a swing with her back to him. Lu Yi could barely control his delight as he praised his good fortune. Before this, he had been searching for special apparitions like Liu Sanbao. Now, he had run into both Peepa Girl and this mysterious woman in just 2 hours. Perhaps special apparitions weren't as rare as he thought after all. The reason he hadn't run into them earlier was probably because he was unlucky or because they were killed by other cultivators. The swing gently swayed back and forth. The woman's dress was long enough that it dragged against the ground. Lu Yi was just about to ask Amber to release the ghost spirits and communicate with the woman when suddenly, he turned as stiff as a statue. He rubbed both his eyes before staring at the woman in red dress intently. When he confirmed that he wasn't mistaken, he hurriedly clamped his hand around Amber's mouth. The tiger looked at him innocently. It just wanted to yawn. He then slowly shuffled backward while trying his best not to make a sound. Boom! Suddenly, the wooden door he came through a moment ago slammed shut behind him. He immediately rammed his shoulder into it because it looked rotten enough to shatter at the slightest touch. It didn't work though. It felt as solid as the stones that made up the walls of this compound. He wasn't out of tricks though. Spiritual power surged into his back as a pair of fiery red wings burst into existence. He soared into the air and tried to jump over the wall, but he was frozen in place at the last second by an invisible energy. Even his spiritual power was completely frozen, causing his wings to disappear into nothing. Cold sweat poured down Lu Ye's forehead like a waterfall. Alarm bells rang loudly in his head as he stared at the woman in the red dress. Suddenly, he understood exactly how his enemies felt when they found out that the person they thought was prey wasn't. It was an emotional roller coaster, all right. His senses had tingled immediately after he saw the woman's aura, or rather, a lack thereof. He had seen 3 people with no apparent aura in his life. They were Sister Xianyuan, the sect master, and Lady Yuan. Sister Xianyuan was a true Lake Realm master, and the sect master and Lady Yuan Divine were Ocean Realm masters. The reason he couldn't see their auras was because they were way beyond his level. This was also why Liu Yi had wanted to escape the moment he realized this. It was because the woman in the red dress was most likely unbeatable even with an army of ghost spirits on his side. Of course, there was a chance she didn't have any spiritual power because she was powerless. For starters, non-cultivators did not have an aura. This was the lost city of Xianyuan though. How could there be an apparition who was completely powerless? Even if she was an exception to the rule, there would be no point in converting her into a ghost spirit. He wanted to capture special apparitions because they were powerful, not the opposite. In any case, avoiding the woman was his only option. Unfortunately, he was too late. The door was closed, and his spiritual power was sealed. The worst part was that the woman in the red dress had done all this without lifting a finger. She had not moved an inch from her swing. As it turned out, the information of the Divine Trade Association wasn't so reliable after all. At the very least, there was no mention of such a terrifying existence in the lost city of Xianyuan. I want my money back. Suddenly, the woman began singing. Her voice was soft, but it sounded like she was singing right next to his ears. The melody flowed straight into his soul. Liu Yi relaxed not because the melody was soothing, but because he was resigned to his fate. What was the point in resisting when the enemy was so obviously beyond his power? He might as well see where this goes. Speaking of which, every special apparition in the lost city of Xianyuan inherited an obsession or a hobby from when they were still alive. Liu Sanbao was a gambling addict, Peepa Girl wanted to recite poems and compose rhyming couplets, and this woman in red dress had launched into song without warning. Did she want him to listen to her song? Or maybe she wanted him to reciprocate with a song of his own after she was done. In any case, there was still hope. The fact that the apparition only trapped him here instead of killing him outright meant there was still a chance he might escape with his life, but only if he made the right choices. So, he calmed his mind and listened closely to her song. What if she asked him about her song later, and he couldn't give her an answer? It would be a horrible way to go. Unfortunately, he could only tell that she was singing a tragic and sorrowful song. He could not make out a single word of what she was singing. The emotions of the song infected him before he realized it. The song seemed to be a story of parting where 2 lovers were, for whatever reason, separated for thousands of years. All that was left was a woman who still yearned for her lover to this day. An unknown amount of time later, the song that shook the soul finally faded into nothing. However, Liu Yi was unable to shake off the sorrow in his heart immediately, even though he knew it was the influence of the song. It was quite tragic. The swing stopped, and a quiet voice entered his ears. Have you seen Tang Yuan? You want to eat Tang Yuan, miss? Liu Yi sniffed while groaning on the inside. He had plenty of food inside his storage bag, but the large majority of them were jerkies. Of course he didn't have stuff like Tang Yuan. Her back still facing toward him, the woman in the red dress shook her head. Tang Yuan is the name of my cat. Oh, sorry, but I haven't seen it. She fell silent for a moment before saying, Can you find Tang Yuan for me? It's a dangerous world out there. I worry for its safety. Sure. Thank you. You're welcome. Boom. The door that had been shut all this time suddenly opened. Liu Yi immediately strode out of the compound as quickly as he could. Boom. The door closed once more. It sounded like the woman was singing again. Liu Yi empowered himself with Windwalk before running at top speed. He did not stop until he was 2 streets away from the compound. As he stopped to catch his breath, he floated out of Amber's body with tears in her eyes. Clearly, she was affected by the song as well. Are we going to look for the cat, Liu Yi? Of course, Liu Yi wanted to say, of course not, but his heart skipped a beat right before he was about to finish the sentence. It was as if his sixth sense was warning him of a grave danger. Now that he thought about it, breaking his promise with the woman in the red dress or even talking behind her back would probably go poorly for him, so he hurriedly corrected himself, "We will. It can't be too hard, right?" As if on cue, the feeling of danger vanished into nothing. It told him that it wasn't just his imagination. Now, Liu Yi understood why the woman had released him so easily. At the same time, he felt a growing headache in his head. How was he going to find a single cat in such a huge city? Did the cat even exist for that matter? If it didn't, then he was as good as dead. "No, wait, that's not right," she said. "Can you find Tang Yuan for me? Not, you will die if you don't bring me my cat. That means I'll live as long as I put in the effort. Whether I can actually find it is beside the point." He felt much better after he figured this out. His situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Still, he couldn't help but lament how odd the lost city of Xianyuan was all over again. No wonder the cultivators hated this place so much. Not only was it rife with danger, one had to take care of the special apparitions' strange requests as well. The slightest mistake could be their last. Suddenly, Liu Yi sensed a fight nearby. Judging from the shockwaves and the noise, it was quite the huge fight too. He told Yi to hide before activating Conceal Presence. Then, he quietly made his way toward the commotion. Chapter 270, Peerless Loyalty. A short while later, Liu Yi peeked out from behind a rooftop. He saw what looked like a public square and a couple of bodies on the ground. At least 30 cultivators had gathered around the place. The 3 sects who entered this place were the only ones capable of massing such a force, and since he already learned from his allies that Grand Sky Coalition wasn't assembling here, they most likely belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge. His suspicion was confirmed when he saw the petite woman named Ruo Yen among the cultivators. Chu Qing was nowhere to be seen though. As it turned out, he knew the person they were attacking. It was none other than the body-tempering cultivator he bade goodbye a while ago, Wuxia. Wuxia was currently standing with his back bent and his face facing toward the ground. Countless spells and flying weapons were smashing into his body and disrupting his aura. His hemp shirt was tattered to begin with, but now his upper body was completely bare, exposing tough muscles and bloody wounds. Liu Yi was shocked that Wuxia was still standing. During their brief exchange earlier, Wuxia had withstood a sharp edge-empowered slash and walked away with only a white mark on his chest. At the time, he was already awed by his toughness and wondering how it was even possible for a mere 9th-order cultivator to cultivate such a tough body. The scene he was witnessing right now was even more impressive. Wuxia was currently enduring a barrage of attacks no other 9th-order body-tempering cultivator could possibly survive. At least 7 or 8 of the 30,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were gathered here were throwing their spells or flying weapons at him, but he looked like he could withstand the barrage a while yet. It wasn't like he was dodging the attacks either. From the looks of it, he wasn't moving because he was protecting something underneath him. Liu Yi focused his sight and realized that the thing underneath Wuxia was his companion, the short cultivator with a mustache. Wuxia was making sure that not a single attack would land on him. Judging from the growing pool of blood beneath Wuxia, though, there was a high chance the spell cultivator was already dead. In other words, Wuxia was protecting a corpse right now. How did they get themselves surrounded by Thousand Demon Ridge? The situation must have been really bad if that cunning bastard couldn't survive even with Wuxia's protection. Suddenly, Ruo Yen spoke up, "Join the House of Wintry Blossoms, and you will live to see another day, Wuxia." In fact, Ruo Yen and her group had come specifically for Wuxia. Even before they entered the Rift of Fortune, Chu Qing had already assigned her sect mates 2 missions. One was to kill Liu Yi, and the other Wuxia. She wanted Liu Yi dead because she wanted to take revenge for Chu Shui. As for Wuxia, The man was famous for his inhuman physique. If they didn't kill him now, he might join the Hidden Light Sanctuary in the future. They would rather nip the danger in the bud. They weren't the only ones who were hunting Wuxia either. Sunlit Mountain was looking for him as well. They were going to fight a decisive battle against the Hidden Light Sanctuary later, so of course they were going to take out some potential threats before then. Wuxia was easily at the top of their kill list. Ruo Yen had given chase after discovering Wuxia and the short cultivator. The short cultivator collapsed first, but Wuxia was still alive. Ruo Yen had heard of Wuxia's reputation a long time ago, but it wasn't until today that she realized just how incredible he really was. Previously she had thought Xianyuan was the best of the best among her peers, but clearly that wasn't the case. This was why Ruo Yen was trying to persuade Wuxia to join their side. The House of Wintry Blossoms could always use more body-tempering cultivators, and their best, Xianyuan, had died not long ago. If she could recruit Wuxia, then this venture wouldn't be a complete tragedy. She had already messaged Chu Qing about this and obtained her approval. In fact, the woman and her group were on their way over. They would be arriving very soon. The House of Wintry Blossoms knew exactly what they wanted to do with Wuxia. If they could recruit him, then all was well. If they couldn't, then they would end his life. Long story short, if they couldn't have him, then no one would. Don't be stubborn, Wuxia. You know better than anyone how Sima Yang treats you. If you join us, we promise that no one will mistreat you ever again. Sima Yang was the name of his dead companion. It wasn't like no one ever tried to recruit an extraordinarily talented body-tempering cultivator like Wuxia. Of course they had. In fact, the recruitment efforts hadn't stopped since the day he displayed his talent. A body-tempering cultivator like him was worth 10 ordinary body-tempering cultivators. Who wouldn't want to have him? But of course, Sima Yang rejected them all on behalf of Wuxia. They had never joined a sect since they started cultivating because they would have to bow their head to a higher power if they did, and that was something Sima Yang could never accept. Speaking of which, the rumor that Wuxia had never taken a life was real, as unbelievable as it sounded. It was because Sima Yang always took the last hit. Wuxia would fight at the forefront, and Sima Yang from behind. Once the enemy was crippled, Sima Yang would kill them and claim everything for himself. Contribution points, storage bags, everything. Sima Yang had long ago realized that Wuxia's cultivation speed was far superior to his. If he did not do this, it was only a matter of time before Wuxia left him behind. When that happened, he would not be able to travel with Wuxia. So, he forbade Wuxia from killing. If Wuxia didn't kill, then he couldn't earn contribution points. And if he couldn't earn contribution points, then he couldn't obtain a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He would be stuck at the 9th order until Sima Yang said otherwise. With this arrangement, Sima Yang could eventually catch up to his companion and accumulate enough contribution points to purchase himself a good heaven-grade cultivation technique. In fact, Sima Yang was planning to do that right after they left this Rift of Fortune. Only then would he find a way to get Wuxia a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This way, they could continue sticking together in their cultivation journey. Sima Yang's plan was not a secret among his fellow cultivators. In fact, more than one person had secretly told Wuxia about this a long time ago. He just didn't care since he had traveled with Sima Yang since he was still a weakling. This was why no one was willing to help Sima Yang or join his team. Who in their right mind would cooperate with a known backstabber? In the end, Sima Yang's selfishness and greed turned out to be his undoing. He never thought the Rift of Fortune would be connected to the infamous lost city of Xianyuan, and that the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were planning to take Wuxia, and by extension, him, out before their clash against Hidden Light Sanctuary. In his head, he thought the two sects would target Hidden Light Sanctuary first because they were the sworn enemy. He was even planning to play the fisherman while the two sides battled against each other. Unfortunately, the House of Wintry Blossoms found them first. His fate was sealed after that. Even Liu Yi would have died if he didn't have the ghost spirits back then, much less the likes of him. The House of Wintry Blossoms had attacked Sima Yang and Zhu Jia with a party of 30-plus cultivators. However, they had lost a couple of people not because Sima Yang was all that impressive, but because Zhu Jia was abnormal. When Lu Yi first laid eyes on Zhu Jia, he already noticed that his aura was almost as pure as his, if not purer. It was because Zhu Jia had been stuck on the 9th Order for 2 or 3 years, and he hadn't consumed a single spirit pill during this time. Naturally, his spiritual power was as pure as it could be. Meanwhile, Zhu Jia's continued silence had finally caused Ruo Yan to lose her patience. She raised her hand and opened her mouth to give the kill order. There was no point keeping an enemy they couldn't recruit to their side alive. Suddenly, her arm paused in mid-motion. She spun in the direction of where a familiar figure was standing on the rooftop and looking down on her. Her pupils contracted with shock for an instant before turning hateful. "I knew you're still alive." Initially, she and Chu Qing believed that Lu Yi had died with Xianyuan. However, they didn't discover his corpse when they went to retrieve their fallen comrade's corpse. Since then, Chu Qing suspected that their nemesis was still alive. That was why the duo had split up into 2 groups. Ruo Yan's group would look for Zhu Jia, while Chu Qing's for Lu Yi. They weren't going to stop until they killed him or found proof that he was dead. She hadn't expected Lu Yi to show himself right before she was about to order Zhu Jia's death. As if that wasn't arrogant enough, he was just as alone as the first time she met him. Ruo Yan was so angry that her lips morphed into a toothy, savage grin. Last time, their ambush had failed because the Xianyuan city watch had appeared at the worst possible time. However, that was just bad luck. There was no way the same thing could happen a second time, right? Just as she thought this, a sobbing noise came from nearby. At the same time, spectral sentries emerged from every direction and threw a ton of spirit-shackling ropes at them. Peepa Girl's cries were no ordinary cries. It was a special sonic attack that even Lu Yi and his ghost spirits couldn't do anything against if they didn't have Amber back then. The attack was much weaker after her cultivation level had fallen to the 9th Order, and she was converted into a ghost spirit. Even still, it was enough to buzz their ears and make them dizzy. At the same time, Peepa Girl started playing her pipa. It was like a scene straight out of a horror show. Many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators swayed on their feet as if they were drunk. Thanks to her power, many spirit-shackling ropes successfully landed on their target. A single spirit-shackling rope was hardly inescapable, but it was a different story if they were hit by more than one. Beside Peepa Girl, Liu Sanbao threw his 3 dice and killed everyone the sentries immobilized. That wasn't all. Lu Yi had also launched his flying weapons and made them spin like a top. Everywhere they went, blood and gore were sure to follow. Yi was casting her spells as well. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. 8 people were dead, and at least a dozen were bound by the spirit-shackling ropes in but an instant. "Protect your minds!" Ruo Yan screamed with bloodshot eyes. After releasing her spiritual power and breaking out of the spirit-shackling ropes binding her, she shot a flying weapon straight at the nearest sentry leader. The rest of her companions finally reacted and did everything they could to save themselves. Blood-curdling screams erupted all over the place. A couple more people were killed in just a matter of seconds. They were so busy fighting that they did not notice that Amber had leaped off of Lu Ye's shoulder. It ran toward the crouching Zhu Jia and stopped in front of him. Chapter 271, Massacre. Lu Yi spared some of his attention to Amber. He hadn't instructed the tiger to seek out Zhu Jia. It had sought out the body-tempering cultivator of its own accord, so he had no idea what it was planning either. Amber bumped its head against Zhu Jia's legs once. It then let out a couple of incomprehensible growls. For the first time, Zhu Jia stirred from his posture before slowly rising to his feet. The crisscrossing, bloody marks on his back looked absolutely terrible. What looked like boiling vitality seeped out of Zhu Jia's body and mingled with his dense, solid, earthen yellow-colored spiritual power. Crimson light shone out of his pupils as well. In that moment, the man felt more intimidating than he had been his whole life. Suddenly, he crouched lower and bowed his head as if he was about to launch into a sprint. He was facing the cultivators of the House of Wintry Blossoms. His messy hair was blocking his face from view, but it did not matter. All 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators abruptly shivered as if the killing intent of a monstrous beast had washed over them. Boom! An actual shockwave spread from beneath Wuxia's feet as he abruptly sprinted toward a group of House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators. Crimson-red vitality and earthen-yellow spiritual power mingled together to form a visible halo that wrapped around his whole person. He wasn't actually moving all that quickly, but he most certainly felt unstoppable. Not even a literal mountain was going to stop him from charging through. "Stop him!" screamed someone as the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge grew even more panicked. The Xianyuan City Watch was attacking them, the special apparitions were attacking them, Lu Yi and Yi were attacking them, and now even Wuxia was charging toward them as well. They should be the ones who held the absolute advantage, so why was it that they were barely able to put up a resistance? "I wanna cry." Flying weapons and spells bombarded Wuxia, but not a single one was capable of even slowing his charge. They were all blocked by the halo made up of vitality and spiritual power. No one had ever witnessed this Wuxia, not even his lifelong companion, Sima Yang. He struck the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators' front line like a landslide. The man who attempted to hold him back was a body-tempering cultivator himself, judging from his rich vitality, but the second they made contact, his eyes widened like saucers, and he sailed across the air like a spilled blood bag. His bones snapped like twigs as well. They were both ninth order and body-tempering cultivators, and yet the power gap between them was like night and day. It wasn't a pointless effort though. Thanks to his sacrifice, he managed to slow the giant a tad and caused him to take more attacks than he would have. His dimming halo reflected this. Wuxia might be simple, but he wasn't stupid. He was aware he couldn't withstand any more attacks as well. So, right before the body-tempering cultivator he sent flying could fly out of his reach, he reached out and grabbed the man's leg. The body-tempering cultivator's eyes bulged when he felt an iron grip around his ankle. Then, the world began spinning like a top. On the rooftop, Lu Yi was chewing spirit pills and killing his enemies with his flying weapons. However, Wuxia's actions caused his eyes to twitch violently. It had been months since he began exploring the Spirit Creek battlefield, and he had experienced countless big and small battles. He was no longer the ignorant child he was before. Even so, this was the first time he ever saw such a ridiculous scene. Wuxia was currently swinging the ninth order body-tempering cultivator around like he was a weapon. As a result, no 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator dared to get within 10 meters of the man. The nicest people were also the scariest when pushed too far. A while later, the weight in Wuxia's hands suddenly lessened considerably. When he looked down, he noticed that he was only holding a leg now. The poor bastard he was swinging around had turned into minced meat a while ago. The giant was just starting though. Throwing the leg against the ground like he would smash it to pieces, he let out a wounded animal's roar and charged toward the nearest enemy. Wuxia had never taken a life since he embarked on his cultivation journey. Today, he would break his streak with a massacre. It had only been a few minutes since the battle began, but Thousand Demon Ridge had already sustained massive losses already. More than half of the group who surrounded Wuxia at the beginning were already dead, and most of those who were still standing were bound by spirit shackling ropes and being killed as well. It was around this time Lu Yi recalled his flying weapons. They had run out of spiritual power. He would have to recharge them before he could use them again. Lu Yi stored them in his storage bag and trained his gaze on Ruo Yen. He then slowly unsheathed the inviolable. Right before he could jump down from the roof and join the battle though, something pulled his gaze away from his target and toward the distance. He saw a massive group of enemy cultivators appearing from the end of a street and running toward the battle at high speed. The leader of the group was a tall, slender woman with exposed hips. It was Chu Qing, of course. At least 40 people were following behind her. "Get ready to withdraw," Lu Yi said to Gi. If Ruo Yan's tattered group was the only enemy he had to contend with, then he was sure he could wipe out most, if not all of them. However, it was a different story if Chu Qing and her reinforcements joined the battle. Moreover, it wasn't like his army of ghost spirits were completely unscathed. The ordinary sentries were almost completely wiped out, and a few of the sentry leaders were dead as well. The enemies weren't stationary targets who didn't know how to retaliate after all. He shot a glance at the still fighting Zhu Jia and jumped off the rooftop. Enhancing his speed with Windwalk, he shot into the battlefield and cut down an unguarded enemy like lightning. Suddenly, a tide of violent energy swam toward his right side. Lu Yi managed to block the attack with the inviolable, but the blade shrieked as if it was in pain, and his entire body was flung into the air. His weapon arm was numb by the time he landed on his feet. The attack had come from Zhu Jia. He had reached the point where he no longer cared to differentiate between friend or foe. That said, his bloodshot eyes regained a bit of clarity when he saw Lu Yi. Enemy reinforcements are coming, and there are too many for us to handle right now. Follow me if you wish to take revenge for your partner, Lu Yi said before making his escape. At first, Zhu Jia paid his warning no heed and charged toward another group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Then, roar! Amber roared once at the body-tempering cultivator before catching up to Lu Yi and leaping onto his shoulder. The ghost spirits also mounted a swift retreat, leaving behind a mess of bodies and destruction. Lu Yi didn't go too far before he heard heavy footsteps trailing behind him. It was none other than Zhu Jia. His warning had fallen on deaf ears, but not Amber's. It was partially due to the strange bond the two shared, and also because Zhu Jia wasn't stupid. He had also seen Chu Qing's group and knew that to stay any longer was to court death. Not long after the duo retreated, Chu Qing and her cultivators arrived at the scene. The Prolgate looked around the battlefield in shock as she asked, "What happened?" She had come to meet up with Ruo Yan after the young woman informed her that she had found and trapped Zhu Jia. The scene before her was nothing like what she had expected though. Ruo Yan's group was over 30 strong at the beginning. Now, less than half of them were left. It was no ordinary battle either. Looking at the battlefield, she saw what looked like minced flesh and massive swathes of blood. It almost looked like someone had been lifted into the air and smashed against the ground. She could hardly imagine what the hell had happened here. Ruo Yan looked shell-shocked and afraid, her body still trembling even though she was safe now. Zhu Jia going crazy had left that deep of an impression on her. That wasn't the real reason they had lost though. No matter how powerful Zhu Jia was, the amount of damage he could have done on his own was limited. Just like the last time, it was Lu Yi and those sentries who had fucked everything up. Lu Yi is still alive, Sister Chu. Not only that, I think he can control the Xianyuan City Watch. Chu Qing shot her junior sister a dubious glance and wondered if she had lost her mind. She knew that Lu Yi was capable of many things, but controlling the Xianyuan City Watch? That was a stretch too far, wasn't it? I'm telling you the truth. Ruo Yan hurriedly gave her senior sister a brief summary of the battle just now. It had taken her a while to accept this as well. This was the second time the Xianyuan City Watch had appeared at the worst possible time, and just like the last time they ignored Lu Yi and attacked Thousand Demon Ridge. Not only that, they actually withdrew together with Lu Yi. Chu Qing's skepticism faded as she listened to Ruo Yan's story. In fact, she realized that everything that puzzled her before would make sense if she assumed that Lu Yi could control the Xianyuan City Watch. It hadn't been a coincidence that the spectral sentries appeared just at the right time to screw up their perfect ambush. It was Lu Yi counter-ambushing their ambush. It would also explain why Xianyuan had died, but Lu Yi had survived when they were both supposed to be thrown into the dungeon. On the other hand, was Lu Yi really that powerful? If he was, then why didn't he just command the Xianyuan City Watch to hunt down all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators from the start? In fact, why did he run away just now when he firmly held the upper hand? Chase them, Chu Qing ordered immediately when she realized what was going on. Lu Yi might possess the ability to control the Xianyuan City Watch, but the fact that he was escaping meant that he currently did not have the power to throw down against all of them. Otherwise, he would have just stayed and killed them all. In other words, this was their best chance to take out Liu Yi and the heavily injured Zhu Jia at the same time. Once they were rid of these nuisances, they could devote their full attention to cooperating with Sunlit Mountain and take out Hidden Light Sanctuary. And so, they hurriedly swept the battlefield before chasing after Liu Yi and Zhu Jia. While doing so, Chu Qing sent out a message and caused all House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators in other locations to move in this direction as well. While the enemy had a head start, they also left behind an incredibly obvious trail to follow. The massive, bloody footprints on the ground could only belong to Zhu Jia. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was several streets away from the battlefield with Zhu Jia behind him. However, the big fellow was looking pretty bad right now. His aura was weaker than normal, and his entire body was covered in wounds. He also looked like he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. His entire body was covered in the blood of his enemies and his own. No physique could have weathered through that level of assault unscathed. His body wasn't the only thing that was damaged either. Even now, Zhu Jia was wrapped up in a clear cocoon of sorrow. He must have been really affected by Sima Yang's death. Of course, Liu Yi couldn't empathize with Zhu Jia. He did not know how close they were, but he certainly hadn't had a good impression of the spell cultivator. His death simply did not matter to him. Chapter 272, What the Fuck's a Tang Yuan? The reason Liu Yi had purposely informed Zhu Jia about the imminent danger before withdrawing was because he didn't want to be killed by the House of Wintry Blossoms. The enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing, not to mention that his impression of Zhu Jia was way better than Sima Yang's. He tried to console Zhu Jia. The dead cannot come back to life, but the living can take revenge against those who wronged them. It so happens that I have a grudge to settle with the House of Wintry Blossoms too, so if you don't mind, we can work together. The body-tempering cultivator continued with his head bowed and maintained his silence, though it was impossible to say if he heeded his advice. The moment of peace didn't last long. Liu Yi sensed a stir of spiritual power from nearby and looked up just in time to see 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators staring at them from a rooftop. The moment their eyes met, the man shouted, "Liu Yi is over here." Liu Yi launched a fire dragon straight at the crier. The technique was so hot that it distorted the air around it. The cultivator's expression changed as he attempted to dodge out of the way. However, Liu Yi easily changed the direction of the technique and scored a perfect hit. The man screamed as he fell off the rooftop. "We need to go." Liu Yi took off once more while Zhu Jia followed closely behind him. Both of them could sense the unnatural fluctuations of spiritual powers behind him. They obviously belonged to 1,000 Demon Ridge. Despite their best attempts, they were unable to shake off the tail behind them. Not only that, the tail was growing longer and longer. Escape wouldn't have been a problem if Liu Yi was alone. The chances of them catching up to him while he had Windwalk was almost zero. Zhu Jia was a different story though. The big guy wasn't slow, but he sure as hell wasn't fast either. His injuries were pretty bad as well. Ideally, he wanted to find a place where Zhu Jia could recover, but with this many pursuers on their tail his dream was just that, a dream. He mulled it over for a moment. In the end, he could only think of one place to go. A while later, Liu Yi had led Zhu Jia through a couple more streets. They had just arrived at the entrance of a compound when a group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators appeared behind them. Chu Qing and Ruoyan were among them as well. They were both moving at top speed. Their eyes grew bloodshot when they saw their sworn enemy. They saw him taking a moment to straighten his clothes before pushing open the door to the compound and stepping in. "Surround the place," Chu Qing yelled. There were now around 80 people strong, a mix of the remnants of the House of Wintry Blossoms and some 1,000 Demon Ridge independent cultivators. Their numbers weren't huge compared to what they were at the beginning, but even so, it should be more than enough to overwhelm Liu Yi and the Xianyuan City Watch, not to mention that she hadn't seen the latter at all up until this point. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A group leaped onto the walls and surrounded the entire compound in no time. As for Chu Qing and Ruoyan, they stepped through the main entrance with 20 people behind them. There was a swing in the compound and a woman in a red dress facing away from them, and Liu Yi was standing not far away from her. Normally, the man was so arrogant it was as if the concept of humility did not exist to him. Right now, though, he was saying something she couldn't hear to the strange woman in a surprisingly humble manner. The House of Wintry Blossoms was well aware that special apparitions existed within the lost city of Xianyuan. In fact, they had encountered a few of them already. However, they had killed them all because these special apparitions usually made strange demands that they weren't equipped to fulfill. If the request was resolvable, then of course they were willing to settle things peacefully. Otherwise, the only way out was to kill them. Chu Qing knew immediately that the woman in red dress was a special apparition. At first, the realization did not trigger a red flag. Then, she noticed that she couldn't see the apparition's aura. Unfortunately for her, Ruoyan wasn't as perceptive as her. The petite woman glared daggers at Liu Yi and yelled, "This is the end of the road for you, Liu Yi." Liu Yi was still speaking with the woman when he heard this. He immediately pointed a finger at them and said, "It's them. They're the ones who keep chasing me and stopping me from looking for Tang Yuan." The swing stopped without warning, and every hair on Liu Ye's body abruptly stood on its end. At the same time, Zhu Jia let out a guttural growl, grabbed Liu Ye's shoulder, and pulled him behind his back. The young man stared at his huge, wide back in astonishment. "Retreat now!" Chu Qing realized their mistake and cried out immediately. Unfortunately. Boom! The door closed, and cries of surprise erupted from everywhere. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were standing on the walls suddenly found themselves falling into the compound. While the walls weren't nearly big enough to kill a cultivator, it certainly made them look foolish. The compound wasn't particularly huge to begin with, and now it almost looked crowded. At this point, Chu Qing's expression was grim enough to be a permanent fixture on her face. It was because she had lost control of her spiritual power exactly as Liu Yi back then. Worse, it looked like Liu Yi was in cahoots with the strange woman. Speaking of Liu Yi, the bastard was currently making faces at her with a pleased expression on his face. It immediately made her feel worse. She had encountered plenty of dangers in her cultivation journey, but none had ever been as despairing as this one. She knew they had fucked up the moment the compound suddenly turned into a no spiritual power zone. The woman in the red dress was powerful beyond imagination. There was no way Spirit Creek Realm cultivators like them could hope to resist her. Was she the reason Liu Yi could control the Xianyuan City Watch? That would explain why the bastard had come here. Chu Qing was mistaken though. Liu Ye's ability to control the spectral sentries had nothing to do with the woman. Even the reason he came here was because this was the only place both him and Zhu Jia could find refuge. He wasn't willing to ditch the body-tempering cultivator unless he had no other choice. He was very satisfied with the current situation. If the woman in the red dress would get angry and take out the dozens of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators in this compound, then even better. "Have you seen Tang Yuan?" the woman in the red dress asked, suddenly. The pleased expression on Liu Ye's face was immediately replaced by a frown. This was not how he expected things to go. Chu Qing was also frowning as the massacre she had anticipated did not arrive. Sensing a sliver of hope, she recalled her previous encounters with special apparitions and Liu Ye's strange mention of Tang Yuan earlier. Finally, she replied cautiously, "No, we have not." "Will you find Tang Yuan for me?" the woman in the red dress asked again. Liu Yi sighed knowing that his ploy had been foiled. He was hoping to use the woman in the red dress to slay his enemies, but it would appear he had underestimated her. Or rather, killing the cultivators had never been her goal. All she wanted was to find that cat named Tang Yuan. Naturally, the more helpers she could find, the faster she would be able to find her cat. "Of course," Chu Qing responded. Immediately after she said that, she felt her spiritual power returning to her body. The omnipresent pressure pressing against her body had disappeared as well. She let out a huge sigh of relief knowing that they had escaped danger, for now. She thought for a moment before whispering something to Ruo Yen. Soon, Ruo Yen and most of her men backed out of the compound and surrounded the place from outside. They were obviously planning to catch him as soon as he set foot outside the compound. As for Chu Qing herself, she stayed behind with just a few men to keep an eye on Liu Yi and prevent him from doing something unexpected. Liu Yi knew what she was planning, but could not think of a way out of this. While he was strong enough to take out Chu Qing and her small group, it would be unwise to do so after what the woman in the red dress had said. At the very least, fighting in front of her felt like a folly of the highest order. But what if I just sound out her limits? He was just thinking this when he saw Chu Qing walking straight toward him. Liu Yi immediately tightened his grasp on the inviolable, killing intent rising. If the woman dared to enter within 16 meters of him, he was certain he could kill her in 3 strikes. However, he felt a prickling sensation on his back the second his killing intent surfaced. He knew immediately that it came from the woman in the red dress. Moreover, the greater his killing intent became, the worse the prickling sensation became. At a certain point, he actually felt like he was about to be pierced by tens of thousands of needles. Chu Qing was feeling more or less the same. Her footsteps grew slower and slower until finally, she could not take a single step toward Liu Yi. Her forehead became covered in cold sweat. In fact, she had arrived at the same thought as Liu Yi. She too wanted to sound out the apparition's limits. The next moment, Liu Yi let go of his weapon and put away his killing intent. The feeling immediately subsided. He then strode toward Chu Qing and caused her to flinch in fright. "What are you doing?" Chu Qing couldn't stop herself from backing away from Liu Yi. Those who didn't know better might think that she was a fragile woman being pressured by the local bully. This continued until her back was literally against the wall. Then, Liu Yi raised his hand and slapped it on top of her head. He then rubbed it vigorously until it was a complete mess. He said expressionlessly, "Do your best to find Tang Yuan, you hear? Tang Yuan is very important. You won't be eating dinner tonight if you don't find it." The few thousand Demon Ridge cultivators accompanying the woman could only stare at this in shock. They looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. In fact, they had tried to stop Liu Yi from approaching Chu Qing multiple times. Every time they tried to take action, though, an inexplicable sense of crisis would befall them and prevent them from acting. Liu Yi turned away and left after that, leaving behind a stunned and messy-haired Chu Qing. Liu Yi hadn't attacked her, nor had she suffered any physical harm during that interaction. However, she felt worse than if he had just killed her. Her sister's killer was standing right in front of her, but not only couldn't she lift a finger against him, the bastard had made a fool out of her by messing up her hair. "Tang Yuan. What the fuck's a Tang Yuan?" She forced herself to take a couple of deep breaths. It was only after a while that she succeeded in pushing down the boiling anger and murderous intent inside her heart. Meanwhile, Liu Yi had strode to the middle of the compound where Zhu Jia was sitting cross-legged. The body-tempering cultivator had left the apparition's side even sooner than Liu Yi. He might be extraordinarily tough, but even he didn't feel safe beside her. Right now he was staring at Chu Qing with bloodshot eyes, although there was no killing intent behind them. Liu Yi hadn't illuminated him on the mysteries of this compound, but he didn't need to. He had figured it out faster than Liu Yi had the first time he came here. Simple-minded, pure-hearted people like Zhu Jia generally possessed a kind of animalistic instinct. He might not know what was going on here, but he knew how best to act to avoid danger. Liu Yi gulped down a couple of spirit pills before sitting down on a jagged piece of rock beside Zhu Jia. Then, he passed the body-tempering cultivator a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and healing pills. Liu Yi noticed from the start that Zhu Jia did not have a storage bag. Naturally, he did not have spirit pills he might consume to recover his strength. Zhu Jia did not turn down Liu Ye's kindness. He accepted the first bottle and swallowed all the spirit pills in it in one gulp. He did the same with the second bottle. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.